10 long years since the beginning of the CrossFit journey here in Wollongong. Hello and welcome to WIN Stadium for the rejuvenated Down Under Championship. My name is Jeremy Austin, and with me in commentary all the way from the US is CrossFit OG and absolute legend Annie Sakamoto. Annie, great to have you with us for this amazing event.
Jeremy, it is so great to be here. I'm not gonna lie, that 15-hour plane ride is brutal. I have a new respect for all of the athletes and spectators that come out to Madison every year. But having said that, it was worth every painful moment. I am so excited about this weekend and everything that we're gonna get to cover.
Elite teams and individuals hitting the competition floor, but also intermediate, masters and adaptive, sharing the competition floor with the elite athletes all the way through the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of different teams and people that we're going to get to see compete. I'm super excited.
Tia releasing yesterday that she unfortunately can't compete. That's a massive shame for those coming down to see her compete, but it's a bonus for them because she's going to have more accessibility to those people and to us right throughout the weekend. Yeah,
like you said, a real bummer not to be able to see Tia compete this weekend, but she's always so good about being accessible to fans. We're going to get her on the broadcast, Brooke, Ellie. We have so many people that we're going to get to interview because they're not going to be competing.
Don't forget Justin Medeiros either. He goes all right as well. We've also got Gary Gaines, the GM of Global Affiliates, the CEO, Don Fall, like he's here as well. We've got Noah here, we've got Chandler here as well. More exciting stuff coming up. But we are going to head down now to the competition floor with Kobe Head, get things underway for our opening ceremony. The Down Under Championship starts now.
How exciting is that? Seen on this banner here, excite, ignite and unite. To kick it off for our welcoming, I would like to invite Richard for our welcome to country. Put your hands together for Richard.
Yolanda, welcome, welcome. My name's Richard Campbell from the south coast of the Yuin people of the Southern Darrell country. I'd like to pay my respects to elders for over 65,000 years of walk, nurtured, took care of this mother, our mother, or your mother. We all gather here today for the championships down under. This is exciting, man. I've been watching it and I've been blown out, Italy. So, Yalanga, Nagambi, Nagang, Miragong, Nin, Garu, Gurubang, Gandu, Mujangali, family and friends. We once was the only people on this continent, on this earth here called Australia. Now we have Mujangali, friends, that we call friends, you fellas. We walked alone, now we all walk together as one, as a part of reconciliation. I welcome you all from wherever you come from. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the Australian National Anthem.
For we are young and free. let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strings, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the New Zealand national anthem. And now I would like to invite a very special guest out onto the floor. It is an honour and a privilege to have down here in Australia the CEO of CrossFit, Don Fall.
Thank you and welcome. I would also like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land, past, present, and emerging. Well, it's an absolute privilege for me to get a chance to welcome all of you to the Down Under Championship. I walked into a CrossFit box for the first time 8 or 9 years ago, looking to get in better shape, looking to improve my fitness. And it certainly delivered on that. What I didn't expect was that I would be welcomed into this incredible community. Over the last few days, we've gotten a chance to spend some time here in Australia and in New Zealand and experience that incredible community firsthand. We visited a bunch of boxes. We've gone through some grueling workouts that I think were specifically prepared for us. For some reason, those workouts seem to feel a little harder here in the Southern Hemisphere. And we've gotten a chance to celebrate and be a part of this amazing community. I wanted to take a minute to say thank you and just recognize a couple important members of the community. First, to the team who has worked so hard over the last few months to make this event, to make this celebration of our community possible. Thank you. We know how much work and how much time goes into creating something like this. We are in gratitude. Next, I wanted to say thank you to all the athletes who are competing. You are such an inspiration to so many of us. Over the years, you have inspired millions. You have shown what's possible with commitment and grit and perseverance. We all know how hard you work. Thank you for the role that you play in our community and showing what's possible in this celebration of our sport. And best of luck over the next couple days. Next, to our coaches and affiliate owners. You are the heart and soul of our community. You wake up early every day. You go to bed late. You pour yourself selflessly into helping others, into changing lives. And we are all in deep gratitude in your debt. And finally, to members of the community, thank you for making the CrossFit community such an incredible and welcoming place. It's become such an important part of my life, and every one of you makes that possible. And whether you walk into a box in San Francisco where I live, or here in Sydney, it feels like you're coming home. So enjoy this incredible celebration of our community over the next couple days. Enjoy these amazing athletes doing what they do best. We will have our chance to compete here soon in the CrossFit Open. Registration starts soon. Excited to see you on the leaderboard. Have an incredible time, and let's get this show going. Thank you.
set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come.
Welcome back to Wynn Stadium. We are back 10 years after the initial event here in Wollongong. Jeremy Austin with you, and very, very happy to have a very smiley Annie Sakamoto with me as well. Thanks for your company wherever you're joining us right around the world. Annie, you must be just pumped.
I'm so excited to be here, Jeremy, and it's not just to see the athletes that are going to be out on this field, it's to experience this Australia-New Zealand crowd. I've been able to see them on many regionals, but never been able to experience the kind of electric vibe that this crowd has, so I'm really excited to be here in the Wynn Stadium today.
A lot of repeat events that we have seen on the competition floor over various years, 10 years in fact. Little bit of tweaks as well. Event number 1 coming up very soon. That one, hero workout, Randy, with a little bit of a twist.
Right, and here's the thing with Randy, Jeremy. It's so simple, right? It's just 75 snatches. It's very short. That, in CrossFit terminology, means a lot of pain. So I'm excited to see this regionals workout go down again. This is something we saw in 2015. But like you said, there's a little twist on this workout. There's 45 snatches, then the athletes will walk the barbell overhead to the next area where they'll do 20 more snatches, walk the barbell forward, lunging, 10 snatches, and then they'll run to the finish.
If they can. Great crowd in here in Wynn Stadium. Probably the biggest crowd we have seen on a Friday here for the old regional format. So great to see the community getting around, and you have met about 10 million people in the last 3 days.
I love every one of them, and I remember every single one of their names. Not.
You'll be tested on those a little bit later on.
This has just been the kindest group of people, the most welcoming group of people. And again, I just can't wait to see how this crowd kind of ignites all of these athletes that are going to be on the field all weekend long.
Not too far away from our first heat of our first event. I'll tell you what, the anticipation, you can feel it around the town. We got in on Tuesday morning and the vibe is definitely back.
Well, and for those that didn't watch the intermediates and the masters and adaptive athletes that just went before these athletes that are about to do it, this is the true inspiration of our sport, Jeremy. You know, just seeing that really, truly CrossFit is for anyone. It's not for everyone, but it is for anyone that wants to do it. And again, watching these masters athletes, adaptive athletes take on Randy, as these other elite athletes are about to do, just shows how scalable yet universal CrossFit really is.
And you've been privy to a lot of interviews that we've done over the last couple of days as well. We've got some great little nuggets of gold come out of those, and I don't know about you, but I've been blown away with probably the generosity more so from everyone. Tia, Don Fall, the CEO, Gary Gaines, the GM of Global Affiliates, just giving of their time.
Well, and you know, Don said it in in the interview that you just did with him. It's really about serving others, and you can see whether they're athletes or CEOs of our sport, they are here to serve others.
Heat number 1 about to come onto the competition floor. What a great way to start competition. Interesting format that the Down Under Championship has provided us with, the females and the males joining forces on the competition floor. Maybe, I don't know, bragging rights on the line?
I love it. Again, it's very reminiscent of that Capital event where, you know, even though the males and the females are not competing against each other, you can kind of see how they stack up head to head. And in many of these instances, I think we're going to see females outdo the males.
Cameron Kuzla from Reebok CrossFit Frankston on screen. Part of the Frankston team, the Torian Pro and the females. And tell you what, don't go any further than lanes 4, 5, and 6. Lucy Clark, Beck Glenniston, Georgia Otto. 3 really good performances at Torian this year in the Torian Pro, and 3 to definitely watch out for.
Right, all 3 of these ladies were top 25 at the Torian Pro. They've gone up against each other and other athletes in this field. So I love that we have them stacked right next to each other, lanes 4, 5, and 6. Keep your eyes on those ladies, Lucy Clark, Beck Glenister, and Georgia Otto.
Nanda Stoltz also in lane number 7, and one of those athletes just to the right of screen in the black shirt, who has been here on the competition floor at Wollongong for many years. And I'll tell you what, a lot of people are very nervous, not just in the crowd.
I'm sweating right now. Yeah, I'm sweating right now. I can't wait to see this, though. You know, it's always that moment before the very first event that you're probably the most nervous. You're kind of telling yourself, am I really doing this? Why am I doing this? Why am I putting myself through this? But once 3, 2, 1 hits, you know why you're doing it. You love it. You love the competition. You love being out there.
And you're about 10 seconds away. Start of competition here. I've got goosebumps already. This is going to be exciting. Off the Down Under Championship, day 1, event 1, heat 1. The individual females underway for their snatches. And you know what the fastest time in the world in 2015 for Randy was back in the day?
I have a feeling it was something around 2:21.6. Does that sound right?
And who was that?
I think it was by somebody in the Central region named Brooke Wells. Does that ring a bell?
Rings a bell, and she's just joined us. Brooke Wells, welcome to the commentary. How are you?
Thanks for having me.
So a little twist on what they're doing here at the Down Under Championship. When we did it in 2015 for the regionals, it was 25, you advance the bar forward, another 25, advance the bar forward for your last 25. They put a twist on it here, Brooke, where these ladies and gentlemen have to do 45 reps, then overhead lunge the bar.
Oh, wow.
Another 20 reps, overhead lunge it to the last 10 reps, and then turn around and sprint to the finish. What do you think? Do you think we'll see somebody beat your time, considering that usually we do see things get faster, but now we've added in the overhead walking lunge?
Honestly, I don't think anyone will be faster than that time, only because of the lunges. That also makes it tricky because I kind of had the opportunity to do like 3 sets of 25 at the time, and my strategy was like to break it up so that I could actually move faster. Then they don't really get the opportunity to break it up as much with 25s.
Right. I was wondering, you know, will these ladies strategically take 1 or 2 breaks in the 45 just in an effort to be able to hang on to that bar on the 20s?
Yes,
Harry Debenham, sorry, Brooke. Harry Debenham in the lead. The guy that's been on the regional floor here before and done very well as a youngster. He's had a couple of years off. He's now back. He's in lane number 10. The ladies start progressing their barbell forward. Core stability, an aspect of this, not just the snatches, Brooke, but the lunge is going to really fatigue that as we grow along and progress down the floor.
Even holding the bar overhead for like the overhead lunges is going to fatigue your grips even more for all the snatches. So definitely a game changer.
And that's what I think about on this event is just the grip, right? The burnout that you get in your grip. And then like you said, you add in supporting that bar overhead specifically on those lunges. For me, I was thinking, I would really think about just locking out my elbows, but kind of almost relaxing my shoulders on that overhead lunge so that you don't fry your shoulders out.
Yeah, for me, this was a big grip one. So kind of making sure like when the bar's overhead, to relax your grip is key.
Yeah.
Harry Debenham still in the lead, center of screen.
It looked like Monique Sims in lane 2 actually got to the second set of 20, and you can see her taking off on her lunges. She only has 10 reps to go.
Oh, wow.
Great battle between the males and the females on the competition floor at the same time. Harry Debenham with a few reps remaining and the run back to the finish.
Harry, the giraffe, Debenham. A recent father as well, 6 months ago. And great to see Harry back on the floor and doing so well.
And there goes Lucy Clark to the finish. It looked like about 3:32-ish unofficial.
Lucy Clark, very happy with that. She had some great events at Torian this year.
Beck Glenister and Monique Sims both just came across the line. That's going to be a time chip, I think, to see who got there first.
So all unofficial timing until we get those official chip timing results. But talk about coming out with a bang early. Lucy Clark, Harry Debenham in heat number 1. So when you did this, Brooke, back in the day, do you remember the feeling of how gassed you were? Or was there something that stuck out to you in particular?
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, my grip was so blown up at the end, I did not feel like I could hold on for another rep. So that's kind of when you know that you pushed it right. It's really cool to see like the guys and girls together because you have to remember there's other heats. And so like even having the guys out there, it probably pushes you to do your best.
Definitely. Because that's something that a lot of competitors can forget is that you're not just racing your heat, you're racing the entire field.
Exactly.
Nanda Stoltz finishing up. And all of these athletes are in well within the time cap. Sub 5 minutes, and I believe it was a 6-minute time cap.
Fast time, Georgia Otto. One of our Western Australian athletes finishing up. Tell you what, super fast. And I think the crowds breathed a sigh of relief just as much as the athletes and us.
If I'm not mistaken, but this was our first event in Regionals 2015.
Yeah, this was my first individual event ever.
Oh,
yeah.
Even more, more kind of poignant that you're here with us right now.
Yeah, it's fun to see this again. I was super excited to do it again once it was announced. So I'm kind of bummed I'm sitting this one out, but it's really fun to watch.
So enjoying your time down here and seeing so much. What's been your favorite Australian animal so far?
Definitely kangaroos.
Oh, kangaroos.
We actually saw some in the wild, and I just thought that was so cool. It's such like an Australian thing, you know?
Absolutely. Harry Debenham, we earmarked him coming in as one to watch. Morgan Gray in the purple as well. A lot of young, strong female athletes coming through this field. And Lucy Clark, dominant.
Yep, it looked like she had an unofficial time of about 3:32. Great time considering, again, you added in those overhead walking lunges.
Our heat list for heat number 2. And one young lady in lane 5, Courtney Fitz-Harris, started here so many years ago. Been to the CrossFit Games on a team, but I remember competing against her when she was a 16-year-old and throwing around a 1.5 pood kettlebell, which back then it weighed more than she did.
Yeah, she's a 5-time regional athlete, and I think, like you said, she started at a very young age competing. I remember coming here about 10 years ago in the All-Stars event, and she was competing then, and I think she was still maybe 17 years old, so great to see her still competing, still on the competition floor.
Gemma Hoke, lane number 3, Kiwi girl who did top 10 at the Torian Pro this year. She is definitely going to be one to watch out for, and she had definitely upped her training.
Same with Daisy McDonald. She was team at the Torian Pro for Wolf Den this year. Center lane right there, lane 4. She's one to watch.
Wolfden, part of our team competition at Torian earlier this year. And now jumping into individual competition here. Crowd seems to have doubled in the last 5 minutes. But in lane 10, Rob Watts, 2018, heartbreak for him. Half a thruster away from making the CrossFit Games. Wasn't able to get that done after a little bit of redemption from CrossFit Project Bayside in Melbourne. And Jaden Whakatopi Stewart, CrossFit Urban, famous name we've heard. CrossFit Games team for the last 2 years. We'll see gym owner Caitlin Van Ziel a little bit later on in individual competition for the first time in a long time. Rob Watt there on screen in the brown shirt.
Here come all the gents. Ladies filing in on the other side. Again, if you just tuned in, the twist we have on this year's Randy at the Down Under Championships, 45 snatches, and then the athletes will walk the bar in an overhead lunge. They'll perform another 20 snatches, overhead walking lunge the bar to the final 10 reps, turn around and sprint to the finish. So a little twist on our original Randy hero workout.
Question for you, Brooke. You were to do this event, would it be easier or harder considering you get, I'm going to say a break, because you elite athletes break when other people are suffering and doing stuff. But that lunge, is that going to be a mini break for you to try and regain your breath a little bit?
It definitely helps on the breath, but I don't think it's going to help on like the grip and even your back a little bit. So definitely makes it a little bit harder, I think.
Not too far away from the start of heat number 2.
Would you muscle snatch this or do a tiny little power snatch, you think?
I would muscle snatch as long as possible.
Save the legs a little.
Yes, save yourself, but then resort to a power snatch once it gets a little bit more difficult.
One heat already gone, so the pressure absorbed by this crowd that is still filling in.
I'm impressed by how many people are here on a Friday. Do you Aussies not work on Fridays?
Nah, we normally just work like a couple of days a week and then we just go to the beach for the rest of it.
That's what it looks like.
Heat 2 underway. And as Annie and Brooke have mentioned, it's all going to be about the speed of the barbell and power snatch versus muscle snatch.
Yeah.
And who can hang on the longest? Bottom right of screen, Annie. Georgia Wellsman in the black and the blonde hair. She was exceptional at the Torian Pro this year and is moving that barbell super fast.
So is Courtney Fitzharris in that lane 5 right there. You can see, she's taking advantage of her slightly shorter stature. That turnover is really quick for her. The question is, and I haven't seen her break yet, the question is, how long can she hang on to that bar, and will it tax her for the 20s?
Yeah, I think it's really cool to see the different techniques of people like muscle snatching, power snatching, and then also, do you want to break more and go faster, or are you trying to hold on?
Right. Courtney did a huge set right there. She put the bar down and pretty much immediately picked it back up. Pretty impressive. Be interesting to see who goes out on those lunges first.
And first time we've had males, females on the competition floor here. Abby Carville not too far away.
And there, Gemma Hoke in lane 3, starting her lunges.
I might have said that a little bit earlier that Gemma was going to give this some.
You did. It's almost like you know what you're talking about.
Gemma and other Kiwi, Bailey Rogers, doing a lot of training together.
I'll give it to you, Jeremy. You also called Rob Watt in lane 10. He's doing well right now.
And also Jaden Whakatopi Stewart doing well. Abby Carville trying to catch Gemma Hoke on the female side of things, while on the other end of the floor, Rob Watt in command, second from top. Another Kiwi as well.
It looks like Gemma Hoke only has 5 more reps.
It's going to be a great battle. Bragging rights.
Yeah.
Almost opposite each other on the competition floor.
It's like Brooke was just saying, this is great because the men can help push the ladies and the ladies can help push the men.
Sometimes not a good thing, Brooke.
Oh, yeah, I think it is a good thing. Oh, she didn't even drop the bar.
Yeah, just noticed that too.
Gemma Hoke, far right of screen, about to finish off, and the sprint back. Last 5 reps for Gemma Hoke. Does a little bit of training out of Torian, CrossFit Torian that is in Brisbane. And Gemma Hoke, all done. Jaden Whakatopi Stewart as well, over the line, getting Rob Watts late in the piece. And now, as you mentioned, Brooke, the grip is starting to fail quickly.
Yeah, it seems like there's only 10 easy reps left, but those last 10 reps are going to be so hard.
Rob White over the line. Abby Carville coming through as well.
And that was Zane Shelbear Healy that just came in. Lisa Hemrick just came in.
Bar just flew out of her hands.
The bar did.
Yeah, lane 4.
Marlene Fleck and Georgia Wellsman. Sprint finish for them. Daisy McDonald, it is done. Russell McCloy, Courtney Fitzharris now finishing up. Dylan Murphy, CrossFit Calder, a final athlete on the floor. The smiling face of Courtney Fitzharris. And head judge Dan Williams laid down the law yesterday at the briefing and said, you athletes are good enough to hold the standard, so it's on you, it's not on us this weekend.
I like that.
Very strong message.
Yep, and I liked it. I think it's a legit message for all these athletes. It's, you know, if you're competing at this level, things shouldn't be a question in a judge's mind, right?
Yeah. I was going to say, it's interesting to watch how much lower the athletes are catching their snatches as they go, because you can just watch it add up.
Woo. Same. All these athletes were well within that time cap, but it looked like this was a slightly faster heat. Gemma Hoke coming in around the 3-minute mark, so was Jaden Wakatopi Stewart, and then Abby Carville just behind them at about 3 minutes and 12 seconds unofficial. We saw these ladies filing out, and gentlemen, first event. You know the nerves on this, Brooke. It's like,
my gosh,
you just want that first event under your belt, because in that first moment you're thinking, why am I doing this?
Mm-hmm. That first event is always the most nerve-wracking. Once you've got one, you're kind of in a rhythm.
Would you prefer a fast event like this, or kind of a longer, more endurance event to start with?
I love the short events. I think they're so much fun, but also there's so much more on the line, because if you mess up, you have like a smaller window.
Yeah. Excellent for Gemma Hoke right there, and also Jaden Wakatopi Stewart.
Connie Harris finishing things off. 2 heats down, 2 heats to come. Event number 1, Randy, day 1 of the Down Under Championships. We'll be back soon. Welcome back to a almost half-full Wynn Entertainment Centre, day 1 of the Down Under Championship. Jeremy Austin, Annie Sakamoto, and a very special guest, Brooke Wells, joining us. A heat list for the third heat, the ladies, and Marnie Sykes coming out of that CrossFit Selwyn team and joining the individual ranks once again. And another Kiwi, Peter Hansen, from the +6'4" stable in the South Island of New Zealand. But plenty to watch, including Adelaide girl Ellie Hutchins and also Zimbabwean Christina Lividatakis, who is going to be one to watch according to her coach, who was plugging her pretty heavily.
Definitely. Imagine that. The other one I have my eyes on is Alice Scott there in lane 7. She's 17 years old and she came 9th in the games this year. So another athlete to keep our eye on in this era of up-and-coming youngsters.
For the men, lanes 9 through 16. 2 familiar names right at the top. Matty Gilpin and Evan Morris, the 2 Brisbane boys who we've seen in competition for many years. Zach Thomas, one of the young up-and-comers right here probably staying at home in his own bed. How good's that? Zach Thomas, Jacob Wheeler. Keep your eye on Jacob Wheeler. He is one of the shorter athletes, so his range of movement is going to be lessened. So keep your eyes on lane 16. Clint Cole as well, part of that plus 6'4" team that went to the CrossFit Games last year.
And that's huge, Jeremy, because like you said, over 75 reps, being a little bit shorter, having that shorter range of movement is really going to add up across that many reps. If you're just joining us, we are on event 1 for the elite individuals, 45 snatches. The athletes will then walking lunge the bar overhead, do another 20 snatches, walk the bar overhead in a lunge, the final 10 snatches, drop the bar. Here's what else I was noticing. They don't have to jump over the bar, which is kind of nice at the end of an event, right, Brooke? They just have to turn around and sprint to the finish. And you've done it. It's amazing how hard literally just jumping over that barbell is at the end of an event.
You're just like so rushed. You want to get to the finish line. So I actually have seen multiple people like fall over the bar. Kind of nice. You don't have to worry about that here.
Definitely.
Matt Gilpin and Evan Morris focusing. We know how strong Evan Morris is, but can he throw a light barbell around quickly?
Sometimes that strength doesn't always transfer to kind of these more lighter weight, high speed events. So interesting to see how Evan does on this.
Marnie Sykes in the whites on the right-hand side. Sorry, now on the left-hand side of the screen, Peter Hansen in the pink crop top. The two Kiwi girls. They may be country women, but competitors this weekend. I'm excited to see what Marnie Sykes throws down early. Plenty happening yesterday. CrossFit affiliate gathering here just next door to Wynn Stadium. 200 affiliates from Australia, New Zealand and the Pacific Islands all coming down for the affiliate gathering. Great to see so many people, and CEO Don Fall with a speech earlier. GM of Global Affiliates, Gary Gaines, down here as well. So good to have access to all the people from HQ and some really good athletes like Brooke, who's joining us as well.
And if you're just joining the stream right now, Brooke actually holds the world record for this event, Randy without the walking lunges, in the 2015 regionals at 2 minutes and 21 seconds. So kind of fitting that she's here with us for this event.
Yeah, it's really cool to see them do this again. That was my first individual event, so it holds a special moment for sure.
Do you look back and go, 2015, that was so long ago?
Yes, I was 19 when I did that, so now being 27, it just like, I still feel like I should be.
You okay? 27.
I know, but I feel like I should be one of the young ones, and that's just not the case anymore.
Yeah, like we were saying, Alice Scott, she is in lane 7, 17 years old.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's crazy to see how much earlier we're seeing people compete.
Yep.
So cool.
Rodriguez from CrossFit Adelaide just on screen before. Great athlete in his own right, but keep your eyes peeled to the far left top of screen, the pink and the white. You see the two Kiwi girls, Peter Hansen and Marnie Sykes. I have no doubts they're going to punch out pretty quickly.
And that last heat was a good 12 to 15 seconds faster than the heat before, so it'll be interesting to see if we cut some more time off of those top times.
Heat 3 off and racing. And Marnie Sykes in particular cycling that barbell, that bar going straight to ground without coming into the hip. Now, Brooke, we see this movement a fair bit. What's the fatigue levels coming into the hip compared to going straight down to the ground?
I think you can go a lot faster by muscle snatching it. Will, in the end, save your grip a little bit. But once it starts to get a little bit fatigued, kind of cycling it and hitting your hips will end up helping in the long run.
So far, it looks like Evan Morris is handling that bar fine, and there's Marnie Sykes. She's definitely one of the taller athletes, it looks like, on the floor right now, so a little bit longer range of motion, but handling that bar just fine.
You think, Brooke, you're 221. You really haven't got time to pause on every rep.
Right.
So maybe that position, and she's probably practiced this a fair bit coming into this event. Dropping down because she's a taller athlete is
Yeah.
going to save her those milliseconds, which at the end of the event
For sure.
is going to get her more time back.
I think also if you're a taller athlete, kind of trying to play with a wider grip to shorten your range of motion is very beneficial. It looks like she might be doing that as well.
And there's Evan Morris right there. You can see the breath going, but he's power snatching right up. Oh, right when I said power snatch, he moved into a muscle snatch.
Marnie is our leader for the females. You're just joining us, males and females in the same heats.
And Ludwig Hansen just went right down from that lunge. He went right to work on his set of 20 without dumping the bar. Very impressive by Ludwig in that lane 12.
Battle for the men. Pretty tight at present, and the grip fatigue starting to kick in. Clint Cole in the white shirt, bottom left of screen. The Frenchman living in New Zealand, in the South Island, down in Christchurch, will have absolutely no trouble moving this light barbell.
All these gents are on that set of 20 right now, as are all the ladies.
You can watch the fatigue setting in for sure.
And it's Ludwig that gets to those lunges first. But Evan Morris is not far behind him. And on the ladies' side, it looks like Ellie Hutchins is taking over Marnie Sykes and goes right into her last set of 10. Marnie's got to make up about 1 rep right here, and she drops the bar. This is it for Ellie Hutchins. She's making her move right here. Just a couple more reps.
Hutchins
Oh!
finishing up. Metamorphic from Adelaide and George Regis from CrossFit Adelaide. So 2 South Australian athletes almost neck and neck, and we have got chip timers on these athletes this weekend.
Big move from Ellie Hutchins right at the end there to overtake Marnie Sykes.
Christina Lividatakis over the line. Quick, but not quick enough.
We know that feeling, huh?
Oh, ouch.
Yeah.
And
Now-
there goes Alice Scott, just finished.
Now, Brooke, as you get on and you get better at this sport as you go along, does the burn ease off more?
No, I mean, you can just go harder. That's the cool thing is like it never gets easier. You can just push harder.
It's almost like the better you get, the worse it hurts.
Exactly,
Yeah.
100%.
And there's Peter Hansen finishing just
Jacob-
under 4 minutes.
Yeah, Jacob Wheeler down as well. Under 4 minutes, a very quick heat. The entire field getting finished.
I think it's cool to watch. I think maybe breaking it up and playing it a little bit more conservative in the beginning can pay off.
I think you're right.
Ludwig Hansen from CrossFit Basement in Helsinki. Kicking things off very quickly. Bit of European flavour as well with Clint Cole, the Frenchman. But Regis.
Nice international heat right there, wasn't it?
Boom.
All right, first event for these gentlemen. We definitely had our eyes on Evan Morris and then Peter Hansen and Marnie Sykes. But it was George Regis who actually made a big move towards the end of that. Marnie Sykes was very fast in the beginning of that event, as was Ludwig Hansen. Eyes were on Evan Morris, one of the strongest athletes in that heat, and Alice Scott, one of the youngest athletes in that heat. But it was Ellie Hutchins who made a move right towards the end of that heat to catch Marnie Sykes for the win. And there was George Regis who got it for the men's side. Looks like he's a misfit athlete. All smiles though, that first
Talia
event
Jordan,
is
you won't
under
get
the
a bigger
event.
smile. She's loving being on the competition floor again.
Well, and there's something about getting that first event under your belt, right, Brooke?
For sure, it's
Shake
so
the nerves
relieving.
off. Yeah.
Now you think about competition and you're in the 4th heat and you've just seen 3 heats go before you. Are the nerves better or worse?
I don't think it really matters what heat you're in, honestly. just kind of like playing your own game, not getting caught up in anyone else's time or anything is very important. But, however, it can be good to know a time to beat. That's always more motivating. It's also cool to see the girls and guys together because say you won the heat, you can be like, not only did I beat all the girls, but I beat all the guys too.
Bragging rights.
Yes,
How did I compare?
That's got to be so much fun.
Lauren Fisher, somebody who's been competing in regional since 2012, when I think she was about 16, 17 years old.
Caitlin Van Ziel running to the competition floor. Georgia Pryor, exceptional at the Torian Pro this year. And youngster from Perth, Western Australia, taking out the Chasing Better competition last weekend. Zeke Grove.
Two well-known Australian athletes there, Zeke Grove and Jay Crouch.
Well, Zeke, he's getting on. I'm so actually surprised he's made the competition floor this year. About time he retired. No.
He's doing teams too, isn't he?
Apparently he's doing teams, but we'll wait and see. But no, Zeke and I go way back.
So Zeke Grove was actually one of the few athletes that did this event in 2015. He had a time of 3:15. Also Lauren Fisher at 3:34. She did that in 2015. And Caitlin Van Ziel, when she was doing individual, she had a time of 3:10 in 2015. So it'll be fun to watch how these athletes conquer this workout with a little added twist.
Two of Oceania's best, Zeke Grove, Jay Crouch. Partners, end of the arena. Maddie, Jay, are they opposite each other in lanes? No, they're one off. So they can't look into each other's eyes as they snatch down the field.
Or who's going to win?
Oh.
Yeah, those are some good bragging rights right there.
For sure. This is going to be a battle.
That could be who buys dinner tonight, you know?
Yeah.
Underway, fourth and final heats. The individuals, the elites of the sport down here in the Oceania region, the Down Under Championship is back.
If you look down the line right here, you can see Lauren Fisher and Caitlin Van Ziel are pretty much rep for rep right now. Almost look like they're going synchro team style.
Georgia Pryor in the white and the purple, bottom of screen. Keeping good pace with Caitlin Van Ziel, one inside of her. Now Lauren Fisher, the only athlete in the field, male or female, that has done every single event at regional level.
That's a brag right there. That's a claim.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
Speaking to her the other day, she said, I know exactly how it feels. And she goes, but I know exactly how it feels.
Right.
Yeah. She knows how bad it hurts, but having that kind of experience can be extremely helpful.
Definitely.
And then also it's fun to kind of compare like what you do today versus what you did in the past.
Yep. And she was such a new athlete, such a young athlete back then.
Yep.
Very interesting to see how experience will take over.
Zeke Grove doing a muscle snatch, and the man, the human biceps, Jake Douglas, used to doing well here. The largest clean and jerk you've ever seen in the world was done on this floor. 2019 was a year, but a great battle for the ladies. Maddie Sturt, Lauren Fisher, and Caitlin Van Ziel.
Great three-way race between those ladies right there. On the men's side, Jake Douglas, Jay Crouch, Zeke Grove. Great three-way race right there.
Experience counts for everything, and three of the most experienced are on the competition floor in the center lanes. Maddie Sturt, back in 2016, making up a 52-point deficit after day 2 to make the CrossFit Games as an 18-year-old. Caitlin, first to move, male or female. She's here to make a statement. We know how fit she is.
And these athletes are just over the 2-minute mark. They are flying through this event, considering the added walking lunges.
Wow.
The last reps for the ladies. Jay Crouch coming strong ahead of Jake Douglas.
Yeah, but it's Biceps Douglas that's hanging onto that bar right now. Oh! Caitlin Van
Ziel.
Under 240 unofficially on that.
And making a statement early. Reese Michelle getting the jump on Jay Crouch. Lauren Fisher in just after Maddie Sturt. Jake Douglas in. And as expected, those athletes with experience, knowing how to pace this.
Reese Michelle, a former Teen Games athlete, smokes all of those other veterans right there. Zeke Grove just coming in. Woo, that was a fast heat.
Talk about time caps. We're going to go well under that.
We're barely halfway through the time cap, and over half the athletes are already done.
Georgia Pryor, Grace Walton. Julia Hannaford there.
Lane 10, Henry Carlisle, one of the last athletes finishing up, but tons of time left.
Luke Fowler, part of the
CrossFit.
Selwyn team that went to the CrossFit Games this year. Brother Ben out with injury, couldn't compete this weekend. Henry Carlisle, part of the EXF team that competed at the CrossFit Games as well this year. So a good splattering of experience.
And there's Candace Thorpe with just a couple more reps to go. All these other ladies are in. Look at, you can see them rolling their hands around.
Yeah. You could tell her grip was fatigued because she was doing very quick singles. I bet it was just very hard to hold onto the bar.
All these athletes well under that 6-minute time cap. Jake Crouch finishing, but it was Reese Michelle, a former Teen Games athlete, that won the heat for the gentlemen. Jake, the biceps Douglas, came out strong, as did Jake Crouch, but Reese took it. And then there was a great battle between Maddie Sturt, Lauren Fisher, and Caitlin Van Ziel in the middle there, but it was Caitlin Van Ziel that unofficially had a time of 2:39. Like you were saying, Brooke, so fun to see these guys and girls go head to head on this event.
Yeah, for sure. Even like being the last athlete out there, there was another guy as well, so they had someone to push them so that they could have a better time against the other heat.
Right, and then facing each other, they can see each other, right? They can help push each other. You can see how those legs are more fatigued than you would think.
Yes.
Jake Crouch kind of stumbling on the first couple steps. Caitlin Van Ziel absolutely smoking that workout, unofficially 2:39, so well under that 6-minute time cap. Here's what else I love. There's Jake Crouch finishing up right there, about second in that heat. Jake Douglas. He's not a small human, is he?
No.
But full of heart. You can see it right there. Check this out. Lauren Fisher was faster with the lunges, almost by 30 seconds, than she was in 2015. Let's head down to Jeremy, who's on the competition floor with the Heat 4 winner, and possibly somebody else who's done a fair share of interviews. It'll be interesting to see, men or women, who they got to do the interview with. All right, let's head down to Jeremy.
And I'm here with event winner, Caitlin Van Ziel. You've just come out of the team competition at the CrossFit Games and now going individual. How did that feel?
Good. It's just very different, to be honest, because obviously going individual, it's all depends on me now, which I think, for me, I think that's good. Yeah.
You've put a lot of effort in over the last couple of years to make the CrossFit Games twice now, changing to individual now. What changes in your training?
Everything. I've got an amazing coach and an amazing team around me now, so I'm very thankful for that. Training volume, I suppose now, like just focusing on my weaknesses, but obviously as a team, you have to work on the team's weakness, not so much my weakness, so it's a big change.
Awesome. Good start to competition here at the Down Under Championship. We've got more action coming up very, very soon. We've got Heat 1 of the team competition coming up. We'll be back in just a little while.
Welcome back to Wynn Entertainment Center. Wow, what a start. Jeremy Austin, Annie Sakamoto with you. And I'll tell you what, talk about making a statement. Caitlin Van Zyl just did that and pretty much annihilated both male and females.
And that's what I love about how they kind of matched everybody up on that one, having the males and the females go out at the same time. You know, you always kind of, even though they're not competing against each other, what's going to happen here? Can a female overtake a male? Yes, they can.
They can.
And they did.
Easily.
And she did.
Great to see a lot of our repeat athletes from CrossFit Victorian, our games athletes, our internationals, Lauren Fisher, getting beaten, but only just by Caitlin Van Zyl. And
well, and here's what I was saying to Brooke. You know, she did have a time of 2:54. If you look at her time at regionals was 3:34. So she still beat her regionals time by 40 seconds unofficially, even though there was added lunges. I mean, how's that for getting better as you get older?
And a mum to boot, twice. All right, event number 2. Now this is one near and dear to your heart, Annie Sakamoto.
We're on teams.
Oh, we are too. Let's do that first.
But being teams is near and dear to my heart because I've never been on one.
You've never done it?
No, I did. 2009, when you could walk on, I did teams at the games in Aromas.
And how did you go?
Let's just say there was 10-foot wall balls, and I hit one of every 5. I hated it.
Team competition a little bit different to the individuals. Synchronization involved and an overhead walk required. Barbell must be locked out overhead. And I think probably the best team name I've seen in a long time, TBC. They were scrambling yesterday, the organisers going, I wish they would just change their name to what it is. But it's Thomas, Blake and Caleb, so it's a perfect name.
It's pretty easy. They're from Fitness Valley.
Fitness Alley right here in Wollongong. Mesomorphic in lane 7, another one of our Adelaide teams.
One of my other favorite names, Les Boys.
Les Boys.
Out of CrossFit VFH in Brisbane. And again, we get to see these males and females go up against each other, only this time in team format. I love that we're doing Randy too, very similar to what they did at the games, where every single athlete, every single division in this competition will be taking on some variation of Randy. They did that with the ski swim event at the games this year, and I just really appreciate the ability to kind of compare all athletes across the board. And again, it's the proof that, you know, CrossFit is for anyone, it's not for everyone. But anyone can do it. Masters, adaptive, elite teams, intermediate teams. Everybody can play at the same game.
Now this is a tough one. 3-person synchronization of a snatch. You want to go fast, but you're going to have to wait for your slowest person to get there. Now that could be a strategy to wait for your last person.
Well, it's kind of one of those things where you're only as strong as your weakest link. And that's okay. That just means that you have to have great communication. You need a strong leader, somebody who's going to be able to help set the pace and keep the pace. So it'll be interesting to see how these advanced or elite teams are able to coordinate with each other.
The Ultra Instinct girls in the white and black, Kiwi girls, and one of them in particular, Emma Wrights. A lot of experience on this competition floor as well. She's at the top of the screen. And a big shout out to all those spectators, fans tuning in. The land of the long white cloud.
Oh, Jeremy, this looks so cool. This is like a dance choreography going on right now. To see all those barbells moving at the same time for the most part, this is a great view.
We just need the lights off and a mirror ball and we'd be right.
That's Sunday night, isn't it?
That is Sunday night. Tough job for the judges. But as I've said, putting the pressure on the athletes to make sure their movement patterns and their points of performance throughout these movements are absolutely perfect to make the judges' job even easier.
And that's how it should be. When we're dealing with elite athletes, whether it be teams or individuals, there should be no question in any judge's mind whether you finished a movement or not. And so Danny Williams yesterday on the athlete briefing had mentioned that they were going to hold all of the athletes to the highest standards. And really, Jeremy, that is exactly how it should be. It should be easy for these judges to count these reps.
Yeah, I'm going to go check him.
Oh, TBC, look at them go.
Great focus. You can just see they look
Isn't it?
relaxed. There's
But
a rhythm being set.
One thing I like about that was the neutral head position, getting that
Yes.
neutral spine. How important is that?
It's huge. It's everything. It's, you know, when you're talking about 75 reps in the first event of the weekend, you start craning your neck. You start with a bad position, and that's going to haunt you the rest of this competition. So, like you said, super relaxed, great head position. I love how just smooth those gentlemen look right now.
The coach, Mike Bergener, slow is smooth.
Smooth is fast.
You
There
never
really
forget
is
it, do you?
No, there really is no better quote, no better saying. First group of ladies moving the bar forward.
Adapt amongst the stars. Do you think that color coordinate to make it easier for us?
I was literally just going to say that. But if you look, that team Adapt Amongst the Stars, they're not all completely matched up color-wise, yet they were the first ladies to move the bar forward. So I guess not.
Mesomorph for the gentlemen are our first team, and they are moving exceptionally well. And the muscle snatch is working for them.
You know, they basically look like they have rehearsed this event. That's what it looks like. And, you know, that'll be the difference, I think, between the teams that do well and don't is have they done at least 50 reps together? Do they know under fatigue what kind of tempo each other can keep?
Erin, Haley, and Michelle, far right of screen. Adrian Harrison and Josh on the left. The walk forward, the Mesomorph boys. Moving into position. Time a lot slower, but considering.
And you saw them actually just get a no rep there, but doesn't even phase them. They're just right back on tempo.
Considering they've got to go through the three-way synchronization at the top of the girls.
And you could see the communication between those ladies. And again, like we said earlier, that's really what's going to come into play is your ability to communicate with each other under fatigue so that there's none to very little missed reps.
And the boys from Mesomorph just under 4 minutes and have set the standard, and the girls Adapt Amongst the Stars. To the Canberra girls and one from Wagga. We're all feeling for all of those people out west of New South Wales currently dealing with those floods. The boys all done unofficially around 4:20. The Ultra Instinct girls, top of the screen in the white crop tops. Emma Wright
You can see that tempo kind of changing.
leading the girls over the line. Emma Renata and also Paige Brady.
You can see with BTS, their tempo kind of changed and they're getting some no reps now. So they need to re-sync up right here. One of their ladies is just moving a lot faster than the others. Again, it's under fatigue. What's the tempo going to be like?
And the Ultra Instinct girls collapsing on the floor as our second last team over the line. BTS from Central Coast up in Gosford. And Peak Fitness Huskisson, our last team on the competition floor.
Just a few more reps to go for these ladies. They just got to do it for each other. Oh, the fatigue.
No reps are going to be crucial in an event like this. And communication, probably the other factor that you've got to come in. Loud music, loud crowd.
Yep.
Not ideal for communicating with people.
No, and again, I think, you know, in Randy on 75 reps, you can have one or two no reps. It's not going to be the end of the world, but it's when people fatigue and you're getting multiple no reps and you can't resync back up, that's what's going to cost you.
The Peak Fitness Huskisson not able to get that one completed under the 6-minute time cap. But the boys from Mesomorphics getting it done and adapt amongst the stars. Our female team. So for those just joining us, both male and female competitors on the competition floor, which is a first, but absolutely love the format.
Yeah, it was these gentlemen from Mesomorphic that definitely kind of figured out how to set the tempo and keep the tempo all the way through. We mentioned maybe having a color coordination and outfits was going to be it. Fitness Alley also looked, the boys TBC from Fitness Alley also looked very relaxed coming into the first 45 snatches. But it was definitely Mesomorphic, especially right towards the end as things start to fatigue that took over. Same with Adapt Amongst the Stars from CrossFit Morph. They were able to just communicate well enough with each other that they only had a few no reps. And they finished in about 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Great job from the ladies, Adapt Amongst the Stars.
Heat 2 onto the floor now. And a couple in particular, Stars Swole and Star Strength Amaranth. Through to wash our RFX athletic team from Perth, Western Australia.
And how about this Aus Army team? I like that. I'm going to guess that's Australian Army.
It certainly is.
Alona, Tiffany, and Fiona are on that team. Be great to watch those ladies.
Military affiliates, the Oz Army team. And we're all after Team Dill here, Wynn Stadium.
Hey, my daughter's name is Dill. I can root for Team Dill.
TDZ. TDZ for you.
TDZ. That'd be for Timothy, Dylan, and Zach, I'm going to guess. The members on that team.
TBC.
TBC? Oh. You're throwing me off with that accent, rookie.
What a great test to start things off day one here. The Down Under Championship. Not a difficult event by any stretch, but the will to finish is probably the hardest thing to get done.
Definitely, and now you're doing it for a team. It's one thing to burn out for yourself. When you have a team that's riding on you, that's depending on you, it's a real different effort. I love it. These ladies from Star Swole Sisters, they look like they're doing a dance routine, which is really, honestly, what it should look like right now. There's a beat and a rhythm to this movement.
The
They
Oz
don't look
Army girls,
frantic. Yep, in the
center
middle
of
there.
screen, they came out of the gates really hot. Tribe White, bottom of screen right now, are just taking their time, but keep your eyes in the middle of the screen. The Oz Army girls are throwing those barbells very quickly and then having a break shortly after.
They are, and I think we saw it earlier on, that going that fast can actually end up costing you, I think, having a little slower rhythm, especially considering that the fatigue factor is going to be a little different between each athlete. I think slowing it down in the beginning could be the key for a lot of these teams.
RFX Athletic WA team.
Again, we see a little communication breakdown right there with RFX. It's not necessarily, sticking to the plan. It's being able to call an audible and everybody adjusting to that audible mid-event should it be needed.
Difficult to do when your heart rate's at about 180 to 200.
Well, you look at a team like Mayhem, and that's where, the leadership of Rich Froning really comes in. You need somebody to lead if you're going to have a team. They need to be very obvious.
We're not just synchronizing with our teams of 3. The boys are synchronizing in lanes 12 and 11.
But RFX missing that first rep, and that gives Star Strength Amaranth a little advantage coming into this second set.
Where do you think, apart from the communication, where are they going to break down in a movement like the power snatch?
I think being able to sync it up overhead. And so, you got to hold it overhead. That, for some people, is not going to necessarily be a natural resting position. But that is what the judges are looking for. So under fatigue, can you pause overhead to make sure that rep is not missed? Because if I'm not mistaken, so long as everybody has that bar overhead at one moment, the movement counts. It's when somebody drops it before everybody else has it there, the movement will not count.
Battle for the women, tight. Star Swole Sisters in the orange crop tops, top of the screen. Our Oz Army girls in the middle, our current leaders for the ladies in this heat. And Tribe White, bottom of screen. The fatigue factor really starting to kick in now.
You can see the breakdown on RFX Athletic right over here in the bottom of your screen. Whereas Star Strength Amaranth right there in lane 11, I believe, has been able to keep the rhythm the entire time. They're on their last couple of reps right here. You can see that little pause at the top. Everybody takes a breath. Everybody's synced up.
Star Strength Amaranth.
Easy win for those
CrossFit
gentlemen.
Botany, part of the Luke Starr, Darren Shaw program in Sydney. Getting the job done. RFX Athletic only a couple of reps away. A quick break for them. TDZ and Train Hard, Play Harder from CrossFit Play. Still working. RFX are done. Still with 2 minutes on our time cap. The ladies from Oz Army, nearly there.
They took off kind of hot out of the gates, but they seem to be hanging on, Jeremy. I'm very impressed with these ladies right now. I do think that Adapt Amongst the Stars in the heat ahead of them will be able to, they just beat they're faster than the Oz Army ladies, but still a win in this heat is great for these girls.
Oz Army came out of the gates hot and managed to stay in front. Tribe White, the Stars Swole Sisters, our final 2 teams. We'll touch under 90 seconds left. Tribe White finishing off. They're in lane number 8 at the bottom of screen. And our final team now, the Stars Swole Sister from CrossFit Conditioning. Plenty of time.
Here's the one thing I would say. All of those ladies, their movement still looks really clean. Yeah, they were just over 5 minutes, but good, clean movement. Great way to start off the weekend for the Star Swole Sisters.
Star Strength Amaranth. One of our most experienced judges, Graham Beath, back here in Wollongong as well. I reckon he's probably got 10 years under his belt of judging. Now he's done every single qualifying event for the CrossFit Games in this region from 2008.
Wow.
Judged every single one.
Wow.
And these guys are volunteers, the
bit of
judges
practice.
out here. It's just so good to get the entire community together.
Yep.
And it's people like him, who's also an affiliate owner, that
Yep.
makes this community as good as it is.
And I mean, it's a long day when you're judging event after event, and you have to count the same reps, the same thing. You think something like Randy, 75 reps, counting it over and over. So impressive how attentive these ladies and gentlemen stay throughout. Second heat right here was going out. We saw those gentlemen from Star Strength Amaranth, that was, and Star Swole Sisters have a nice smooth rhythm. There's your Star Swole Sisters, and then here's RFX and Star Strength Amaranth. RFX was looking really good in the beginning. They were smooth. U.S. Army was a little more frantic looking. It was hard to know if they were going to be able to hang on, but it was Star Strength Amaranth that held on to that rhythm throughout the entire thing. Tribe White, who saw just before this. And then RFX Athletic. They lost some reps there, but they were still able to take second in that heat, still sub 4 minutes for RFX Athletic. And it was the Oz Army ladies who took the heat around 4:26 for those ladies. 3:24 unofficially for Star Strength Amaranth. Great time from those gentlemen.
2 heats down, 4 heats remaining of our elite teams. Heat number 3, CrossFit Wollongong, local favourites. The town really embracing the rejuvenation of CrossFitters coming back to town.
Charlotte Baldwin, Katrin DeJonga, and Morgan Gray on that team from CrossFit Wollongong.
Katrin De Jong, I know that name. No doubts a relative of youngster Luke De Jong with that amazing hairdo. Find out what's going to happen in Heat 3. Underway.
Here we go.
Conclusion of this will be halfway through our elite teams for event number 1.
You know, we were talking earlier with Brooke about whether you go straight to the ground or kind of hit the hip on your way down. And I think in an event where we're going team and we're trying to stick with rhythm, that touching your hip on the way down, like we see a lot of these ladies doing right now, just to keep rhythm, is going to benefit over 75 reps.
You think about movement patterns. We've seen a number of athletes already this morning in our intermediate, masters and adaptive divisions, and now the elite individuals prior to the teams going. Different movement patterns, dropping under the bar at certain points, muscling the bar to that power snatch position, dropping deeper as the fatigue levels in the legs gets more. What's preferable for you?
Well, you know, I think we're talking about two different things if we're talking team and we're talking individual. With these teams, I really think, like I was just saying, you need to hit your hip on the way down. You need to do just a little power snatch on the way up. I think it makes the movement more rhythmic. And when you're looking at 75 reps and those reps needing to be synced up, I think having those little beats or those little moments where you can kind of catch up with each other are critical when it comes to your overall finish time. Mesomorph there, they might prove me wrong because they're just going straight to the ground from that overhead position.
CrossFit Greater West, one of our pretty close regional teams to Wollongong, leading the charge here.
Good communication between those gentlemen. They knew right when they were going to break it up. I like that.
Unbound Athletic.
Yeah, you can see they're kind of struggling a little bit more of are we up, are we down? Greater West HQ right next to them coming up in these maroon shorts. They had a plan. All the gentlemen stuck to it. That was great. Here's the ladies from Mesomorph. You can see they're starting to slow down, but they're still skipping the hip on the way down.
And there's what I was expecting to see.
Yep,
Previous,
there's the
and we've just seen it now. Just one too many reps. And we talk about grip, hook grip, very important in an event like this, even though it's a light barbell.
Yep, and again, I think the hook grip is imperative, but this is a team, like I was just saying, they're not hitting the hip on the way down. Sometimes hitting the hip, that's a moment where you can just kind of get a little release off that grip. She didn't get it, and she lost that bar.
Greater West, another communication breakdown, but they managed to get back in sync again.
Well, like I was saying earlier, Jeremy, I think you can have 1 or 2 missed reps. It's not the end of the world, as long as you can get back into rhythm quickly.
As long as you're not doing doing the extra reps, I suppose. Everything's good. CrossFit Speed, Unbound Athletic, our Brisbane team coming forward, but it is going to be Greater West finishing up in about 3 minutes 20.
Looked like about 3:27 unofficially, which would have Star Strength Amaranth from the heat before, possibly beating him out by about 3 seconds. And it's triple threat there in the middle for the ladies in lane 3 that's making a move.
CrossFit Raw Iron from the Gold Coast, only about 3 kilometres. What's that, about a mile and a bit from my gym back home on the Gold Coast?
Yeah, it's about 3,000 meters, isn't it? See that quick math?
Give or take, I like it. Mesomorph in the black and green, battling off as CrossFit Speed, Unbound Athletic team from Brisbane get finished up.
And one of the ladies from Mesomorph, same one, just lost that bar right out of her grip again.
Rec Jim Kirawee over the line in the white shirts. Another one of our South Sydney teams, so not too far to travel. Raw Iron, the triple threats. Almost ran out of the stadium. Mesomorph are done. And Ocean Fitness Black for the men. Just taking a seat, happy to get that done. The ladies now from CrossFit Wollongong.
Home turf team right there, finishing up.
Still well under that time cap. It's a very generous time cap, but we have had one
team that was capped so far.
Capped so far.
And just only a couple reps left for that team.
So a good start to competition.
Great start.
I suppose you
Mesomorph
could,
made a huge move at first there, but
I suppose you could say it was like speeding up to a point, and then they get about a minute in and go, oh, hang on a minute, let's just slow things down. But an event like this, you need a really good start if you're going to do well in competition.
Well, again, I think we were talking, it's not how well you do the first 25 reps together, it's how well you do that back 35 reps. And if you're going faster than you yourself can handle just to try to keep up with the team, I think in the end it's going to come back to bite you. And that's what we saw with this Mesomorph team. They were so fast on the first few sets. Same with that Greater West HQ team. But the problem was for this Mesomorph team, they were almost too fast for their own good. You see that front lady losing the bar right there. And that's something that Greater West did not encounter. They were great with their communication the whole way through. Maybe missed one rep, but it didn't cost them enough. It was triple threat that really caught my eye. Those ladies in the center, they were very rhythmic right out of the gate, Jeremy, and that's what I think led them to that heat win. They weren't the first ones to that second set, but they were definitely the first ones off that final set. Great job to all the athletes that just took on Randy in team event 1.
Big thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for the Down Under Championship. And I have no doubt that list is going to double next year. The amount of people that are coming down to the region.
For sure. It's really starting to fill up in here.
Heat number 4. Seconds away. And Torian Pink. We love the pink on Saturday up at the Torian Pro. and they're going to be coming out of the gates fairly hot. Frankston down in Melbourne. Looking forward to seeing those boys hit the floor. Luke Spencer in particular, who missed out on the Torian Pro due to injury.
And how about Carvo G's? That was supposed to have Zeke Grove on the team, so it'll be interesting to see if he does Randy for a second time today, or if he's going to switch it up.
Event 1. Randy, great way to start. Not a difficult event. 75 reps. Just do 75 and you're finished. That's it. It's easy.
By not difficult, you mean simple. But,
Sorry, yes.
But
Make it simple.
But not easy by any means. Usually the most simple ones are the hardest ones, Jeremy.
Oh, it is game face on. Joel Munro back on the competition floor again. Last time we saw him was 2018.
And if that gentleman on the left of your screen, now middle of your screen looks familiar, that's probably because
Frankston boys.
CrossFit Frankston boys.
And a younger looking version of Jay Crouch.
That's what I was going to say. That's Toby Crouch right there, right? I didn't want to misspeak, but it's pretty obvious he's a Crouch brother.
No Zeke Grove in the OGs team. JT's in there. He wasn't sure if he was getting the call up yesterday. I think after the first event, Zeke's gone, no, you're in.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this twice.
The grip is gone. Good for him for stepping in. See the ladies from Top End Trouble right there from CrossFit Abode.
Actually, Kobe Head, the MC's affiliate up there in Darwin, doing great stuff for the community at the top end of Australia. If you're not sure where Darwin is, right in the middle of Australia and right up the top. Just don't go swimming in the ocean up there. Might meet up with a saltwater croc. We don't want that. I suppose it's like going to the Glades in Florida and swim with the gators.
Yeah, again, we don't want
We don't
that.
want to do. We don't want that.
No. Well, kind of like I've heard in Perth, there's plenty of great whites.
Yes, that's why you
One
don't get
for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. Luke Spencer, as I mentioned, to the far left. Great to see him on the competition floor again. Underway. Fourth heat of 6. Things starting to heat up here. Wynn Entertainment Centre for day 1 of the Down Under Championship. We are back. Jeremy Austin and Annie Sakamoto with you. Annie, all the way from the US. So thank you for coming.
Hey, thank you for having me. I love, do you see these ladies in Top End Trouble? You can see right at the top of each rep, they release that hook grip. That means they're letting go of that grip. You can see that for most people, it's grip fatigue that really plays in here. So great to see those ladies from Top End Trouble releasing that grip at the top. Get a little tension out of those forearms for a split second. Ladies right next to Top End are Jam It. That's Maddie Higgins, Jenna Lenich, and Ashley Story.
Create Fit from Melbourne. Torian Pink.
Love it. Pretty in pink, those ladies, and they're looking good right there, nice and smooth. And the gents from CrossFit Botany.
Jaden Azapati to the far left is an exceptional athlete, affiliate owner as well. CrossFit Botany, just close to where you flew in, actually.
It is.
At Sydney, Botany, just the next suburb over from where you flew in. So how about that? You probably saw
that?
it.
When was that? When did I fly in?
Yeah, Tuesday, I think.
What day is today?
Like a week ago, maybe, it feels like. Sammy Drescher, a great athlete in her own right here on the competition floor, and she has had many a regional win here, and happy to be leading this Abode team.
Look how fast those ladies are going. First to walk that bar overhead between the men and the women. Great job right now from Top End Trouble. I can't wait to see if they can hang on to it. And all those gentlemen moving forward almost like they're a team of 12.
Battle of the boys is tight. The ladies from Abode. And Sammy Drescher. Talk about her for a second. She's one of the tallest athletes we've seen here on the competition floor for the female side of things. Some movement patterns like rowing, wall balls, that sort of stuff. She loves that stuff.
Yep. But when it comes to syncing up with others on your team and being a taller athlete, you're going to have to adjust. You're either going to have to pull under a little more or wait a little longer.
What's better? You're not the tallest athlete out there.
I'm not?
No, apparently not. What's better, being a shorter athlete with a barbell cycle, with a light barbell cycle, or is it better being a stronger, taller athlete?
Is this a test?
Yes, it is.
Am I going to fail if
I don't know.
Hopefully
you've got the right answer.
For sure, being a smaller athlete, especially, again, if we're talking about 75 reps and you're thinking how much time it takes per rep, 75 reps, you're going to definitely benefit light barbell being a smaller athlete.
Abode, bottom right of screen. Sammy Drescher leading the charge. Lauren Carr and Alison Muller there with her.
But I love it. This is Top End Trouble and CrossFit Frankston going face-to-face, head-to-head, not competing against each other, but definitely pushing each other on the finish.
Oh, and a crucial no rep from the Abode girls. But it is not going to matter in this heats, male or female. And Top End Trouble getting done. Botany getting just ahead of Reebok CrossFit Frankston. Torian Pink, Lucy Campbell falling over the line. We've seen that quite a few times this morning. Great team from...
Oh, this is almost a synchronized finish for the ladies from both Jamit and Tribe Black right there. Great job.
And the Carvo G's, our final team, step over.
Again, all of these teams about 90 seconds under the time cap. Very impressive. Great way to start off the competition.
Love the programming that Rob Forte has come up with for the 3 days of competition here. Don't reinvent the wheel.
Well,
we know these events work in this stadium because people have done them before, and Dave Castro's programmed these events, so hey, tip of the hat to Dave Castro, thank you. We're going to use them.
Exactly, and not only is it about working, there's a bit of nostalgia to doing these workouts, these events in this building. There's a bit of history. There's a lot of these athletes that have done these events in this building, so very nostalgic to be doing that. And a lot of athletes that are newer athletes, you could say probably like your Jay Crouch, who haven't done these events, but were inspired by a lot of athletes that did do these events before them in this building. So I think it's very appropriate and very poignant that Forte, that Rob and his crew programmed the events the way that they did. These ladies from Top End Trouble, they were so fast right out of the get-go, and you can see right there, Botany, they were communicating even from the very beginning. You can see that one gentleman calling the reps. And again, that's what this is going to come down to. That's what being on a team comes down to. Somebody having clear communication, being a leader. Great job from CrossFit Botany and from Top End Trouble.
Sammy, get off your box. You don't need to be any taller.
Even with that one missed rep right at the end there, Jeremy, they had a great time, around 3:46 unofficially.
A heat list for heat number 5. Before we start getting into a little bit of international flavour, our side CrossFit Games competitors in the team competition last year. Batman, Robin, and JJ, CrossFit CQ all the way up. Mid-Queensland region, just around Rockhampton. Get out your Google Maps for that one. But again, Luke Starr's stable, Star Strength. Plenty of teams in this competition.
And Lake and Watt on Team LNMD. That's a name I'm familiar with.
Lake and White coming back from having a baby. I saw her yesterday. I can't believe how quickly athletes are bouncing back from childbirth and getting straight into competition again. So Team LMND Abby Ashton and also Amy Alessi. Now, talking about blonde brigade, you are not going to miss these girls. Amy Alessi's ponytail is nearly as tall as she is.
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh, absolute superstar on this competition floor. She's been here so many years. She wasn't sure she was going to come back either. But the opportunity arose, the Down Under Championship, to come back, and she went, I can't pass this up. I've got to go there.
Again, it's got to be really special for a lot of these athletes to be back in the Wynn Stadium on this competition floor. So here we see Randy for the elite teams. They're going to do 45 synchro snatches. They're not going to walking lunge that bar overhead, but they are going to walk that bar overhead. 20 synchro snatches. They'll walk the bar overhead one more time for their final set of 10. Drop the bars. Here's the big one. They just turn around and run to the finish line. They do not need to jump over those bars. Best part about this, it's the men and the women going head to head, face to face. And in that last heat, we saw CrossFit Abode, Top End Trouble from CrossFit Abode coming out the victor, just barely beating out CrossFit Botany. One of the more unique things about our sport is that we do see men and women going head to head. That must be LNMD.
That is the Amy Alessi smile, which we love. Wait till we get some muscle ups and handstand walks and all sorts of stuff going on later on over the weekend.
We're going to see those sooner than later, actually.
Abby Ashton on the right and Laken Watt on the left. You can see why
Look at that hair.
Tagging them the Blonde Brigade.
Yes, beautiful.
Another couple of teams in this heat. Ariti, saw them for the first time at the Torian Pro this year. One of our younger affiliates.
One team of gentlemen almost missed it.
Yeah. And three of the greatest characters, Jack Clark, Lucas O'Brien, and Benny Newland. Lucas O'Brien, I'm surprised he's got shorts on.
So that's Team Underway, full senders, and they definitely almost had to full send it by not making the competition floor in time.
Keep your eye on them. They are going to go. Heat 5, getting things started. Heat 6 coming up, and we are going to see some absolute superstars hit this competition floor for the first time. I am really excited.
There might be one or two in there, huh?
Star Strength Pink to the right.
Pink bras. One girl has pink hair. I love it. And again, we see a nice little rhythm on these ladies. Star Strength Pink, great little rhythm.
Emily Abbott, Adi Karnowitz, and Isabel Gosling. Great to see Isabel back on the competition floor again. She's at the far right of the screen.
And then right next to them in the yellow tops is that Team LNMD. They were looking very rhythmic on that first set. There they are.
Dead set, you could throw the entire Torian Pro heat list onto the floor here, and they are all here.
There's not many missing from that, are there?
Things tight.
A lot of teams resting right now. Looks like a purposeful rest. And again, I think that's going to help these teams out.
Just saw a shot of Laura Clifton for our side. Games competitor in her own rights. Holly Heine, Alexandra Bullock as well. But the boys from CrossFit CQ, Jake Standen, guy who's probably annoyed that the weight is not 100 kilos heavier than this, loves a heavy barbell. And all boys teams Ariti on screen now.
Much like the heat before, it's almost like it's a 12-man synchro event at the moment. Those ladies from Star Strength Pink and Team LNMD first ones to move forward.
So Rec Gym Kirawee, two sisters and a very familiar surname for those who know their regional history. It is the Herring sisters. And great to see these two in the same team.
Great shot right here. We can see how these men and women are going head to head.
Oh, Hannah Louis Foster, look at that mullet. It is absolutely amazing. And it just keeps growing every year.
Your boys, they're making a move right
The
now.
underway boys are on.
They are full sending right here.
I can't believe they nearly missed their heat. They would have had no warm-up.
They just wanted an extra adrenaline rush. No big deal.
But very good athletes, all three of them. The girls.
5 reps to go for them.
Star Strength Pink, bottom of screen, fighting it out with the girls, LMND. Can the boys from Underway Senders catch them? It's going to be the girls.
It's the ladies again.
The Phantoms from 6'4" are through. Underway Senders are through. Star Strength Pink. Superstars from Ariti are in. Oh, what a tight heat.
Oh.
Not as fast as our previous heats. Isabel Avey and Emily making up Star Strength Pink. The CQ boys, Batman Robin and JJ. And now the Rec Gym Kirawee team, our final team on the floor, still with about 1:45 left. And all done.
Super fast heat. Over 1:30 before the time cap for every single team that was on the floor right here. Great job. Again, I think it's one of those things, Jeremy, where if you have a couple teams that are really pushing the pace and you have the benefit of being another team out on the floor, it helps push your pace. So we see the heats just start to get faster and faster the better the athletes get.
Emily Atten very happy to get that one done. The Kiwi boys. What a good finish from them. And great to have so many people in the arena here. And also yesterday, the affiliate gathering, Laken and Amy as well. There's Luke Starr in the blue shirts, the owner of Star Strength and creating so many good athletes. There's that ponytail I was talking about earlier.
I love it.
It's
Ponytails,
amazing.
Great bras, and even better rhythm amongst those three ladies.
There he is.
They did a great job right
The
there.
man himself, Luke Starr. You probably know we're talking about him as well.
He's at, yeah.
2019,
There, now we see.
2019, he was a victim of this same injury as Brooke Wells on the competition floor.
Oh, wow.
Getting under a snatch and breaking that elbow. But bounced back, and he's actually competing here as well in the Masters division.
Oh, that's epic. Good for him. So we see almost every boys team.
Almost a false start. The other guys are going, where are they?
But just enough time to rip that shirt off. And not only rip that shirt off, those gentlemen from Underway Full Senders will rip a win off as well. You can see how taxing even just overhead walking is right towards the end. Great job from Star Strength Pink. They were just behind CrossFit Team LNMD. But it was 64 Army Phantom, that actually overtook Underway Full Senders right at the end of that heat and ended up with a heat win there.
Tell you what, crowd here, people walking past me with beer already.
What time is it?
I don't think it matters.
I don't think it matters in Australia either. But you know, one of my favorite things when we went to Barcelona was you could drink coffee or wine at any hour of the day. I feel like Australia might be the same. You can literally drink coffee or beer.
We've got a couple of restrictions. Nothing like
What
that.
are they?
Well, our Sunday night after party is closing at midnight.
No more coffee, only beer.
Well, you can probably get coffee at McDonald's after that, but yeah, no more beer, unfortunately. Kate Gordon, one of our MCs on the floor this weekend and part of the Level 1 affiliate team down here. And they had a little bit of a Level 1 summit yesterday up at CrossFit Play under the tutelage of a very wonderful lady, Lisa Ray.
One of my absolute favorite people in CrossFit. I've known her for years. Lisa Ray is about as solid as they get as human beings go.
So good that the Level 1 staff are always upskilling and teaching us exactly what's happening.
Oh,
and here we go. The crowd on their feet for our elite teams, Royce Dunn, Jack Jeffrey, and a young, skinny-looking James Newbury who joined us for breakfast this morning. They are in the team Hustle Made in lane 7, Matt DeLugas, Ricky Garrard, Khan Porter. We have got so many superstars lining up in this heat. It is just not funny. Saxon, Chandler, Noah, great to have them down here.
So, you know, we know Chandler and Noah have competed on a team together, but the third at that at Wadapalooza was Travis Mayer. So it'll be interesting to see how Saxon fits in to this team event 1 Randy. 45 synchronized snatches. They'll advance the bar forward, walking it overhead. 20 synchro snatches, advance the bar forward for a final set of 10. Dump the bar, turn around, and run to the finish.
LSKD Gold, 2 of the EXF members from the CrossFit Games, Bryony Chalice, and also Christy Hollard and Emily DeRoy. She is one to watch out for the next couple of years. She was so close at the Torian Pro in getting one of those qualifying spots. So keep your eye on her as well. So that is going to be a great team as well. Oh,
couple of muscles right there.
James,
huh?
put it away, please.
So
Do you know what he did? He did a half Ironman last weekend.
I was just going to say.
And he's doing a full Ironman in 2 weeks. I'm just going to come and
With
do
just a little bit of CrossFit in between.
a big shout out to Brandon Swan, who unfortunately couldn't be part of this team. Big Royce. He's been winning everything in the off-season down here, Australia and New Zealand. He's killing it.
It's got to be great for both of these gentlemen to be back on this competition floor here in the Wynn Stadium.
Underway, our 6th and final heats. Sam Jones at the front, ripping it up. Star Strength girls, or gals, I should say. Lauren Lovick and Jade Williams as well. Some great teams have got together. The opportunity to get together and throw down. Now, keep in mind, there's a LSKD Gold, Emily Droy back left, Bryony Chalice in front, Christy Hollard at the back. Matt DeLugas, look at his stance, and there's a reason for that.
Yes, being a taller athlete and having to accommodate for these slightly shorter athletes, well, shorter than him athletes, he's got to shorten up his range of movement so that these gentlemen can stay on a better tempo, on a better rhythm together. So great move by Matt DeLugas to just open up that stance a little bit and shorten up. The Bayside ladies right there.
Amy Tafai at the front. Great athlete in her own right, but the men at work. Greatest name. Got a famous Australian band out here called Men at Work. And no doubt Noah would have done some research on that. But when you were talking about Matt DeLugas and taller than normal people, no one's taller than Matt DeLugas.
No.
He came out of the airport and he was very easy to spot. LSKD Gold are our first female team, but only just.
So, you know, this is a great, when we look at the team of Noah, Chandler, and Saxon, Noah and Chandler, again, have trained together, whereas Saxon hasn't. So they might not know each other's capacity, you could say, but all of them being games athletes, we can assume their capacity is pretty good to stick together.
Keep in mind, Saxon got here Tuesday morning. Noah and Chandler got here
Thursday afternoon.
They got here yesterday at 3 p.m.
Yep.
They had food, they had coffee, they went to bed. Now they're competing. That's ridiculous.
They're not only competing, Jeremy, they are smashing this workout. They have not stopped. But hot on their heels is that team of Matt DeLudos, Ricky Garrard, and Con Porter.
And the men at work. Talk about get to work. 2.5 minutes. Are you kidding?
Sub 3 minutes for the
Down under dogs. Ricky, Matt, and Khan are over. James Newbury put that precursor out earlier saying, I haven't been doing much CrossFit. I don't think that matters.
I don't think it much matters.
LSKD gold, the girls.
Coming in just over 3 minutes.
Girls from LSK. Peak Blacksland over the line. Things getting pretty tight in the center of the arena here at Wynn Stadium.
Yeah.
6 barbells getting in very tight. Must be off-putting looking at someone else doing snatches.
I agree. I mean, when you look at this closest lane to us right here, they are pretty
Project
face to
Bayside
face to each other.
for the girls. Hustle Made for the boys are in.
And in typical Noah fashion, he
Typical.
is out on the floor cheering on the last competitors. It's, you know, Noah is not only one of the best competitors because of his capacity, but it's because of his sportsmanship, just who he is as a fellow competitor that makes him so special.
Star Strength Gals getting finished up, and actually Noah chasing them down the field, and he's giving everyone a high five. Actually a low five, but the fact that he's down, he's run down the field of play here and make sure he high fives or low fives every single competitor.
Again,
what a legend.
It's what makes him one of the most fan favorites. Great to see him making the trek. Like Jeremy said, just got in yesterday afternoon, and he is not only fit as can be, he's as fantastic as can be, making sure he says hi to all the fans, root on all of his fellow athletes. He's by far one of the most fun people to compete with, be on the floor with. So great to see Noah Olson here. Voice done, given the I see you, I'm gonna get you look. Him, James Newberry, and Jack Jeffrey on that team Hustle Made. On the ladies' side, that Bayside team of Amy Tarfay, Sonia Morey, and Taylor Dekligen. But it was, of course, the men at work that absolutely annihilated that workout. They were well under 3 minutes, which if we look back at the 2015 regionals, Con Porter came in at 2:39, James Newberry was 2:43. Noah and Saxon were both sub 3 minutes, but you know, Noah was 2:41, and I believe as a team they did it in about the same time. Super impressive. Great job also from Team Hustle Made and James Newberry, like Jeremy said, did a half an Ironman last week or 2 weeks ago and is about to do an Ironman in just another week or two.
Boys, seriously, 2.5 minutes? What's going on? Is that jet lag induced or not? Chandler, what's going on?
I think we figured that the sooner we finished, the more time we had to go explore Wollongong.
And what are your thoughts on Wollongong?
So far, so good. It's been about 24 hours, so we hope to be able to get a little bit more in the next few days. We'll keep working out fast, so we got more time for that.
Sweet. Saxon, you got here on Tuesday. What have you been up to since you've been here?
Laying on the beach, enjoying it.
So you've been bludging while these guys have been suckering on a plane all the way out here?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Now you've left the kids at home. Was that a plan?
He's got 2 new kids now.
Yeah, that was the plan. Hopefully next year we can bring them with us.
Let's hope so. Chandler, bit of trash talk going down, but really it's a little bit of fun with you and Ricky.
I'm a big Ricky fan, so all of this is just me trying to get my WWE contract lined up for whenever I'm done with this. So I hate that guy.
So you're ready for the final event, which will be a boxing match in the center of Wynn Stadium here with you and Ricky, boxing gloves on.
Brother, I was absolutely born ready, and if Ricky Garrard is not ready to throw down this Sunday here at the Wynn Arena, he is going to face the pain.
You've heard it here first. That is event number 1 for the team competition, done and dusted. Heat number 1 for event 2, coming up soon.
Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Wynn Entertainment Centre in Wollongong. Event number 1 in the books for the individual males, females and teams. Event number 2 on the way. Jeremy Austin and Annie Sakamoto with you. And a great start to competition here already. The boys from the US, Chandler, Noah and Saxon, absolutely annihilating event number 1, Randy. 2 minutes 21 unofficial time. And Caitlin Van Ziel making her presence known immediately in the individual females with a win. Event number 2, Nasty Girls, with a little bit of a twist. And Harry Debenham in lane number 3. All the way down the back in the light grey shirt, one to watch in this event. And Annie, this is a very special event for you. Little bit of a tweak. Underway. Pistols all on one leg. As I mentioned, Harry, known as the Giraffe, Debenham, moving from the Gold Coast to South Australia and out of the game for a little bit, but a very good young athlete back in the day and on the competition floor again. And Annie, we're probably going to talk about this a fair bit over the rest of the afternoon. Nasty Girls, one of those iconic videos. You, Nicole Carroll, Eva Twitekens. Eva probably the least recognisable and known of the 3, but she is an exceptional athlete, not just in the CrossFit realm. You listen any longer, you're going to get a big history lesson all afternoon. But I tell you what, if you're going to get on and Google Nasty Girls, make sure you put CrossFit at the start of it. Not sure what could pop up for you. Andrew Sambell, our first athletes. NTRS Performance. Bailey O'Brien second to the barbell, and now Harry Debenham. Harry with a great start to competition in event number 1. Shane Ashley Moroney coming to the barbell. So 10 muscle-ups, I can say a little bit nastier than the original 7, but the barbell probably is going to be the game breaker.
Right, and this is a weight that we actually saw in 2014. It was 175 for the gentlemen, 115 for the ladies. You saw actually Andrew Sambell break up that first set of hang power cleans. Could have been a great strategic move from him. We'll see how he goes on the second set of ring muscle ups. You can see him working away on those pistols. Rob Forte was telling me one of the reasons they did all 10 on one leg and then switch over is because it's just so much clearer for the judges. And I like that they're thinking about that, Jeremy, that they're thinking, how do we make this easier to judge so that there's not so many discrepancies in movement and scores and complaints at the end. So great move by these event organizers, specifically Rob Forte.
Well, I know Chase Ingram is a big advocate of not having pistols in competition that's videoed because it's just one of those movements. It's so hard to judge on video. This makes things so much easier in every aspect. And it doesn't take away that, I know competition organisers want to test this movement because it is a high skill movement, but taking that aspect away where there's those blurry lines and wearing dark shorts and stuff that annoys Dave Eubanks all day long. But this takes it out of it and just makes things a lot cleaner and simpler.
And actually a lot harder for these athletes in that the fatigue that you get in doing 10 reps in a row on one leg is significant. And so it'll be, easier for them to judge, but also a little harder for the athletes in that they got to stay a little smoother. They might have to have a slightly slower tempo on those pistols. Here's Andrew Samble, second set of ring muscle-ups again. Let's see how long these gentlemen can go unbroken on the ring muscle-ups. Isaac Newman right here, front and center of our screen from Hustle and Harvest.
And you think about going back to the day, I remember my first time ever doing Nasty Girls was when I first got my ring muscle-ups. It took me a long time. Now,
like a couple days? Or
No, we're talking about 30-odd minutes. But thank you for your confidence. But you think about 7 ring muscle-ups going to 10, the elite athletes that are going to be coming through, this is going to be an absolute breeze. It's going to be about 30 seconds of work.
Well, again, I think that under fatigue, the difference between 7 ring muscle-ups and 10 ring muscle-ups, especially on round 3, is pretty significant. Maybe not for our games level athletes, but for a lot of these elite athletes, I think some of them are going to do better, just possibly strategically break in rounds 1 and possibly 2 on those ring muscle-ups. If you can do the ring muscle-ups in 2 quick sets, it's not going to be the end of the world. If you start breaking down and you're having to one-off your muscle-ups, that's when all the time starts to get eaten up.
Andrew Sambell still your leader. Bailey O'Brien second. Harry Debenham moving to the bar now. Now, I'm very, very happy with the weight that Rob has programmed. We've seen the bounce off for the hang power clean used excessively and people getting through reps very quickly. This is negating that big time.
Right, this is a weight for most athletes that you're going to need to do a little bit more prep. You're going to have to let that bar ride down the leg a little bit. You can't do kind of that clang and bang where you just drop it into the pocket of your hip and bang it off your hips. Some athletes might be able to do it at this heavier weight, but most athletes are going to have to kind of bring it down their body and get that little bit of torso inclination, get that little bit of hip flexion in for each of these reps.
Harry Debenham, he couldn't grow a beard back in the day, but now he's got a full face of hair. Must be fatherhood. Getting a bit lazy.
Amazing what those hormones and laziness will do, huh?
Too busy looking after the kid to shave that beard. But your 3 leaders still Andrew Sambell, Bailey O'Brien and Harry Debenham. Sambell from NTRS Performance and out of the gates really quickly, and his pistol's very efficient.
Definitely, and again, you can see how easy Harry hits the bottom of that movement. There's absolutely, no question in our mind that Harry's at depth. The other thing that's great about that is that means that's an easy movement for him. For Harry, this is probably his rest.
Eight minutes down.
8 minutes down, and you know, back in the day, we saw kind of that 9-minute mark. So there's a lot of athletes that could be within this.
I remember trying to chase down Chris Spieler's nasty girl time. There was no chance of that.
Want me to tell you something embarrassing?
Oh, go.
No idea what my nasty girl's time is.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, guess what you're going to be doing? We'll get you out on the competition
Oh,
floor
God,
once
no.
at the end of this day. And
Oh, God.
can we get a med ball out so you can do some air squats to it?
Yeah, exactly. I actually could, you know, I could go back and find my regionals nasty girls time, which is different, obviously. A little heavier pistols instead of air squats. Nah, we'll just go back to the video. We'll replay.
Do you remember how hard the workout was in that video? We know how hard it was for Nicole.
Yeah,
Hi, Nicole, if you're watching.
Well, I mean, I think what's so epic about Nicole in that event, in that workout, in that video, was her effort. She was so determined to grind it out and get every last rep. And even when everybody else was done, you know, and it was so excruciatingly hard, she wasn't going to give up. And what better example does that set for the rest of the community? You know, that's it. It doesn't matter if you're first, it doesn't matter if you're last. You're going to do your very best until the very end.
Bailey O'Brien, can he hang on? Andrew Samble having a break. Debenham now moving to the rings. Your top three starting round one are your top three starting round three.
This is a big move from Bailey right here. He's able to hang on. Looks like for only one, he's only got one more muscle up. Huge, he just went unbroken. And again, that's where we,
He's just been no rep. His feet have come above the rings.
Oh, and that allowed Andrew to reopen the door and retake the lead. Costly
Samble.
no rep for Bailey O'Brien right there.
But has Bailey damaged himself enough to allow Harry to jump ahead into second place? Samble moving to the barbell. He's got time, but also racing the clock. Bailey O'Brien now getting rid of that pesky last ring muscle up.
You can see the effort Andrew Samble's having to put in on this final set. And here's where Bailey O'Brien has been so good. Look at how smooth Bailey's hang power cleans look. They still look effortless. He could retake the lead right here. And I think a lot of it goes down to just the strength that Bailey has. He's able to keep great positioning. You could see Andrew had to kind of go to that starfish.
Bailey O'Brien, Heat 1 of Nasty Girls version 3.
You know, these gentlemen could be feeling some grip fatigue from Randy. Again, when you think about 10 ring muscle-ups going into this heavier hang power clean, your grip is fried. That wasn't a big turnaround between Randy and this event. So that's what it looked like was happening with Andrew Samble right there.
And Bailey O'Brien, that cycle of the barbell. But after he's almost, or did max out on those ring muscle-ups round 3, great strategy, just that feet coming above the rings on that last rep.
That was a great back and forth between O'Brien and Samble right there. And again, it's just the proof that, you know, just because you don't come off the rings first doesn't mean you can't win the workout. Isaac Newman in that lane 8, one of the taller athletes, and you can tell that's making those pistols a lot harder for him.
Samble coming down the floor as well. Understands exactly how these athletes are feeling. And that's the beauty of CrossFit with that empathy factor.
It is. And especially, you know, it's easy to finish a workout and kind of be caught up in yourself and your own efforts. And so to be able to have the wherewithal to go down the field and to cheer on your other competitors, I mean, that's what it's all about. Even though you're competing against them, you're really only competing against yourself. And we want the best for each other, our fellow competitors. So great to see.
Not something you see in many other sports.
Nope.
Cam Kuzla now, Reebok CrossFit Frankston coming down the floor.
So we see a lot of these athletes kind of getting caught up on this last set of 10 ring muscle-ups, and it begs the question, Jeremy, would they have done a little better breaking them up earlier on?
Cam Kuzla, one of the young up-and-comers at Rob Forte's gym down in Melbourne. Jack Fleming, CrossFit Blackburn, getting to the barbell. Isaac Newman. And I honestly thought the ring muscle-ups wouldn't be affecting them, but obviously, as you mentioned, the fatigue from Randy and their grip strength adding a little bit more.
And you know, I bet a lot of these athletes have done this workout with, there's the time cap right there. A lot of these athletes have done this workout with 7 ring muscle-ups. I know 3 doesn't sound like a lot, but over the course of 3 rounds, it really adds up. And especially if you don't have great technique.
Bailey O'Brien, what a last set of pistols, ring muscle-ups, and hang power cleans. And the crowd urging him on in that last set. He wasn't putting that barbell down.
Well, and I'll tell you, Jeremy, you know, when he rested as long as he did after he failed that rep, I kind of thought that he might have lost the lead for good. But he was so smooth, and actually he was so smooth the whole way through on those hang power cleans. It's kind of where he caught Samble every single round. And it proved to be true on that 3rd and final round and earned him a heat win. Great job from Bailey O'Brien. I'm sure these gentlemen are leaving the floor, ready to leave the Wynn Stadium and go get some rest, specifically on those grips, those forearms. It's been quite a grippy day for these athletes so far. The Down Under Championship. Nasty Girls version 3 is how these athletes had their second event. And first set of 10 ring muscle-ups, no big deal. You can see Andrew Samble on this first set of 10 hang power cleans. Didn't look that tough. Isaac Newman, one of the taller athletes, struggling just a bit on those pistols. Same thing on those ring muscle-ups. Again, it was Bailey O'Brien on the hang power cleans that made them look so easy and was able to get him the heat win. Also, Harry Debenham, you can see him in the background there. Those pistols were smooth for him, so that becomes a rest spot. And that's what allowed him to do well in that heat. But it was Bailey O'Brien going unbroken on that final set of 10 hang power cleans. Great job and a heat win for Bailey O'Brien. Way to stick it out for Andrew Samble. Good job from both of these gentlemen. Kicking off that second event, Nasty Girls version 3. And now these gents are running off the floor and onto the recovery area. Get a little rest, some fuel, maybe a forearm massage.
Anything. I'll take anything at the moment.
How about a coffee?
Oh, yes. How's that coffee?
The Australian coffee?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't follow Justin Medeiros. They are smaller maybe, but they're more delicious by far.
We'll go and get a bucket from Bunnings. You probably don't even know what Bunnings is, but...
Bucket from Bunnings?
Yeah, okay.
No idea what you just said.
Google that later. But Heat 2 coming up of Nasty Girls version 3. Rob Watt, very good in event number 1 and such a great athlete over so many years.
Excited to watch him on this event.
Jaden Fakatopi Stewart as well, getting the heat win. And there's Rob, focused once again. So look, a bit of blue steel going on.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
There was a little bit of turkey on that blue steel. What was that?
Oh, he's a good-looking human, isn't he?
Yes. So we got 3 rounds for time. The good old Nasty Girls, 50 pistols. They'll do 10 on one leg, 10 on the other, advance, another 10 and 10, 5 and 5, 10 ring muscle-ups, and 10 hang cleans.
Underway for heat number 2. And athletes not really in a rush to get things started. And as we've seen over the course of the previous 14 minutes, 14-minute time cap for event number 2, that patience sometimes is going to pay off, and those strategic breaks that you take and where you take them is probably going to get you over the line quicker.
And you can see Russell McCoy right there in lane 8, the farthest lane. He's holding that foot and going unbroken. He's not touching down. I gotta say, I don't know if that's the best strategy, Jeremy. You're really gonna tire out that leg. You're allowed to touch down in between that reps, in my opinion. You're best by using it. You can see Russell right there. He's not touching that foot down. Yes, it's faster, but I don't know that it's gonna be worth it for him. The pistols, if you're efficient at them, this becomes your rest spot. You're not having to use your grip. It's just a chance to breathe and get away from all the upper arm pulling that you're gonna have to do on both the ring muscle ups and the hang cleans.
Annie, this is your first time down in Wollongong. Regionals starting here in 2012. We have a little bit of a thing called pandemic that comes in and wipes everything apart. And we finally come back 10 years later. You've obviously watched the regionals on the broadcast. What are your thoughts being actually live in person?
I'm so excited. And there's a great crowd right now on a Friday afternoon. I cannot wait to feel the energy of this place. It's something that, it comes through on the stream when you're watching it. You can tell that this Aussie and Kiwi crowd is just more fired up than your average crowd. I just cannot wait to feel this room shake, especially tomorrow afternoon when it really fills up. I think Andres was saying they're almost sold out for Saturday.
So just under 5,000 capacity here at Wynn Entertainment Centre. All the athletes onto their ring muscle-ups. Jaden Fakatobi-Stewart backing it up from event number 1. And not in too much of a rush to pick this bar up.
Again, it's not how fast you do round 1, Jeremy. It's how well you can complete round 3.
And Jaden, one of those young up-and-coming athletes that's going to be around for a very long time.
Very strategic break, it looks like right there from Jaden. I like it. I think it could serve him well in his later rounds. There's no reason to spike the heart rate or smoke the grip in round 1. Here's what'll be interesting, Jeremy. They're just over 3 minutes for round 1. How consistent can these athletes be for rounds 2 and 3?
Jaden Fakatobi-Stewart. Now, if you're a judge and you're looking at movement, you look at Jaden's pistols, you go, thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hip clearly below the knee. He stands nice and tall and opens those hips on everyone. Again, they've said that you can touch down at the end of each rep. Use it. Complete the movement. Don't miss a rep. Use these pistols as a chance to breathe and not have to use your arms. Great spot to recover after those 10 ring muscle ups and 10 hang cleans that are really going to spike your heart rate.
So let's throw it back many years to when Nasty Girls was first introduced to the CrossFit world. Do you remember what year it was?
I would have to say probably 2005.
2005. So we go back to 2005 and you think about the monostructural weightlifting positions. You've got some gymnastics in here as well. So the monostructural is sort of left aside, and we're sort of accumulating that with the squat portion to get that heart rate up a little bit. But then you throw in your gymnastics and your weightlifting. The building blocks were there from a very early stage.
Right. 50 air squats, yes, air squats are gymnastics, but let's face it, like you're saying, it almost kind of mimics more of a monostructural thing, like a quick run or maybe a quick row when you think about the stimulus that it's going to give you. It's more heart rate than just completely burning you out or muscle fatigue. And then you go over to a classic but high-skilled gymnastics movement in the ring muscle-ups. Pretty funny, we were doing them off of our knees that day, mainly because we just didn't have enough high-hanging rings, and we really didn't know any better.
But a great way to build up your strength for that movement.
We didn't know how to kip. We didn't know you could kip. We didn't
No.
know kipping was a thing back then.
I'll show you my first ring muscle up ever, and you're going to cry with laughter. It took me about a minute.
From start to finish?
Yep, it's like the Dave Castro deadlift video out there, yeah. But that's my ring muscle up,
Yeah.
so it wasn't pretty.
And then the hang power clean. I mean, we hadn't done a lot of barbell cycling at that point. So it definitely, that was the movement that caught me by surprise. But it was great. It was very empowering to be able to do the 10 hang power cleans. At that time, just 95 pounds.
Harrison Rowley, top of screen, getting through his ring muscle ups very well. Fakatopi Stewart.
Again, possibly taking a strategic break.
Absolutely, he jumped straight down. He's got a few more left.
Like we saw Bailey O'Brien fail that rep, and how that can cost you in the heat before. Luckily it didn't for Bailey's sake, but very smart on Fakatopi's part to take a measured rest right there.
Shelabeh Healy strolling down the line, pick up the barbell, CrossFit Dignus, one of our West Australian affiliates.
Great time for Zane to make a move. Jaden has taken another rest on those ring muscle ups. Look at how relaxed Zane looks on these hang power cleans.
Under the tutelage of Costa Illich over there in the west, as Harrison Rowley from Hilltop CrossFit and Jaden Fakatopi Stewart from CrossFit Urban get to the second round. Halfway through time cap here. Heat number 2 of event 2. Day 1 of the Down Under Championship.
And actually you can see Harrison Rowley's able to use that kind of hit and come under on the hang power clean, the old bump and go. So very impressive at that 175 that Harrison.
I thought you were going to say
that.
something else when you said, let's keep it at go, hey? Harrison Rowley in the lead for the first time.
Big move right there on that hang power clean.
Shelabeh Healy now taking plenty of time to go back. Van der Velden moving to the bar. Rowley now, your leader, still looking pretty comfortable with these pistols. And Annie, as you mentioned, that mini break you get every single rep, I think is assisting the athletes in recovery.
Definitely. I mean, this is, for most of these athletes, pistols are not a difficult move. So this is your chance to catch your breath, get off your grip, kind of reset your upper body and get ready for the ring muscle ups. And you can see Rowley's really doing that. He wasn't an athlete we were watching early, but he now has the lead. He's about to go into that final set of ring muscle ups at just under the 9-minute mark.
What's that famous saying? Slow and steady wins the race, or something?
Yes, sir.
Hare in the tortoise.
Hare in the tortoise.
There we go.
It's hard though, Jeremy. You know, you're so excited. It's your first or second event. You feel so good. You get out on the floor. It's really hard to pull back and not go all out. What is really 90% when you're first out there feels like 70%. So you really have to know yourself as an athlete to know when you should be braking, not just when you could be braking. Harrison Rowley, the only athlete on the final set of 10 ring muscle ups.
Now, this is where you fall into a trap. You're ahead. You can see all of your competitors ahead of you. Do you sit there and go, I'm going to do all 10 and jump ahead to the barbell where your grip's going to get even more fatigued, but he's done the sensible thing and dropped down?
Exactly. Not if you're Harrison Rowley. He knew right what to do. Did you see even the way he stopped his swing, so he killed the swing of the rings, hopped down? That means he's not having a fight with those rings when he decides to jump back up. He's got a good lead on all these other gentlemen. The thing for Harrison now is he has to remember he's not just racing this heat. he's racing all the other heats around him.
I just want to look at his legs for a second. He's breaking at the knee and breaking at the hip a lot, so losing that hollow-shaped position, which we know is a very strong gymnastic position. It's probably due to being so late in the rep count, but losing that core strength is really making him work so much harder.
It is, but you know, for him, again, if you have a strong enough midline, I hate to say this, but you don't have to hold a perfect position. You can use a little bit more of those legs and knees to get some momentum, and you can save a little bit of your midline. You don't have to be perfectly hollow. He's getting a great pop from the hip, so although it's not, you know, a Dave Durante hollow body muscle up, let's face it, in competition, there's perfection and there's competition, and they're two different things, and they're not always going to look the same. And it's so long as you can do the fundamentals and the basics when needed, and you have those building blocks, it will allow you to hit some less than desirable positions in the heat of competition and still do well.
Rowley. Last set. Is he going to go unbroken? Making sure he rests in that rack position, or loving where his elbows are landing every time. Resting on those shoulders and giving him that little bit of a breath before he goes into his next rep. What a great set. Hand
Great
power
job.
cleans. Harrison Rowley. Hilltop CrossFits.
So, you know, I got to tell you, Jeremy, one time I was somewhere with Chad Vaughn, who is, you know, is a great Olympic lifting coach.
Yes.
He's been to the Olympics for Olympic weightlifting. He's a great coach that a lot of athletes have utilized in CrossFit. And somebody was kind of doing that hit and bump style.
Oh, what? Was it anger?
No.
No.
I said, does that just drive you wild? He said, no. And you know why? Because that spot where that bar hits on your hip, ideally when you're cleaning or when you're snatching, that is the last moment that bar hits you. So in his
So that's
mind,
where you wanted to hit.
yes, sir.
Oh.
And so in his mind, he's saying this is actually in some ways reinforcing that position that you want to see these athletes in right at the last moment before they start to pull under.
Chad
Who
Vaughn.
would have thunk it?
Hey, Chad Vaughn. You know what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Rob Watt is about to pick this barbell up, and you are going to watch Rob Watt do all 10 of these reps. Zane Shelabert-Healy, CrossFit Dignus. Last 5 reps, Rob Watt coming hard, but Rob taking a break as well. Zane taking another break. Jaden Fakatobi-Stewart with it all to do. Russell McCloy, lane number 8. Sneaking away down the back there.
Yeah.
It is going to be Zane Shelabert-Healy. Oh, Russell McCloy, it spat him out the back.
Again, all these gentlemen, their grip just has to be smoked from Randy.
Rob Watt's done.
It was only about 2 hours ago that these athletes performed Randy, so 75 snatches, your grip is not fully recovered yet.
Russell McCloy getting finished up in lane 8. Jaden Fakatobi-Stewart's last 5 reps. Ethan van der Velden. They've only got about 20 seconds left on our time cap. They're going to have to move. Fakatobi-Stewart in.
But if you remember, Jeremy, we talked about Fakatobi's first split time was just over 3 minutes, and he barely made the time cap. So again, maybe a little too hot on that round 1.
So Dylan Murphy, our last competitor on the floor, not to get done under that time cap. Van der Velden sneaking under with a couple of reps remaining. So heat 2, proving again how difficult this event is going to be.
Well, and you know, like I was saying a second ago, Jeremy, it's really easy. You know, your nerves are going, your adrenaline is going, so it's really easy to go out in round 1, think that you're going at 70%, feel like you're going at only 70%, but you're really going at 90%. So this is where it pays to be a really veteran athlete and to have a plan, to know when you're going to break, to be deliberate about those breaks, to know how long you're going to break for, so that you don't, if anything, you're going negative splits, or your splits aren't changing that much between rounds 1, 2, and 3.
Dave Driscoll, the mayor of Bali,
sitting there with Alpha Fitz, Jamie.
That's it, I know.
Fun guy. I don't know his last
And
name, but
Jamie Montisalvo, Benzanin as well from the Wildlife, two of our major sponsors here, partners of the Down Under Championship.
some of the nicest gents I've met.
Absolutely. You just don't know them well enough yet. But as you mentioned, Annie, Fakatopi Stewart getting that one done probably way too quick.
Yep, and then you see some of these other athletes, you know, you can see the grip, how much it was taxed. But it was Harrison Rowley who was able to use kind of that hit and bump hang power clean. Again, that really saves your grip. You're not having to chase that bar down the leg and back up again, which starts to get taxing on the grip. He was able to kind of make it through that last set of muscle ups, a couple intentional breaks. Just goes unbroken on that final barbell. Time, unofficial time of about 11:34. Great job considering there was 9 extra reps of muscle ups across the 3 rounds.
Isn't it funny? You finish, it's all smiles, oh yes, it's the greatest. You come second by a second, and it's like, I'm dying here on the floor. Something about winning.
That feels good?
Yeah.
If you've done it, you know.
Heat 3, not too far away from starting. And one guy I want to focus on, and he is a local boy, and he is a pommy. If you're not sure what a pommy is, do you know what a pommy is?
A pommy.
Someone from England.
Oh.
A pommy.
Pommy.
Curtis Jackson.
What did you shorten to make it a pommy?
I'm not sure. I'll find out for you. I've just been, a pommy. But Curtis Jackson.
From CrossFit Wollongong, right here.
That's it. He is absolutely exceptional at ring muscle ups, and he is going to do all 3 of the sets of 10 unbroken, and that is where he's going to make up all his time. His pistols as well, the weight's going to be slow. I reckon he's got a bit of a Timberlake look about him, but that's just me. Doppelganger right there. Nasty Girls version 3 as one of the original Nasty Girls. What is it?
50, it's 3 rounds for time. 50 single leg squats, otherwise known as pistols. Here's the difference, 10 ring muscle ups. Normally it's 7. That's how we saw it at regionals. So they've added 3 ring muscle ups per round and 10 hang cleans at 80 kilos for the gents and 52.5 kilos for the ladies.
Ouch.
I gotta tell you, Jeremy, it always trips me out when a gent or a lady chooses to go shirtless when there's cleans, heavy cleans. You know, when that bar starts sliding and your grip is going, I gotta say, I'd be wearing a shirt on this event, but your boy Curtis Jackson is gonna prove me wrong, isn't he?
Yes, he is. The only one without a shirt on the competition floor, kicking things off for heat number 3 of event 2, Nasty Girls version 3. Day 1 of the Down Under Championships live from Wynn Entertainment Centre in Wollongong. We are back, baby, to where it all started for the regional competition.
And if you're just joining us right now, one thing to note that's different about the way these athletes are doing Nasty Girls, they're doing 20 pistols, but they're going to do all 10 on one leg, then switch legs, do all 10 on the other, then advance forward. 10 on one leg, 10 on the other again to finish with 5 and 5 on each leg. 2 things that are going to happen here. One, it's going to be much easier to judge for a lot of these judges when they're not going leg to leg. They are allowed to step down, which I think is huge. That can be a rest point for these athletes. But the other thing it's going to do is fatigue the leg a little bit more than when you get to alternate legs on pistols.
Probably the benefit I've got of knowing a number of these athletes, not just personally, but the way they move. And Curtis Jackson, absolutely no surprise to see him blast through those pistols. And now, watch him go 10 unbroken. He's one of our lighter athletes as well. He's only coming in at about 75 kilos. And for the conversion, for our American friends, 165 pounds. And the weight on that barbell, 176 pounds and 115 pounds.
You can see how smooth he comes out of that dip. One of the smaller athletes there, we just saw Jacob Wheeler.
Now, Jacob Wheeler, interesting one. far right of screen, has come down. He can do 10 unbroken very easily.
Doesn't mean you should.
He's probably been watching and seeing what's been happening.
Yep.
Curtis Jackson, though, is on the charge. Oh, when I said he was going to have trouble with that weight, I didn't mean it.
Purposeful break for him. I like it. Again, save that grip a little bit.
Wheeler. Competitor on the competition floor at regionals, sanctionals.
You can see how hard that 175 or that 80 kilos already looks for Jacob Wheeler, though. And so, you know, he may benefit from doing exactly what Curtis Jackson did, which is break those up early. Break them up before they break you up.
So we're in a different situation here where we're normally used to doing at regional level and semi-final level, converting from pounds to kilos for people. Now we're going the other way, kilos to pounds.
This is good for me.
That's good for me.
This is good. Yeah, 80 kilos for the gents is 175 American. And then 52 and a half kilos for the ladies. Good old 115. So not a lightweight.
Rigas in the black shirt, finishing up first in this heat for event number 1 and moving back to his second set of pistols. Clint Cole, the Frenchman, from 6'4", over the Dutch. You know what that means? Over the ditch?
You said over the Dutch.
Dutch,
over the
yeah,
ditch?
so if that's with my Kiwi accent. So if you say over the ditch, that's from Australia to New Zealand or back.
Ah.
But over the Dutch, it's like, I'm speaking like a native Kiwi. Poorly, obviously. They'll understand it, they get it.
I need a cheat sheet.
Yes, you do. We'll make you one up. But Curtis Jackson, and doing a tap of that foot, not putting his full body weight to rest, just a light tap to make sure he finishes the movement.
And again, even that light tap can just take a little tension off that leg that's floating. And any moment you can take any tension off of any of your muscles is huge.
Jackson,
especially across 50 reps.
Moving back to his second set, well ahead of his competitors.
I love the way he comes out of that dip. You can see there's just a little kickback with those heels, pops him right out of the bottom of that dip position. And then he just goes straight down into the next rep. Very efficient ring muscle ups from Curtis Jackson.
Well, there's 2 ways to get better at ring muscle ups.
Do them?
Get lighter or get stronger.
This is true.
As Jackson finishes off round number 2 of the ring muscle ups and strolls very casually down the floor.
He was about sub 3 minutes on that first round. He's only at the 5-minute, 10-second mark on round 2.
We're going to probably see maybe someone go sub 9. I've called it right now. Definitely sub 10 because Curtis is on track to do that.
I think holding, sub 3-minute rounds for 3 rounds would be very difficult. You'd be having to do everything unbroken. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? I don't know. Curtis Jackson about to start his 3rd and final round, sub 6 minutes right now. He's on track.
Boom.
He could do it.
He's my boy. Ludwig Hansen, he has really impressed me. Evan Morris moving forward in the white shirt, top of screen.
He's got a pretty good mullet right there, doesn't he, Jeremy?
He does. Great competitor, been at Torian for many, many years, even before it was a semi-final event. Ludwig Hansen from CrossFit Basement in Helsinki.
I like how relaxed Ludwig looked on those hang power cleans. He doesn't look overly taxed.
Thank you to everyone who's tuning in from Helsinki. As Rigas, CrossFit Adelaide, moves to the bar. Zach Thomas as well. going rep for rep with George Regis as Jackson continues on his progression into Nasty Girls version 3, and probably the only athlete I've seen so far not to be phased.
I agree. I mean, he's barely changed tempo on this final set of pistols. He's doing a little longer rest on some of those tap downs, but for the most part, it's really just a touch and go with that non-working leg. George Regis, that bar is getting heavy for him on this second round.
From CrossFit Adelaide, one of our early affiliates down here in the Oceania region, Ben Norman. I saw him in the crowd earlier.
All right, Curtis Jackson, I'm rooting for you. Let's see it, 10 unbroken.
Blink and you'll miss it.
There's one.
This has been impressive from Curtis Jackson.
So consistent.
I wonder what he thought. The programming comes out and he goes, thank you. There's my rest. But there's my rest. I'm good at these 3 movements. This is going to be a rest event for me.
And you can tell, I mean, he really, again, he hasn't stopped excessively between movements. His tempo hasn't changed. You called it, Jeremy Austin, 10 unbroken ring muscle ups.
Can you please bottle this? Because this is the first time I've been right.
8 minutes and 28 seconds. He's going to have to go unbroken, and he's going to have to go fast on this final set.
Have to wait for our chip timers. See exactly what he's going to come in at.
He's got 3 reps done.
It's not going to go sub 9.
You can see a little bit of the breakdown happening now for him, but he's so close to done. If this is where it happens, that's still a fantastic performance.
So the official time is just on now, 9 minutes and 10 seconds.
I think he has 4 or 5 reps left.
This is going to be a very competitive time, and I have no doubts it's going to be a top 5 time. If not the fastest time, considering.
Harrison Rowley in the heat before him finished in about 11 minutes and 34 seconds. Right now he's 2 minutes under that time. Almost 2 minutes less than Harrison Rowley's time.
Englishman Curtis Jackson getting the job done. Unofficial time about 9:46. Wait for those scores to pop up. Competition corner, or if you're tuning in, check out the website, downunderchampionship.com. Also live, Facebook.
And there's Evan Morris on his final sets.
I'm actually surprised Evan put that one down. Might just be a grip fatigue factor because he can shift
picked
weight.
It right back up. Great job from Evan Morris right there, sub 11 minutes. Very impressive.
Now the battle against the clock commences.
About 3 minutes and 20 seconds left for these athletes. All of them on their final round of ring muscle ups. But again, this is where we really see the wheels start to come off the cart.
Zach Thomas with a couple of reps remaining. As does Ludwig Hansen. But George Regis will be our next athlete to move to the barbell.
That barbell's looked a little tougher for George on round 2, but you know, Curtis showed us that even if you're just getting 2s and 3s, put it down, pick it right back up, he can finish this with a great time.
Zach Thomas has just sprinted down the floor to the barbell, and he's now level with George Regis. Zach Thomas, top of screen in the black. CrossFit Wollongong athletes. Ludwig Hansen dropping the bar. Zach dropping the bar. George hanging on for dear life. And Regis will be next.
Great job from George Regis, hanging on for all 10.
And youngster Zach Thomas, very good result in the open.
Sub 12 minutes for
This
Zach
year.
Thomas.
Clint Cole will make light work of this as Hansen, CrossFit basement, comes over the line. Clint Cole, part of the strong 6'4" Army. Finish up about 2 minutes. Under time cap, Jacob Wheeler, Mesomorphits, our final athlete on the floor, on the ring muscle ups. Now he's finished with those as Gilpin comes across the line from CrossFit Speed in Brisbane.
Wheeler with just over a minute to finish this final 10 hang cleans.
Wheeler battling Curtis Jackson.
Maybe he's about to do a shoey.
Outstanding. Wheeler
30 seconds.
battling the clock. Crowd trying to urge Jake Wheeler to get over this finish line.
Fellow athletes are starting to come out. He's got over half the reps done.
Jake Wheeler, what a battle.
Oh,
And the crowd
fantastic.
appreciates
Just
it greatly.
under the time cap. Great effort from Jacob Wheeler. That is what it's all about right there.
Oof. So a perfect 14-minute time cap for Jacob Wheeler.
Yep.
But Curtis Jackson,
Oh,
wowza.
so consistent.
I have to have a look at that time. I think it's about 9:46.
Yep.
And with some big guns coming in the next heats, including Jay Crouch and Zeke Grove. What is going to happen? We know how good Zeke Grove is with a barbell and ring muscle ups. Three down, one to come. But what a performance from Curtis Jackson.
Yep. I love how much you proved yourself right and me wrong on this
I love
event.
it.
I said I would never not wear a shirt. You said he would go unbroken.
Yeah, just slowed him down, that's all.
Good job. Great effort from George Regas there as well. Clint Cole, we just saw.
Evan Morris was just
Evan-
great, but I can't
It was-
believe how patient.
It was the Curtis Jackson show for sure. He was just so consistent. Pretty much every rep looked the same. Every round looked the same. It wasn't until the final 10 hang cleans that he had to break it up a little bit.
But we've seen athletes go out in that sub 3 minute time frame and die in the end, and he just kept that as his pace.
Yep.
Exceptional.
Really exceptional.
Hats off, Curtis Jackson.
Great job. Great job from Evan Morris as well. Bigger guy, getting 30 muscle ups done. That's no small feat.
And a good battle at the end. Regas. Hansen finishing up. Zach Thomas just jumping ahead before.
Like-
And it hurts. Look at it.
Doesn't it?
Carnage.
This was the best part, though. And, you know, not just for Jacob Wheeler, but for that entire heat, to watch Jacob finish it like that. For every one of those gents, that's such a special moment.
Great job from Jake Wheeler as our heat 4 individual men come out onto the competition floor. And there's two guys in particular that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on, lane 5 and 6. Our Oceania champion down here, semi-finals, Jay Crouch and Zeke Grove. Because his barbell cycling and muscle ups are just like nothing else.
Well, and Zeke Grove is one of the few athletes that has actually done this event 2014, Zeke Grove put down a time of 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
I'm going to call it now.
Okay.
He is going to go faster than that, even with the additional load and additional reps.
I like it.
There you go, 2 from 2, I'm going.
Oh, let's see. Vegas, are you out there?
Nasty Girls, version 3.
3 rounds for time. We've got 50 single leg squats, AKA pistols. 10 ring muscle ups, that's up 3 per round from our normal 7. 10 hang cleans, 80 kilos for the gents. 52.5 kilos for the ladies. For those of you that speak American, that's 175, 115. Zeke Grove right there, the only gent that has a documented time on this event from 2014, 9 minutes and 29 seconds. With 9 extra muscle ups, can he beat that time?
And a very quick time on 30 muscle ups at the CrossFit Games in 2018 as well.
So those 9 extra muscle ups shouldn't hurt him too bad.
Oh, absolutely not. Heat 4.
Almost a false start from Zeke Grove right there. He's a little too excited to get this one. He's frothing at the bit, mate.
The only thing that is going to stop Zeke Grove from going fast is his speed. He needs to make sure he hits range of movement and not push the boundaries too much. Got no rep crucially here on a barbell in 2016, and I think it still hurts.
You can see him and Jay are really pushing the pace on these pistols. Again, athletes of this caliber, I don't think it'll come back to bite him in the butt, but I think both of them, adrenaline's running high right now.
Another athlete to keep your eye on is in lane number 3, Luke Fowler. CrossFit Selwyn, The Shed. Great people down there in the South Island of New Zealand.
Right, Games team athlete there.
And ring muscle ups, pistols are his jam.
Reese Michelle in lane 1. He's a former Team Games athlete, I think you said, Jeremy.
Absolutely.
So another one to keep our eyes on.
Zeke, Jay, the young and the old. Zeke set the standard very early on, and the youngster Jay Crouch was a spectator here for so many years before he was old enough to hit the competition floor, but the last couple of years for Jay Crouch have been absolutely outstanding under the tutelage of one of the greatest we've seen in the Oceania region, Rob Forte, responsible for the programming of this event. And Zeke, Jay.
Woo! They're going rep for rep.
And this, I thought this was going to be a close battle, but just not this close.
They might be going synchro right now, these two.
Oh, Zeke, look at that pop.
Yeah.
Jay taking a little bit of extra time, but Zeke trying to minimize that fatigue. Wow.
You know what I like what Zeke did right there? He didn't drop the bar straight down. He pushed it forward as he dropped it. It's those little things when you become a high-level athlete that make a difference.
Experience. And I don't know if you just saw that on screen. The judge asked Zeke for a better look, so he turned 45 degrees so the judge could see him better, and the judge nodded and went, thank you.
And the best part is he didn't even phase when he did it. Again, the sign of a true higher-level athlete.
Henry Carlisle, part of the EXF team. So most of the EXF team here, except for Moses Patolo, who's not here, competing at the Down Under Championship this weekend. Henry, one of our larger athletes. But the battle for two of our best, Jay Crouch, Zeke Grove.
What an absolute race is going on right now between Zeke Grove and Jay Crouch. Oh.
Zeke pushing ahead, but only just.
Pistol 180s is what he's doing.
Oh, and just the transition. Zeke must have been frothing for this as well.
Oh, he's absolutely fanging this one, isn't he? Here's the other thing I love about Zeke.
Annie Sakamoto, that will do me.
Look at how high Zeke catches these muscle-ups. He's not kipping out of the dip, really, but a lot of the reason he's not doing that is he's catching these muscle-ups so high, he doesn't even have to. It's just the slightest little press out of those elbows to finish it. Jay's movement a little longer, but possibly a little more fluid than Zeke. Oh!
You're not going to believe this. It's 4.5 minutes on the official time.
Yep.
Zeke Grove is on fire. Big shout out to Loz, Zephyr and Lakey, his family back home on the Gold Coast.
Oh, quick break right here for Zeke. But look at that. Super strategic. He lets go. He was starting to struggle with some of them. He lets go and picks it right back up.
Oh, it's all too easy.
I love the way he pushes that bar. Look, he barely had to touch that bar to get it up to the round 3 position.
Zeke's
Brilliant.
rest is between the barbell cycling. That is it.
Yep. Absolutely brilliant.
Zeke continuing on. He's about 5-6 reps ahead now of Jay Crouch. Keep an eye on the clock once he does get back from his 3rd set of ring muscle-ups, but they have been, as I expected, for the elite in the sport, nothing that's going to worry them. Even though it's 3 more reps, it's nothing that's really going to stop them.
Absolutely not. Look at this, Jeremy. They're almost done with the first 20 pistols, and we're 10 seconds from the 6-minute mark.
Michelle, focused. Halfway through his 2nd set of hang power cleans, 80 kilos, 176 pounds. Zeke slowing his pace down just a little. Henry Carlisle, he has got a big frame to shift.
You can see with Henry Carlisle, he's almost touching the ground at the bottom of each of those ring muscle-ups. He's still able to get a great big kip on all of them, though.
I caught up with him about a month or so ago, and I said, how was the games? And he goes, it was the greatest experience of my life.
Good for him. You know, we can't ignore Jake Douglas right on the left-hand side of the screen. He just disappeared. He's hanging with these boys, too. He's pushing right now.
Well, he's using those massive biceps to just do like a bicep curl each time. I wonder if he's done that.
Jake just pushed ahead of Zeke on those pistols.
But
big move for Jake.
But we know how fast Zeke Grove. Oh, the shirt's coming off now. We know what that means. It is on. And a gym owner's dream, as Zeke is. Let's just throw chalk all over the floor. My partner Lexi will be cringing at the thought.
Jay's got about 3 reps on Zeke. Zeke with a smaller frame, though.
Yeah, that last one from Jay, that really hurt him. And that, but Zeke was a strategic drop.
Yep.
Jay's was a forced one due to fatigue. 7:50 on the official clock.
Zeke back up before Jay, so even a shorter rest than Jay. Oh.
Another strategic break. Zeke Grove, experience. Jake Douglas is still on the rings. Can he climb ahead of these guys? Zeke with 1 to go. Jay with 1 to go, but it's going to be Peter Rellis. Oh, turn it up. Where's he come from? Pete Ellis showing his face, the Torian Pro this year, and impressed us greatly. Can he hang on? Oh, Zeke going quick. Oh, Pete Ellis, can you hang on, buddy? Oh, he can't. Zeke now with a chance to possibly jump ahead. No, Peter Ellis. Pete Blacksland, yes sir. Jake Crouch is in.
Both gentlemen sub 9 minutes.
8:50 for Pete Ellis and Zeke Grove.
What a sneaky move from Pete Ellis right there.
Oh.
He rode the wake of Zeke Grove and Jay Crouch that whole event and just took him at the end. Woo! Way to hang in the wings, Pete Ellis.
We've still got 5.5 minutes left on our time cap. Sorry, 4.5.
These boys are giving us a false sense of where we are in this event.
Oh, that's amazing.
Jake Douglas going sub 10 minutes right there. Big moves from some big biceps in Jake Douglas. Great job. Reese Michelle coming around the bend here. Last set of hang cleans for him. This would still be a great score for Reese Michelle. Less than 5 reps to go. Sub 10:30. Great job for Reese. Only a few athletes out there still working. Henry Carlisle in lane 2. Last set of pistols right there. You can see Luke Fowler coming off the rings going into his final set of 10 hang cleans. And all the way at the end is Mitchell Case. He's on his final set of ring muscle ups as well. Luke Fowler at the bar, final set of 10 hang cleans for Luke. Like Jeremy was saying earlier, one of the members of CrossFit Selwyn who took 6th at the CrossFit Games this year. Putting the final few reps on this event. Nasty Girls version 3.
Mitchell Case coming back. But Luke Fowler winning the New Zealand national teams competition about a month ago.
Luke Fowler coming in sub 12 minutes. And here goes Mitchell Case, plenty of time before the time cap. Great job from Mitchell Case.
Another one of our touring competitors getting over the line.
Henry Carlisle, the last athlete. He's just finishing up those last few ring muscle ups. Again, he has just under 2 minutes to that 14-minute time cap, so plenty of time to finish up final few ring muscle ups and the 10 hang cleans. One of the longer athletes in Henry Carlisle. You can see his feet are almost touching the ground. Definitely a lot harder to move all that weight. And the crowd is getting behind him on this final set of 10 hang cleans. He's got just about a minute to get them all done.
Carlisle spent. He's done tougher than this at the CrossFit Games this year as part of Team EXF.
Yeah, the crowd's bringing him home. Final few reps. Henry going unbroken on this final set to get him in under the time cap.
Henry Carlisle.
And you got to give it to the crowd. Without a doubt, they helped get him over the line right there.
Oof. Tough going. But day one is done for these athletes. They can go and rest up. Kick back and watch some other people suffer.
There's nothing like watching others suffer once you're done, huh? Great effort on the first day of competition for all of these elite gentlemen. Woo! That was a grippy first day. It'll be interesting to see how or if that affects all of these athletes on day two. Jay Crouch, Zeke Grove. They seem to be in a two-man race. You can see Jake Douglas on the left-hand side of your screen, who was also pushing the pace. But it was sneaky little Pete, who nobody had their eyes on. All eyes were on Zeke Grove. Effortless muscle-ups, effortless on the bar, and the race between him and Jay Crouch. But in the end, it was Peter Ellis that rode in the shadows of both Zeke Grove and Jay Crouch on that event to finish up with a unofficial time of about 8:50, sub 9 minutes. That's 30 hang cleans, 30 ring muscle ups, and 150 pistols in under 9 minutes. Excellent effort. Yep.
Jake. But Henry Carlisle coming over the line.
Again, we talk about how much better athletes are getting year
Absolutely.
after year.
And our winner is down on the competition floor with someone very special, Annie Sakamoto.
And it's not you?
It's
Why are
not
you
me.
still standing next to me?
I wonder who it is. Let's shoot down.
Alrighty, guys. So, Alex, Peter, come and sit down at this bar for me. I don't even know where I got Alex from. How was that?
That was so amazing.
Yeah, it was that. Tell me everything about that, because you just came from nowhere, but you looked so controlled through the whole thing. So run me through what was going through your mind.
Actually, I did this workout twice in training. One where I absolutely sent to the start and died. And then another time I paced to the start, and I got like 3 minutes quicker. So I'm just like, pace it, go my own time, and I can try and push it towards that back end there.
Yeah, honestly, you look like an absolute pro out there. That was such an awesome job. Sunday, I owe you a shot. But hey, great job. Was it your parents that just came down and said good job?
That's my parents.
Yeah, awesome. Do you have like a whole tribe here?
Yeah, my whole crew's here. Everyone have been training for years.
Awesome. Well, mate, great job. Keep it up, and we're excited to watch you throughout the weekend.
Thank you so much.
See you, buddy.
Fantastic effort, interviewed by the Queen.
Thank you, Tia.
Who's ready
And
for the female
thank
elites
you.
to come out? We have
What
Ellis.
What a win-win for Pete Ellis, right? Not only do you win the event, you get interviewed by Tia Claire Toomey, one of the greatest CrossFit athletes of all time. I mean, what a memorable day for Pete Ellis.
And how about me getting sacked from my job? The
Yeah,
takeover.
How about it?
Thank you.
Next, she
gonna
might
put
be
it-
standing here next to me
Well,
tomorrow.
that's it. We'll get her up here soon anyway. But good to put it to use while she's not competing. And great for the public to have access to Tia Claire Toomey. But
Yep. It's
Pete
definitely-
Ellis, I just can't believe what he just did in that last set of ring muscle-ups to come down the floor and thunder through.
Well, I love, again, that he kind of just rode in the shadows of both Zeke Grove and Jay Crouch. Nobody was really watching him, and he was like, thank you very much. I think I'll take the lead now.
Thank you, Mother, for the rabbits. We're off and going.
I got to thank you, Pete Ellis. You just helped me understand the meaning of absolutely fanging it.
Banging it down the floor. Our heat number one for our individual women for event number 2 are Nasty Girls. And I reckon those 3 girls in the middle are probably still our 3 to watch here. Morgan Gray as well, one of the local girls from CrossFit Wollongong. But Nanda, one of our Brizzy girls, so much experience here on the floor. You cannot discount that. And event number 2, Nasty Girls, version 3.
We got 3 rounds for time here, Jeremy. 50 single leg squats, otherwise known as pistols, 10 ring muscle ups. So that's up 3 ring muscle ups per round, 10 hang cleans for the ladies today. It'll be 52.5 kilos. Let's see how these ladies tackle this.
Going the way of Georgia Otto, we're going to be dancing our way down the floor the whole time. Georgia, one of our West Australian athletes from Legion. Oh.
Well, again, like you were saying, we have 3 in the middle here in Lucy Clark, Beck Glenister, and Georgia Otto that were all competitors at the Torian Pro. So all athletes that should do quite well on this event.
Morgan Gray as well on the left there. It's Lucy Clark to the right, Beck Glenister to the left. Oh, and again, range of movement. The judge says thank you each time instead of counting reps. Thank you,
yes.
Thank you, thank you. Even Georgia Otto in those yellow shorts. Great depth and not even touching her foot fully on the ground. Just a quick tap under control.
Yep.
And back down.
Yep, that's all you need. And again, at this level, these athletes, they should be able to leave no doubt in the judge's mind whether they have completed this movement or not.
Seems like the vibe and the pace has just slowed down a little bit in Wollongong. Everyone's taking a breath.
I was going to say that, or maybe it's that first beer kicking in.
Oh,
huh?
maybe, yeah. For us or them? I will save those for Sunday night.
So this is where it'll get interesting, I think, is with the ladies, with the females. I don't imagine any of these ladies are going to go 30 ring muscle up, 3 sets of 10 unbroken.
No chance.
So it's how and when these ladies strategically break. Is it 2 sets? Is it 3 sets? Ring muscle ups are one of those things where when they go, if they start to get sticky and they start to get hard, your ability to recover and get another set really goes down.
Georgia Otto coming down off the rings in the white and the yellow. Monique Sims, Bridget Corcoran, lanes 2 and 3. Bridget out of the stable. That is Schwartz's CrossFit Melbourne. Otto, impressive performances at the Torian Pro this year. It's just like infestation from the West Australians. And so many came over and did exceptionally well. Clark. Business time. Now Georgia Otto, a little bit taller than Lucy Clark. But Monique Sims, CrossFit Tullamarine over there in lane 2 as well. Top of screen with a great bounce off the legs. This weight, nowhere near as hard it is for the women than it was for the guys.
No,
which
not for a
proves
lot of them.
just how strong the women are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. Easy little bump for Bridget Corcoran there.
Sims taking her time, moving back. So Sims and Clark, and now Corcoran joining them.
You can see Lucy Clark kind of has that little lean to the side, which helps counterbalance on whichever leg is not the working leg. And stick that leg out to the side and help counterbalance you.
Corcoran, very fast in lane 3. She's in all black with some white shoes and some blonde hair. And just the speed of that bounce out of the bottom, I really like how she's engaged that.
Yep. Well, again, the more comfortable you are at the bottom of that pistol position, the more the pistol becomes rest versus work.
Glenister having a little bit of trouble with this first set of ring muscle ups. Now we think gymnastically, the Olympic Games, women don't do rings.
No, sir, they
The
do
men,
not.
the men use them to get on the apparatus, so they don't even do muscle-ups, really.
No.
They go and do tricks on the rings.
Muscle-ups are not a scored maneuver in Olympic gymnastics, correct.
So if the men aren't doing them to get scored on them, and the women aren't even doing them, this is impressive for females. You know how hard they were back in the day.
For sure.
Now they've
Yeah.
progressed, and they're at this position now where we've got athletes like Tia Claire Toomey going through and just smashing sets of 15 to 20.
Yep. It's amazing how far this sport has come in such a short amount of time. You know, every year when I think these athletes can't get any better, they can't get any stronger, they can't do things any faster, every single year they prove me wrong. It's impressive.
Well, Tia mentioned it yesterday to us. She goes, I'm getting better each year. Why would I stop?
That's a frightening thought, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Bridget Corcoran, Monique Sims. Our first two back to the second set of rings, and that is a great forceful pull over into catch position.
It is one of the areas you can see where, and I can say this because I'm a female, where I think females are a little bit weaker on ring muscle-ups than the men, is in our ability to kip out of the dip, and that's a costly thing to not be able to do. And although Monique Sims is getting on top of the rings really well, she doesn't have a really strong kip out of that dip. And really, for most of us, that's where a lot of the burnout is going to happen. Lucy Clark here, you can see, she has such a big backswing that she catches so much higher on those rings, Jeremy, that she doesn't need to do as big of a kip because she has less of a dip to do from where she catches.
And we saw that position at the CrossFit Games this year with Lauren Fisher getting into the bottom of that parallel bar dip. We fast forward a couple of heats. It'll be interesting to see if that torn, I don't know what we're going to call it, armpit, insertion point of shoulder and or tricep even
Tricep
and
lat, exactly.
is healed enough to take the brunt of this catch.
I actually saw an Instagram video of her doing some at one of the local CrossFits, and they looked really good. So I'm going to have to assume that she's okay. But again, for this volume, for 30 ring muscle-ups, if she's not 100% healed, it could take its toll by the second and third round.
Lucy Clark from MSD Fitness Glenister now moving back to the pistols. First round complete for her.
This is definitely more of the sticking point for the ladies, although not for Bridget Corcoran, who's done with her second set of ring muscle-ups. Beck Glenister moving to her second set of ring muscle-ups.
Corcoran, knowing the training regime they've got down there at Schwartz's CrossFit Melbourne, Benji will have a watchful eye under the youngsters coming through and ensure they're coming back to Wollongong. They keep that standard very high. Corcoran's done second set of cleans as Otto continues on getting her muscle ups. Nanda Stoltz coming down as well.
You can see the more veteran athletes, the way that they stop their rings, the way they come off the rings in between sets so that the rings aren't flying around everywhere, just makes it a lot easier to jump up for that next set.
Corcoran way out in front now. Sims about to take over second place from Lucy Clark. Clark done, second set. Sims is done. Georgia Otto takes a deep breath. Whew.
And we're just about 4.5 minutes from that time cap. Most of these ladies are not yet through their second set of ring muscle-ups.
Excite, ignite, and unite. Catchphrase of the Down Under Championship. I think we've nailed all three. Day one of competition here at the Down Under Championship, live from Wynn Entertainment Centre in Wollongong. Back at the gong since 2019, and 10 years since the inception of the regional concept here in Wollongong.
Woo! Look at Morgan Gray on that barbell.
She couldn't get any more purple on her either, I don't think.
NBD, you know what that means? NBD? No big deal.
No big deal.
No big deal.
I got purple
Just
hair.
115 pounds, I got purple
No big
hair.
deal. Georgia Otto, done. Nanda Stoltz, done. As Bridget Corcoran now moves to the ring's third and final set. 3 minutes left on the clock. Has she got enough time? How is she going to split her sets up? Annie, coming to the final set, knowing what the time frame is left, how do you break your sets up?
You got it. This is where, again, you really have to know your capacity. So for a lot of these ladies, possibly sets of 2 and 3, you could see right there, Bridget, like she struggled a little bit on that dip. So great move from her to just drop down. She's better to do 5 sets of 2 with minimal rest than push. Even just one more rep, Jeremy, can smoke your triceps, and then you're sitting there staring at the rings.
Bridget Corcoran almost doing a strict ring dip every single time. We're going to get a great look of it right now. Great catch.
She's going to be down to singles at this point. Oh, yeah.
That
singles are going to be best. And
the kip has eluded her on this third and final set.
you can just see, she has to catch so deep. She's not getting enough of the kip to catch higher on the rings. The deeper you are in that dip when you catch, the harder it is to press out.
1 minute, 45 seconds exactly left. Bridget Corcoran, the transition catch is great, but so much strength to press out. But Monique Sims now, Lucy Clark, can they put a dent? I think she's at about 4 muscle ups. This could be her 5th.
Yeah, I see her judge has her hand up, so she's got to have.
She's running out.
Such a,
crucial.
Such a costly no rep, and that's exactly what you don't want to have happen.
Now with Lucy Clark and Monique Sims having massive kipping positions to get in, they are just not working nearly as hard on that ring dip as you mentioned.
And I got to tell you, again, you look at Lucy Clark and you see how big her kip is and how much higher she can catch in that dip. She just doesn't need as much tricep strength as Bridget does to get out of that dip.
Bridget, another rep down. Lucy Clark making up some time, a massive swing. And you've got to keep in mind as well, these straps are very long, making the ring muscle up even harder.
It's a real different game. To be honest, Jeremy, I love long straps, but not all athletes do. It very much changes how you kip. You got a lot more feedback on those rings.
Lucy, a couple of reps to go. Monique Sims still struggling. That transition into the muscle up. And time cap hits heat number 1 of Nasty Girls, version 3.
None of those ladies able to finish, but a lot of them were able to chip away at that final set. Bridget Corcoran. Oh, what a smile. Good for her.
I know. What a future coming up. Great to see. Look, we just keep producing great athletes down here. So.
Oh, I thought you meant you and me keep producing great athletes.
Oh, yeah, well, that too, but yeah. But I'm so glad we've got the strength of field ranking system now so we can start displaying the people who deserve it across the world.
Yeah, I think definitely the area of the region of the world that's going to benefit most from this strength by region is Australia, and they should.
And New Zealand.
And
the,
New Zealand.
and the Pacific Islands.
Yes. You should. You have proven that you have some of the fittest males, but predominantly the females in this region, and you have earned every spot. See Lucy Clark and Bridget going together right there. Lucy Clark on that first set of hang cleans. But it was Beck Glenister who kind of struggled on that first set of ring muscle-ups. A little surprising considering she's competed at a regionals level, but you know, ring muscle-ups are definitely one of those movements that elude a lot of female athletes. Definitely started to elude Bridget in that final and third round. You can see she gave it all she had.
It took a while to get the smile on her face.
But
hey, we got there.
It got there. It came. Great job from all those ladies. Go home, get some food, get some rest. We will see you tomorrow. Great first day for those ladies.
Heat 2, minutes away from commencing here at Wynn Stadium. I'll tell you what, this one is going to be a doozy for the ladies in this one. Daisy McDonald, one to watch. Also Gemma Hoke. Georgia Welsman, lane number 8. Plenty of support. And Nasty Girls, version 3 is our event number 2 for day 1 of the Down Under Championship.
For these elite individuals, it will be 3 rounds for time of 50 pistols, 10 ring muscle-ups, and 10 hang cleans at 52.5 kilos or 115 pounds. So we are up 9 ring muscle-ups from our original regionals version that happened in 2014. Doesn't sound like a lot of ring muscle-ups, but as we saw in the heat before, 3 extra muscle-ups per round can really add up.
CrossFit Chocolate Boxes, Georgia Welsman. And one of the movements she will do well in is above those rings. Excited to see how this plays out over the next couple of hours before we hit our team competition. Courtney Fitzharris.
5-time regionals athlete.
Oh, it's so good to see her back here on the floor. Fit underway, plenty of support for them. They missed their heat earlier on, the boys. The underway full senders. Heat 2. Ladies moving down to start their one-legged squats or pistols.
Again, a little switch that we have on this version. Athletes will do 10 pistols all on one leg, then switch over to the other leg. They'll move forward, 10 on one leg, 10 on the other. And then the final set will be 5 and 5. So instead of alternating every rep, they'll have to do 10 reps per leg before they alternate.
Now you talk about a one-legged squat, you talk about the 10 general physical skills of CrossFit. The biggest one for me on this one, no, actually there's probably 2. One's flexibility, but the other one's also balance.
Definitely.
Now,
definitely.
Where do you put your arms? Where do you put your feet? Where do you put bits? Courtney Fitzharris now is kicking that leg straight out in front.
So I think where you put all of your bits is going to very much depend on where your flexibility or inflexibilities lie. Right, so we've seen some athletes are able to kick that leg straight forward. We've seen some have to grab onto their toe. We've seen others that lean to the side slightly and counterbalance with that non-working leg. So again, I think it's going to depend on kind of anatomically how you're built and also where your flexibilities and inflexibilities lie. Is it ankle? Is it knee? Is it hip?
All right, what if I'm no good at pistols and I can't reach my foot? Then what do we do?
You should probably quit CrossFit.
Okay, done. I'm quitting now.
then I think for some, that lean to the side definitely helps. I think for others, just kind of giving a little bend in that extended leg.
As expected, Georgia Welsman finding it very easy, smooth transition.
Purposeful break from Georgia, but if you look up, you can see her rings are kind of going everywhere. And again, your more veteran athletes are going to be very deliberate in how they come down off of those rings. Georgia Welsman back up for another set.
Daisy McDonald, yeah, having just a strategic break. Oh, Gemma Hoke just there. I'm not sure if you saw it. Her hand slipped on the ring. She was able to re-grip in the transition position and press it out. But Courtney Fitzharris, first round, tick. Oh, business. Look
again, these ladies have to be careful because a lot of them, you can already see that they're struggling on some of the press out of the dip, and that's when you're going to need to rest a little bit longer in between your sets, and you're going to need to make sure you don't take those sets too deep. Georgia Welsman right here with that barbell, no trouble.
None at all, as Gemma Hoke takes the lead of Courtney Fitzharris. But as we've seen over the past couple of heats with the men and the first heat from the ladies, we're not winning it in round one.
Nope. No, sir, we are not. First round was just under 3:30 for a lot of these ladies. Great time. In theory, they could finish under the time cap. Heat before, we didn't see any ladies finish.
Abby Carville at the bottom of the screen, Fitness Alley.
And you can see both Gemma and Courtney have a very purposeful tap and rest in between each rep of those pistols.
Daisy and Abby about to finish off their first set of the hang cleans. Abby Carville moving back now. Daisy McDonald, Wolfton down in Melbourne. Putting to bed round number one of Nasty Girls version 3. How bad and how many versions do you think we're going to have? What's the worst version of Nasty Girls that's going to come out?
What's nastier than Nasty Girls?
Version 3.
I mean, I can only imagine that reps go up on those ring muscle ups.
Weighted ring muscle ups.
Vested ring muscle ups.
Weighted pistols.
Yeah. Overhead pistols.
And what about a 315, 225 clean?
Jeremy. Okay, what year is it? Wait, what year is it? 2022. 2030. That's not out of the question. Even 2027. I bet that's not out of the question.
Probably not.
All right, you see both Courtney and Gemma going back to the rings. Courtney looks so smooth on that kip. You can see where that dip, that press out of that dip's getting a little bit harder.
Gemma Hoke, exceptional on this second set of ring muscle ups and strategic.
What you have to watch on Gemma, Jeremy, is the way she catches, the feet kick back, and that's what becomes the kip for her dip. So if you watch her, she's got a nice kip up, feet kick back, and she just lets that chest come forward slightly, and that presses her right out of that dip.
Lisa Hemrick finishing off her first set onto those pistols, and Gemma about to come down from the rings for the final time.
Great second set of ring muscle ups for Gemma.
Welsman, less than 5.
Very impressive. Gemma did that second set in just 2 sets.
Very good friends with Kiwi Bailey Rogers, who attended the Rogue Invitational a couple of weeks back.
Did not know that. Bailey had a great Rogue Invitational. Woo! Gemma has given herself plenty of time for this third and final round.
Georgia Welsman moving to the bar, currently in second, still waiting for Courtney Fitzharris. We're not going to have to wait long.
This is what I like. Look at how relaxed Georgia looks on this hang clean. And yes, it's about the ring muscle ups, but the more relaxed, the more effortless that hang clean is, then that means the more energy you're saving for that third and final set of ring muscle ups.
Georgia Welsman all done. 2 rounds. Hoke way out in front as Welsman comes back to join her for the third and final set of pistols.
Courtney with a purposeful break in that second round of hang cleans. She has about 4 more to go.
Now, we've seen the speed drop off from a number of athletes. Gemma Hoke continues to power on. Now, that's going to be the difference, I think, at the end of this event and the spread throughout all 4 heats.
Here's what I think, Jeremy. She's really not having any trouble with the barbell. What's most impressive to me on her is she's only breaking up those ring muscle. Round 2, she only broke them up into 2 sets.
You think about pacing, just look at Georgia Welsman's pace.
Well, we talked about this on the gentleman. The pistol should be a rest spot for a lot of these athletes. This is your chance to catch your breath, shake out your arms, knowing that those ring muscle ups are such an effort, especially for a lot of these ladies. The bigger the kip, the better chances you are to getting out of it. Save your breath on these pistols. They don't have to be fast, just don't stop.
And you think about the time you can rest by the time you get to the rings. It's like doing a 500-meter row in 2 minutes versus a minute 50. That 10 seconds
everything
is soul crushing.
That 10 seconds very often equals 50 seconds later in the workout.
So pacing very good.
Here goes Gemma, final round of ring muscle ups.
Daisy McDonald Wolfton finishing off her second round.
Here comes Abby Carville for her second round of hang power cleans. I like that wider
love it.
Position that she has on those hang cleans from Daisy McDonald right there.
Daisy finishing up round number 2. But it is the Gemma Hoke show in heat 2.
Less than 5 reps to go for Gemma. Good, smart break right there for Gemma. Really smart. Missed reps can be so costly on ring muscle ups. And we saw that with Bridget Cochran in the heat before. So great move by Gemma right there. Woo!
Gemma Hoke less than a minute away.
Sprinting to that bar. Georgia Welsman's still looking really strong on her ring muscle ups. How fast she gets her elbows around that bar.
Oh, too easy, Gemma Hoke.
Too easy, mate.
One to watch in the Oceania region coming up next year, semi-final time. She's been on our radar for 2 years now, the Torian Pro.
Gemma just put a clinic on for the rest of the ladies in the next heats. This is how you do it. This is how you attack this workout.
So roughly 11:30 for Gemma Hoke. Outstanding.
Great job from Georgia Welsman right there. She was a great example. You know, some athletes, especially when you're fresh, you can catch and immediately go kind of into that heels to hip or heels to butt kip out of the dip. What Georgia did right there, she caught, she would pause in the bottom of that dip position, bring her knees up and use that to kip out of the dip. Super, super smart move from Georgia right there. If you need to, pause in that dip, but continue to use the kip.
Welsman finishing up.
Under 13 minutes, great job.
The biggest sigh of relief you have ever seen. And Gemma still just hanging out. But as expected, Georgia Welsman, another great performance. In individual competition here in the Oceania region, probably something you didn't know as well, Gemma Hoke's now working with Underdog Athletics.
Oh, I did not.
Hey, well, I'm full of good information.
Stick around.
Stick around.
You should,
You'll
do,
learn,
this, you should do this for a living.
It's a history lesson. But Underdog doing some absolutely great stuff. And I know the guys from Underdog are tuning in from the States. So big shout out to those guys over there. Not too long left. Only about 10 seconds.
Oh, Daisy struggling to get out of that last dip right there.
And Lisa Hemrick.
Oh, Lisa Hemrick.
Not enough time.
Not going to finish it, but she was in that final round of hang cleans. Great job for Lisa. Absolutely brilliant performance from Gemma Hoke right there. Oh, she's got a koala bear. No, that's a water bottle.
That's a water koala. You know we don't call
kangaroo.
them, you know they're not bears. They're marsupials. So we don't call them koala bears.
Just koalas.
They're just koalas.
Okay.
Yeah. History lesson again. But Gemma Hoke, outstanding.
She was so good.
Hey, she's been good for the last couple of years. I wonder where she's going to go with Underdog.
Exactly. Yeah, getting on the right training program, and obviously we've seen, you know, that relationship that Justin Kotler has with his athletes. Great to see where she can go. I think for so many female athletes, ring muscle ups at this volume is really kind of the crux of what a lot of these workouts comes down to. And Gemma did such a fantastic job managing those ring muscle ups, and that is what not only got her the event heat win, but a fantastic time at about 11:30 unofficial. That'll be tough to beat.
Georgia Welsman taking a very well-deserved sit down as we move into heat 3 of our individual females for Nasty Girls version 3. And a number of athletes, no doubt, are going to try and give that time from Gemma Hoke a bit of a shake.
A bit of a shake. I like that.
A bit of a shake. Christina Lividatakis. So training out of CrossFit Crossax in Brisbane, but native to Zimbabwe, and got caught up last year at the Torian Pro and having to compete out of the Torian Pro instead of going back for the Africa semi-final. Excited to see what she can pull out, and her coach Rob Noy up there at Crossaxed.
And of course, Marnie Sykes is another athlete to watch. Event 2 for the elite individual ladies, Nasty Girls version 3. 3 rounds for time. 50 single leg squats, 10 ring muscle ups, and then 10 hang cleans at 52.5 kilos. The difference here between the 2014 regionals workout, first of all, we have 3 more ring muscle-ups per round, so 9 more ring muscle-ups in total. The other thing that's a little different is that you'll be doing 10 pistols on one leg before switching over to the other leg, advancing forward 10 and 10, and then you'll finish those pistols with 5 and 5. This is 2 things, I think, Jeremy. 1, it's going to make it a lot easier for these judges to judge this movement, but number 2, it's much more fatiguing per leg. While I don't think that's going to be the make or break thing, it's definitely going to change the game a bit. Maybe not for Christina
Livitakis. There we go.
It's better if you say it fast, isn't
that's
it?
But Christina on the money. Also Mackenzie Woodhouse just on screen from CrossFit Morph. Again, a number of these athletes, familiar names that know their Torian Pro history. Ellie Hutchins, one of our up-and-comers from Adelaide, South Australia. She's in lane 4. Keep your eye on her as well. Christina, we're not mucking around here. We're on. Christina in the center of the arena in the green booty shorts. Now, we talk about fashion in CrossFit. Why is it that females must change in between every event?
Well, okay, there's a couple things.
You don't even know.
Well, because I don't know that I do, personally, but there's a couple things. If there's rope climbs, I'm wearing long pants, right? Whether it's legless or not. If it's warm out, I'm gonna wear booty shorts maybe. There's a lot of good outfits out there too. You can't just do 3 outfits in one weekend.
Now, but what I've heard, getting in and out of a crop top is one of the most difficult things, especially when it's sweaty. That's what I've heard. Why would you go through that pain of taking it off to then put on another one? Why don't you just leave it on there? Anyway.
Jeremy,
Anyway.
looking good is feeling good.
Okay.
There's no 2 ways about
If
it.
you can't be good, look good. There we go. Alice Scott, your current leader in all purple, the right bottom of screen. Absolutely destroying the first set of pistols in under 1:20. Christina Livitakis moving to the rings. Alice Scott, another one of
Those
the
are
6'4" Army.
Beautiful muscle-ups from Alice. Look at that huge arch position she has at the bottom.
Marnie Sykes now getting to the rings for the first time. Now we talk about grip fatigue from Randy, not just 2 hours ago. And the amount of fatigue we saw in the men's early heats was incredible.
Definitely. And I think it's one of those things that a lot of these athletes, it was kind of unsuspecting for them.
And I was very unsuspecting of Christina Livitakis getting through those 10 ring muscle-ups as quick as she did. She's now going to get through this barbell even quicker.
But we saw with those gentlemen athletes as well, it's not how fast you do the first round, it's how well you come around on the 3rd round.
That is a beautiful, clean position.
And there's Alice. She's just finished her first set of ring muscle-ups. She had a strategic break in there. Great job from Alice. She was a teen games competitor this past year. She got 9th at the CrossFit Games in the 16 to 17 division.
Oh, Christina. Her coach was not kidding.
He was not.
Rob, hats off. You know what you're talking about.
There's both Alice and Mackenzie finishing up. First set of hang cleans right there, while most of all the other ladies have moved on to the 2nd set of pistols.
Livitakis, the green shorts. Pistols for her is like walking for me.
No. She's much better at those pistols than you are at walking.
Yeah, true story that, with my old knees.
I walked with you yesterday
Yeah,
morning.
no.
She's much better.
And faster as well.
Yeah.
Sykes still looking pretty good. Ellie Hutchins in the black and green, and Christina Lividatakis far left in the light green shorts, white shoes. Now let's keep an eye on the second set of muscle-ups, because the first one went by without us even realizing it.
Oh, I love it. She just threw that block of chalk right down those booty shorts. Again, Jeremy, look how high she's catching on those rings. That means there's so much less effort to press out in that dip. Here's what it is, though. To catch that high, you have to kip bigger. And the more gassed you are, the harder it is to kip that big, right? So the more
Christina
fit you are,
just struggled a little bit on that last dip, but she stayed on the rings to get the 10th
oh,
one. Amazing.
2 sets unbroken.
Sub 5.
Very impressive from Christina.
Now, get an eye on Christina's cleans. They were beautiful round one.
There's Ellie Hutchins right there. Effortless, unbroken set of 10. Here goes Christina into her third and final round of Nasty Girls.
Hutchins, Sykes, Alice Scott battling for second. Hutchins, one to go.
Very efficient kip from Hutchins right there too.
Sykes, one to go as well. Oh, a bit of a slip there from Ellie Hutch. She's in a rush. Get me down the floor.
You got to be careful with those. Can cost you. Ellie Hutchins.
Six and a half down. Seems a lot longer, but Christina still making easy work. These pistols, Alice Scott.
Alice Scott doing a great job.
Zero expression. She is in the zone. No one's distracting her.
Full Terminator mode right now.
But some of these athletes, if not most, I'd have to say 90%, have never competed here.
Right. Well, and especially Alice at 17 years old.
The last regional here was 2017. We moved to Sydney in 2018. Then we went sanctional way in 2019. The Down Under was here.
So that means Alice was about 12 years old. Good for her.
You're hurting my feelings now. Alice break while Marnie Sykes continues to move that barbell. Peter Hansen.
Here's my dad joke. Marnie cycles that barbell.
Oh, no, you messed that up. No, that was so bad.
Do you know why?
You're psyching
You know
me
why?
out.
I'm not a dad.
Yeah, correct.
I can't make those jokes.
We need to improve that. It is Dad Joke Friday, however. Alice done. Peter Hansen done. Marnie Sykes back to the pistols.
I can't wait to see what Christina does right here. Can she go unbroken for a third and final round?
I think she might even break 7, possibly 8, give herself a couple of reps to finish off, just to make sure she gets each rep. You watch her now. She's going to prove me wrong. There we go.
Yes!
Yeah,
Do it, Christina. Let's do it. He can't be right twice in one day. Oh! Atta-way, Christina.
That'll do me, Sakamoto. That will do me.
Haven't ever been happier to see you be wrong, Jeremy Austin.
10 reps. Let's watch these cleans. All 10 of them are going to be picture perfect.
So impressive.
That rack position and the regrip every time. Oh,
5. Look at her. She's counting her own reps.
Christina Lividatakis. It is going to be close to a sub 9-minute time. Oh, 9 minutes just ticked over on the official clock. 9:04.
Absolutely annihilating that.
Outstanding. Christina Lividatakis, the Zimbabwean training out of CrossFit Crossax in Brisbane. Talia Jordan, single mum from the WA. And you won't meet a happier person on the competition floor. Alice Scott, you'll see her come into picture now in the purple at the back there. There's Talia. Oh.
Look how fast that turnover is. That's some mom strength right there.
That's it. Alice Scott looking for something on the floor.
You're so bad. I can't wait to watch you do a workout.
Let's just do ring muscle ups, and that's it.
Gladly.
Okay, done. Emily Clements. Oh, the step out. I like it. Just the right foot step out, step in.
Yeah.
Oh, efficiency.
It works.
So into second round for Emily Clements. Time against her. Sykes. Hutchins battling it out for second.
Alice Scott is also on her final round of ring muscle ups. Alice is back up on those rings.
Oh, talk about future superstars.
Yep.
Hansen, Sykes, far left. There's Peter Hansen there in the green. Marnie Sykes in the whites.
Marnie and Ellie with less than 5 reps to go.
Hutchins will be next to finish. Not a good last catch. But still one to go, Ellie Hutchins. 1 for Marnie Sykes. Jordan Clements. Talia finishing her pistols, moving to the rings as Ellie Hutchins moves down the competition floor.
Plenty of time to get this final set of hang cleans. She's got just under 2 minutes. She should be just fine.
Another great cycle. This weight, no issue for the ladies.
Look how quick. Look at that great rack position. Oh, oh! Little grip fatigue right there. She's right back on it though.
Hutchins finishing up just over 12 and a half minutes. Now Alice Scott, Peter Hansen moving to the barbell, and Marnie Sykes. This is going to be a good race. The 2 Kiwis against the youngster.
Look at how well Alice is handling that bar. 17 years old.
Amazing.
Handling 115 like it's 65.
Oh, Peter Hansen has just lost a handle on that barbell, which is going to allow Sykes to get over the line. Oh.
That's that grip fatigue setting in right there.
It's the same position though. Oh, no, we've got a new position. Peter Hansen's given us
starfish.
the starfish.
Show us your favorite water animal.
Recovery position. Kenzie Woodhouse has got some work to do. She's got 20 seconds to get these reps done. Crowd urging her to
She
go.
could do it. She could do it. She's got to make it to that
10
line,
seconds
though,
left
too.
now. Mackenzie Woodhouse, can she get there?
Oh,
the step out. I reckon
great
she's got it.
reach. That was a great reach from Mackenzie.
I reckon she got there with the chip timer. Wow. Great finish to heat number 3.
Such an impressive showing from Christina Livitakis. We thought Gemma Hawk's 11:30 in the round in the heat before was impressive. That was absolutely a clinic from Christina.
And Christina's coach is Rob Noy, just walked past and said, "I told you so." Yes, Rob, you did.
There's nothing like a good old "I told
Told
you
you
so."
so. And I told you so.
You told me so.
Twice in 2 heats.
You told me so about telling me so too.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, these ladies set out 50 pistols and 10 ring muscle ups, and we said and we saw it many times over. It's not how you do that first set of 10 ring muscle ups, it's how you manage through the second and the third. Christina Livitakis, absolutely no problem on those ring muscle ups. Ellie Hutchins and Marnie Sykes had a good race for that second and third position. But it was without a doubt Christina who just put on a clinic. Everything unbroken, everything smooth, and everything smoking fast. Great job from Talia Jordan as well, Emily Clements. These ladies were so fantastic, but all in all, it was Christina Livitakis that just annihilated Nasty Girls version 3.
Three down, 1 to go. And the final heats of Nasty Girls version 3 is upon us. And I am pretty excited with what I've seen so far in the individual female competition. Not just this event, but the previous event. Caitlin Van Zyl, can she back it up again?
Especially considering, Jeremy, she's going against 2 athletes that have done this workout at the regionals before, and that's both Maddie Sturt and Lauren Fisher. They did this at the 2014 regionals. Maddie Sturt put up a time of 13:55, where Lauren Fisher had a time of 9:34. Again, we've changed it up a little bit. 3 rounds for time, 50 single leg squats, 10 ring muscle ups, so 3 more ring muscle ups per round, 10 hang cleans at that 52.5 kilos, otherwise known as 115 pounds. 9:34, great time from Lauren Fisher back in 2014. Can she beat it considering there's 9 more ring muscle ups in total? You think so?
And our guest commentator in, just jumping on board, Noah Olson. How are you, buddy? Going well.
Going very well. Speaking of beating old times, do you know what the time was for your team, Team Randy, that you guys just did? Now, I have you marked down as a 2:41 for your regionals, Randy, in 2015. So you bettered. Yeah. Fitter with friends, too. Yeah, it has nothing to do with your own fitness. So humble, isn't he?
Excited to watch these ladies. Is it exactly as it was back in the day for regionals?
No. Oh, why? Was 2015 your first one?
No, I'm sorry.
You don't remember any. You're older than I am.
I am losing it already. Here they go. They're off. I am going to be honest, I have not really tuned into what the individuals are doing. So I'm trying to stay focused on the team.
Imagine that on yourself. That's a good thing. So I'm going to tell you the difference. 3 rounds. We've got 50 pistols, which we had at regionals, but they've got to go 10 on one leg, then they switch 10 on the other. Advance, 10 and 10, advance, 5 and 5. The other difference is It's 10 ring muscle-ups instead of our 7 that we did in 2014.
That does make a difference.
Yep. I do believe the weight's the same. I think we did do 175, 115.
I think that back in the day also it was with a short, like stubby bar.
Yeah.
Which seems to be.
Yeah.
I think the collars are shorter, but the barbell itself is regular.
It's regular. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense.
What's up, bro?
No, we're good. Underway. Pistols getting completed by all of our individual female athletes for heat number 4. Noah, you just got here yesterday. You've not even been here 24 hours in Wollongong.
28, I think.
Yeah. How?
But who's counting?
Yeah. How has the last little bit been and the community getting around you as well?
Yeah, so far so great, man. It's been an amazing reception. I think that there's been a really great energy exchange between us and the fans. Like, we can feel how excited people are to have us here, which makes us even more excited to be here. So far we've had one event. Chandler and I got to do a meet and greet with like 200 awesome Australian people. I get to hang out here with you guys in the booth, and then we've got one more this evening.
So you worked out. You worked out for 2 minutes and 21 seconds so far.
2 minutes and 37 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Do not short him of those 15 seconds.
I actually added to his score.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Only
okay.
one anyway, so.
Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, exactly.
Ladies are cranking out the muscle-ups. Have we seen anybody do 3 entire rounds?
Yes.
Yes, and it was Christina Livatakis in
How
the
did you go
round
with that?
previous.
Livatakis.
Livatakis.
That's very impressive.
I'm going to tattoo it on my.
And we've just seen Maddie Sturt go through her first round unbroken. Caitlin Van Zyl about to finish hers as well, and Lauren Fisher, no issues whatsoever getting out of that ring dip. And Georgia Pryor, one of our superstars from the Torian Pro earlier this year, moving to the bar in lane number 7.
Have you guys seen that the bounce off the quads makes a significant difference, or is it relatively insignificant?
We found actually that the ring muscle-ups is starting to hurt people, considering they've just done Randy a few hours earlier. I think a few people underestimated those 3 extra reps on the ring dips, and it's really suffered when they do get to the barbell. The weight's not that heavy, but they just can't hang on anymore.
I mean, obviously, and obviously that bounce saves the grip a little bit, but I think, for some of these athletes, that bounce is harder at that weight.
Yeah, I was going to say, I actually don't know if the bounce saves your grip because you're having to hold on that much tighter.
Right, when you, I think at lighter weights it saves your grip, at the heavier weights, that's where I feel it, for sure, yeah.
I find it to be a little bit less exhausting of a movement overall when you can do the bounce.
Yep.
But it's not always worth it.
Right, exactly.
Grace Walton struggling a little bit on her muscle-ups, but getting the first set done. She's in lane number 8.
Are we thinking that this is going to come down to more of a muscle workout or more of a pistol workout?
I think it's a muscle. I think specifically for the ladies, too, it's very much a muscle-up workout. But even for the gentlemen, we saw a lot of them get caught on the rings. And, I think maybe for games athletes, the difference between 7 ring muscle-ups and 10 ring muscle-ups isn't a lot. But I think even for elite individuals, it's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we have the teams are up later this evening, and we have
Yeah, I saw that.
that we're going to be able to hang on.
To unbroken. Yep.
Maddie Sturt back to the rings. A little bit of a lead.
I don't think she is. I think she has like the bands on her wrists and that's it.
Spike.
Maddie Sturt with the second round unbroken.
I can't believe the lead Maddie Sturt has put on Caitlin Van Zyl and Georgia Pryor in the last 2 minutes.
She's crushing it. There we go. Now I'm here, joining the party.
I was trying to talk to everybody before, but apparently my mic was not working.
Everybody thought Jeremy and Annie had an imaginary friend named Noah.
Yes. I'm glad to be here. We can just run it back, talk about all the things we talked about before.
It's like a golden retriever friend we've got.
I like that.
Oh, of course, Max.
So Maddie is already moving on to round number three.
And we're
wow.
sub 6 minutes
That's
right
quick.
now. Yep.
Winning time was 8-something in the last heat. Is that right?
Bit over 9 for
Not-
Christina.
Just over 9. Okay.
Yep.
Maddie seems like she's going to be able to tackle that here.
Yep. And look how casual those pistols look, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you know the history of Maddie Sturt and Wollongong. She came here as an 18-year-old.
Okay.
She was 52 points in deficit going into day 3 of competition.
Wow.
Back in the day when we had 5 spots to the CrossFit Games, she made up that deficit and went to the CrossFit Games in 5th. And
Wow.
everyone went,
That's always
who are you?
exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now she's cemented herself as a Games athlete.
And hopefully, with strength of field, we get more than just our 3 competitors for the female side, because we could possibly look and see how Caitlin's going. We could even go 7 or 8.
Who else are some top Australian female competitors here individually? Obviously, many people know Maddie and Lauren, but from Australia, who else are some contenders for the Games this year?
Bailey Rogers.
Bailey Rogers from New Zealand.
We saw
Okay.
Rogue this year.
Awesome.
Jamie Green / Jamie Simmons.
I meant that are competing here this week.
competing here today.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Well, there's a number of athletes, including Gemma Hoke, who we just saw in the previous couple of heats.
Okay.
She's a great athlete. Ellie Hutchins went top 10
Awesome.
this year at the Torian Pro.
I recognize that gal that's making her way to the barbell now. I'm not sure what her name is in lane 6.
Caitlin Van Zyl.
Caitlin Van Zyl.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah, off to Waterpalooza
Yes, yes.
in early Jan as well.
Nice.
And she's competed on Urban.
Urban
correct?
team in the
Yep.
last 2 years
Okay.
of the CrossFit Games.
Very cool. Lauren's moving back to the rings. I don't know if she'll be able to catch Maddie at this point,
I
but
don't think she can.
holding on to a solid second.
Look at Maddie's transition.
Somebody's dancing her way to the bar over there. I like that energy.
You like that energy? That's so odd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not winning the workout, you may as well win the dance off.
Yeah.
Julia
what if you're winning both?
That would be huge.
Right?
That would be ideal.
Maddie Stewart with her first break on the ring muscle ups, but
Seems like she'll still
She's
be able
still
to
in.
take down that time. 90 seconds to get in 4 more muscle ups.
Oh, no.
and
she's
her,
got even a little more.
No
actually.
doubt she's going to take this time.
yeah.
This weight for
Oh,
her,
yeah.
even though she's going to do
I
the
don't
last
know.
2 reps.
Yep.
Grace Walton, the West Australian, coming to the bar, bottom of screen. One of our young up-and-comers we're going to keep an eye on over the next couple of years.
Maddie's final. There she goes.
Oh,
Got
she's
it
got
locked
50
up.
seconds to get it.
I think she can do it.
Easy done.
I like that hustle.
Yeah.
You don't just
You
want
don't
the
walk
heat
to the
win,
bar,
you want the
exactly, event win.
overall win. Yep. That actually, as she's wrapping up on our first event, Chandler slowed us down on our last set of 10 because we were ahead of the other guys in our heat, but I was worried that somebody else might have gotten
Right,
us.
exactly. It's important to remember you're not just competing against the heat.
There she goes.
Oh.
Maddie Sturts.
About 20 some odd seconds over the last time to beat. Well done. What's our race for second here?
Second.
Grace.
It's going to be Lauren. It's going to be Caitlin.
Caitlin and Lauren, it looks like.
There we go. Hopefully that turns into an exciting one. As a competitor, you don't want that close race. You want to be well ahead. But as a spectator, it's fun to see people going rep for rep.
Right.
Carrie Freestone now rolling her barbell forward in lane 2. And the chosen one, Candace Thorpe, passing her.
This is Lauren's first competition back as an individual. I don't know if you guys have already talked about that in the first workout, but I was excited to see what she'd be able to pull off. I know she's excited to be back on the floor solo.
Well, it's funny because she is the only competitor in the field male-female that's done every single of one of these events at regional level.
Interesting.
So she's done 2012 in her first year of regionals as a 19-year-old.
No, I think
17.
she was 16 or 17. Yes,
So
sir.
she did the snatch event in 2012. So she's done every single one of these events.
Individually, you're saying? I was going to say, because I think I have done them all as well. But
Did you do regionals in 2012 also?
I did.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm wrong. There you go.
No, well, I'm not on the
On the
individual side of things.
individual
Right.
side of things. So
Right.
I've just saved myself.
There
Thank
you go.
Yeah.
The verbiage is important.
Georgia Pryor.
Georgia Pryor.
Final set on the bar.
She had a great Torian Pro this year.
Those girls did just get to the rings at the same time. Lauren and
Caitlin
Caitlin.
Van Zyl.
Yep.
All right. Lauren's first to strike.
Yep.
So
But here goes Georgia on that barbell.
Making
Absolutely no problem.
light work of
There's
the
that
muscle ups.
bounce. Oh, she switched it mid-set. One
And then
for one.
switched it back.
Huh. Some people find it difficult to get the timing down there,
Yep,
but when
yep.
you do, it makes it so much easier,
Yep.
I think.
Great job from Georgia
Pryor in
right there.
10:40. Van Zyl and Fisher still battling out these last muscle ups before they get to the barbell. Time should be okay still for both of them. Hannaford now at the last set of muscle ups as well.
Have we seen the long straps play a role in any of the prior heats?
Not in the men's division as such, but the women.
The long straps just sometimes cause a little bit of swing, either
Yep.
from side to side or front and back, and it can make it a little tricky to get through a set unbroken.
Keep your kip,
Yeah.
keep the rhythm of it.
Exactly.
And if you come off fairly quickly and rough, those rings are going to swing for ages.
Yeah. Lauren's having
Lane
a
3
tough
there, that
time.
was Julia Hannaford from Ocean Fitness. She's got kind of that froggy kip out of that dip, that
Yeah.
wide leg.
I've always thought that was kind of cool looking. I don't know if it's the most efficient.
Right.
One to go for Lauren. Caitlin's got a couple more.
Grace Walton actually catching up a little bit of time in lane 8. Carrie Freestone
goes
as well.
Fisher.
Oh, Lauren.
Lauren will have no problem with the barbell.
She is
still
a
has
strong
2
gal.
minutes, yeah. 2
Grown
minutes to
strong, if
finish
you
it.
ask me. Easy peasy.
Yep.
He's surprised at the depth of the hang position for Lauren Fisher.
You know, I'm actually not knowing her. She's got longer arms. That's why she's a really great deadlifter. So I'm not surprised that the barbell would be a little lower.
A little lower, yeah.
12 and a half for Lauren Fisher. Caitlin Van Zyl now after winning event number 1.
Oh, good for
Randy
her.
with a twist.
I heard they had some lunges in between their snatches.
Overhead walking lunges.
That's spicy.
Yep.
Same amount of reps on the snatches?
So you guys went 45, 20, 10?
Yeah.
Same. Yep.
And so she was, I think she told us in the warm-up area, she was only 3 seconds behind us. And that's amazing that she did that with lunges in between the sets.
Right.
Yeah. That's even more impressive now that I know that.
Last 60 seconds now. Van Zyl finishing. Walton, the last 5 reps for her.
What do you guys call that bounce off the quad technique on the
I know.
cleans?
What is that? What do you call it?
Back in the day in the southeast region, we used to call it pooming hang cleans.
What?
Poom, P-O-O-M-I-N-G.
Pooming.
Yeah, because I think it like poom. Poom. I don't know. That's what we call them, pooming. Are you going to poom this one or not?
Oh, poom it.
Yeah.
That's kind of Aussie of you.
Yeah,
Right?
maybe.
Yeah.
Poom
it's
it,
like
mate.
to have a little term like that.
I like it. I'm trying to learn the slang.
The last 10 seconds now of our final heat of event number 2.
Got that final muscle up in lane 3.
Hannaford.
Julia Hannaford. Look at her
Let's
sprint
go.
to that barbell.
She's going to run out of time.
Oh, she got a deadlift in there, though. Counts for something.
Well, it counts for effort, right?
Yeah.
Effort is everything. Yep. Oh, such a good job from Maddie Sturt. That was absolutely phenomenal. Here's the best thing, Noah. So she has an unofficial time of 8:44. If we look back at regionals 2014, she did it with 9
Whoa.
less muscle ups in 13:55.
Very impressive.
So not only did she annihilate her time by over 5 minutes, she did it with 9 more ring
Yeah,
muscle ups.
that's wild. It's crazy to see how good people get over the years. Like the loading of CrossFit, the skill levels, the times, the speed. Like it's just such a different sport now than it was 10 years ago.
Even 5 years ago,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's amazing.
For sure.
And to try to keep up with all of that is tough but fun.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm a little bit upset that that's the case because if I was as good now, but back then, I would have.
Right,
man,
game
would have
over.
crushed everybody. Yeah, but that's not the case. Everybody got better with me, so
Right, exactly.
Dang
well,
it's all good.
we forgot to put them in freeze,
Yeah,
on freeze,
yeah.
let you keep going.
For sure.
Great effort there from Grace Walton.
So,
Lauren Fisher finishing up as well. And Caitlin Van Zyl, probably not the result she wanted after an event win. And Walton.
how did Maddie finish on that first workout? Will that put her in a good spot overall?
Should put her in a fairly decent spot. We'll have to see how the leaderboard plays out with all official results. Head over to Comp Corner as well as the Facebook page and the website, YouTube, for the links to the live stream. If you're already not watching, we've got plenty going on.
Thank you all for tuning in.
And standing by on the competition floor, the old and the young, and they've competed together here on the competition floor. Let's head down to Tia Claire Toomey.
Awesome, girl.
30 synchro single leg squats, 12 synchro muscle ups, 15 hang cleans.
Where this is the one workout that we did in training, so I sort of did have an idea of how it was going to feel, but yeah, the pistols were a lot quicker than they were in training, so it felt good.
Yeah, and I noticed that the ring straps were quite high. Did that challenge you?
It was definitely different. I mean, you always come to these comps and the straps are longer, and you normally swing around a lot more, whereas they felt more sort of flimsy in the catch rather than swinging.
Oh, well, you made them look so easily. And what is, throughout the weekend, your favorite workout to do?
Ooh. I was looking forward to that one, but I'd probably have to say the weight vest workout.
This is your
That's going to be
call.
awesome. Well, Darlene, great job. It's so good to see you out there just crushing it, like always. And keep crushing the weekend.
Thanks, Tia.
No worries.
Thank you, Tia. Thank you, Maddie. Great job getting the event win for event number 2. Nasty Girls version 3. I was just saying to Annie earlier, what's the worst version of Nasty Girls you could think of?
I think that one. That was it right there.
What about weighted ring muscle-ups and weighted pistols? And
Ooh.
what did I say? 315 clean.
315, 225.
Wait a second. Have we talked about the fact yet that you were one of the original?
Oh, yes, we have.
Okay. That was one of the first videos that I had ever seen in CrossFit, which is so cool. Is you, Nicole,
And Eva T.
and Eva.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yep.
I didn't make that connection until
Isn't
right
that
now.
funny?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
very awesome. Nostalgic.
Thank you.
I've been a fan of the sport for a long time.
Since you were, what, 12?
I wish I had
13?
started that young. No, I was about 19 when I started.
Still pretty young.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little baby
Although
boy.
compared to a lot of the kids now,
Right.
that's old,
They start
right?
way young.
Yeah.
Now I'm an old man, 31.
How long you got left?
All of the years.
Are you just going to
Good
keep
answer.
I don't know. I'm definitely going individual next year and going team probably for a bit after that.
going? Are we going to see the team?
I hope so. Myself, Chandler, and 2 ladies. So if there are any ladies out there that are interested, and this is the first time you're
Should we
hearing of
put your
this.
number up on the Jumbotron?
Yeah, definitely. Just
text me.
Instagram handle. Send me a DM.
Let's not do that.
Yeah. I don't know if Joanne would like that, but
No,
yeah, we're trying to find 2 studly ladies that would complete our team and try to
love
win
it.
the games for a few years.
I love it.
Heat list for heat number 1 of event number 2 for our elite teams. And we've seen them out here on the competition floor before as we get things underway. Noah, thank you so much for joining us.
I just realized if this is the elite
Yep,
teams, you
you're
need to
right.
get
I
going.
probably have to
That's
go
all I'm
warm up
saying.
You should
soon.
go warm up.
Thank you for joining us.
Awesome, my
It's been
pleasure.
Awesome, mate. We'll
Thank
get
you
to
guys.
See you
Thank you,
over the
Noah.
weekend.
Thanks everybody that's out there watching and listening. We hope you're enjoying the show. See ya.
Aren't you awesome? You're so good.
Heat 1 for our teams underway. Few teams not actually ready when we did kick things off. And Mesomorphit still trying to work out their synchronized pistols down here in lane number 7.
It's not easy. We've got little pods of people, and I mean, hard for these judges as well. What a challenge for everybody. Nasty Girls version 3. So now for the teams, we have 3 rounds for time. We're down to 30 pistols, but they have to be synchronized, and we're up even more. 2 more reps, 12 synchronized ring muscle-ups, and then 15 hang cleans per person. So what we thought was meaty for those individuals has gotten even meatier. Here's the difference, though, Jeremy. One gentleman or one team member's on the one set of rings, the other 2 are on the bar. So very strategic in how you set up your team for this.
Now that's something we haven't seen before in competition, where we've got rings and we've also got bar muscle ups and we're synchronizing at the same time. Talk about challenging. And you're the one person that lets the team down in one aspect. It's like, oh.
Definitely challenging, but here's what I like. There's really a new added element of strategy in all of this. There is 3 rounds, so it doesn't mean that the guy or gal on the rings this round has to stay there for the next rounds. So there's a lot more strategy that can go into a team event like this, where you have 3 rounds but different movements.
Les boys.
Les boys.
They sound French. They're in the lead. And not too bad, but not too fast either. So I think they've been very strategic about how they've played this out. Now, the interesting thing with this movement, we've got 3 barbells, and at one stage it's going to be 1 athlete. The next stage is going to be 2, then 3, then 2, then 1.
Right, exactly.
And synchronized at the same time.
So it's 15 reps each, 5 on each barbell, cycling through. I love the creativity that the organizers have put
Rob Forte,
on this.
take your hat off.
And don't forget, Rob is a games team athlete, so he's done it. He knows what's hard for teams, he knows what's easy for teams, and he knows where you have to come in with some strategy. So brilliant programming from Rob right here.
Fitness Alley, the team TBC. We know it's Thomas, Blake and Caleb, and we've got their cheer squad right in front of us. So if you're hearing a little bit of noise, it's the Fitness Alley guys, and they're local to the Wollongong area. But Les Boys.
Again, a lot of strategy on this. You know, if you have the right person in front, then all the person behind has to do is follow suit, ideally. Only 2 teams at the barbell. And there's Les Boys pushing those barbells back.
And you'll notice they're actually going in the opposite direction of travel. So having to move their barbells down towards the rings, cut down the time frame that they have got.
Which really means cutting down the rest time.
Girls struggling a little to get that synchronization sorted.
That's so much harder when somebody has to hold that top position on the rings.
But what great programming, great initiative from Rob Forte. There's Instinct, the girls from New Zealand, from Wellington, coming to the barbell. Looks like top of the screen, looks like it's Paige Brady. Amy Renata looks like she's second in line, and Emma Wright waiting patiently, and we know how good Emma Wright is cycling a barbell. So she'll bring it home strong for this end of the first round.
I got to admit, Jeremy, I love the visual of this kind of choo-choo train through the hang cleans. It's great from the side, it's great from the front.
I've been doing broadcasting a very long time, like 10 years.
You have?
I've never heard choo-choo train in a broadcast. So there we go, tick it off.
What would you call it? Conga line?
Yeah, conga line.
Okay.
Probably, but I'm happy with choo-choo train. The wheels on the bus.
Yeah,
No, whatever.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah,
it's
we can
the,
do that
the
as well.
plates, right?
Yeah. Mesa Morfit, the boys from South Australia. trying to pull their bodies underneath the barbell into that receiving position.
How about this rig Alpha Fit made? You know, when on that first set of muscle ups, there's what? 24 athletes on that rig, just shaking it.
I don't think it's going anywhere though.
No.
Ultra Instincts on their way back. The boys from Mesomorphics trying to finish off their cleans. Adapt amongst the stars. Moving their way down. The Mesomorphic boys, bottom of screen. 10 more cleans to go. Adapt amongst the stars, so making very light work of these cleans. It's obviously going to be communication.
Yep.
But
Just like that, Randy.
From the back position, obviously you can't see what's happening behind you. So communication having to come from behind.
Again, you have to be very strategic on who that first athlete is in line.
TBC boys doing it pretty easy on these muscle ups. I think the biggest thing to slow people down in this is this movement right here. The synchronized pistols. But the girls from Instinct getting very close together. Amy a little bit taller than Paige and Emma. So having to start a touch earlier to get down there at the same time. Mesomorphics. First round is done. And thanks
Well, and I'm sure all of these athletes are having to group together to make it easier on these judges, but that's hard. There's a balance factor. You know, if you get a little wobbly on a pistol, you're really close to your fellow athletes. Ideally, you're not going to knock each other over.
the boys. Corey, Michael, Caden.
Right behind them, the Adapt Amongst the Stars ladies. First one's heading, oh no, sorry, second ones.
They were very quick through those first set of cleans.
Second one's heading back to the pistols.
Peak Fitness. Huskerson now onto the bar. They need to catch up some time and quick, and they are doing that. BTS now in the white, sprinting down the floor. And one of those movements, really, the hang clean, where you can learn some good position before coming from the floor.
What do you mean? Say.
Getting good position, nice
Yep.
vertical torso, without having that lean over position with the deadlift first. Good progression to getting to the full movement.
Yep. We always teach it like that in our on-ramps. Start with the shortest range of that movement, slowly lengthen it out, watch the wheels come off the bus, slowly put them back on.
We're back to the bus again, though. You know what you would call that? That's experience. Coaching and owning an affiliate.
Yes. Well, and you know, one of the best ways, I think, to become a better coach is to coach somebody who's never done the movements. Teach somebody those movements. It's one thing to step into a class and coach a class of people that already know how to do the movements. If somebody has never done a hang power clean and you have to teach them how to hang clean and jerk, nothing makes you better at coaching those movements than having to teach somebody who doesn't know.
Or even telling someone about CrossFit that doesn't know about it, for those 3 people in the world that don't know about it.
I still can't do that.
BTS still trying to finish off. Instinct having some trouble in the background. And the boys doing okay on their pistols. They seem to be going through these pretty easily.
Again, I think those that are proficient at pistols, that's your rest spot. That's where you can catch your breath. No, that's not you.
That's not me.
That's not your rest spot.
My rest spot's on the rings.
You like ring muscle ups?
Yeah,
Love
that's about
'em.
it. Strict ones too. None of the skipping stuff.
Do you still use a false?
Yes,
Semi-false?
always.
Love it.
Full false. Don't worry about semi.
Really?
Yep.
Because you really don't kip at all.
None.
What's your biggest set of strict ring muscle ups?
Back in when I was fit, it was a while ago. We're talking like 2012-ish.
That's
About
fine.
18, I think it was. With full.
How many? 18?
With full false grip.
18. Good on you.
Yeah. Now
impressive.
Now I think it's 1.
1.8.
So 1. We'll round down. Ultra Instinct. Going to sets of 1. Smart move.
Well, it's so tough. You know, the finish position is in that lockout position for every athlete. That is so tough, specifically for the athlete that's on the rings. You're on the bar, you can hang your hip on that bar a little bit, you can support yourself. So it's about those bar muscle up athletes hanging out at the top and waiting for that ring muscle up athlete to hit that extension.
BTS still going through their pistols as Ultra Instinct. Now noted that Emma Wright went to the rings for the entire set of muscle ups. So the other two girls, Paige and Amy, doing the bar muscle ups.
That's a lot of ring muscle ups too.
Smart move, adapt amongst the stars. And TBC
yeah.
battling. Wasn't sure that these were going to be much of an issue, but the synchronization of the pistol proving to be really tough. Less than a minute to go now. This time has flown by.
Woo.
La boys.
They have been so good at those muscle ups. Definitely where they've made their move on this workout.
And they look pretty busted up.
Busted up. It's a good thing, it's a bad thing.
Oh, it's bad. Busted up like tired, exhausted, busted up.
But they're busted up and winning.
Yeah, they are.
So it's worth it. What?
Not too long to go now. Ultra Instinct, Emma Wright gets the job done at the end of the second round. But that's all she wrote for heat number 1 of the elite team competition.
14-minute cap. Pretty aggressive cap, I would say. But you know what we call that? A mercy cap. That's mercy on your soul right there. And, you know, I'm sure a lot of those athletes are bummed they didn't finish it, but in some ways, you're ready for that 3-2-1. You're ready to be done with those shenanigans.
Well, boys, happy to be finished with that one, but proving to be a tough task getting through all 3 rounds. And the La Boys only getting through 2.
Yep, but still quite impressive. They had gotten themselves to that final set of the barbell. They were like a machine on that barbell. Again, I think it all came down to how efficiently you could do those muscle ups, who took over on them, and how you were able to keep those sets done. Said it before, you're only as strong as your weakest link, and definitely on those muscle ups, that was a tough task to conquer. Good job by TBC and Peak Fitness, the ladies of Ultra Instinct, but it was Les Boys who really put on a show specifically on those rings and bars, getting through all 3 sets of 12 muscle ups.
Heat 2 not too far away. Day 1 of the Down Under Championship back in the gong. That's what we call the Wollongong.
I didn't know that.
Okay,
The gong.
cool. The gong. And now you know how to say it properly as well, which is good. So thank you for joining us wherever you are right around the world, or right around the country, in fact, over in New Zealand or the Pacific Islands. This is Heat 2 of the elite teams for Event 2. Nasty Girls with one of the original Nasty Girls, Annie Sakamoto. And have you enjoyed watching this version?
The teams version. You know, there's a lot going on. It definitely takes a second to kind of sort out what these teams are being asked to do. If you don't yet know, it's 3 rounds for time. There's a 14-minute cap on it. The teams have to do 30 synchronized single leg squats into 12 synchronized muscle ups. It's a combination of ring and bar. And then 15 reps of hang cleans. That's 15 reps each. 3 different barbells. Each athlete has to do 5 reps at each of those 3 barbells. So a lot going on, a lot to sync up. Nothing these teams cannot handle, though.
Well, we'll see. Heat 1, doing it tough.
Jeremy, it starts with positive thinking.
It does. Athletes, some of these athletes hitting the competition floor here for the very first time, and some coming up a little bit later on have been here for many years.
Yep. Have seen some of these athletes have seen their idols grow up in this sport, compete on this floor. Some of these athletes are the idols that have grown up in this sport and competed on this floor.
Tribe White's ready and raring to go. It's been a lot of heartbreak and also a lot of exhilaration on this competition floor over many years at regional competition.
You know what they call this, Jeremy, right here? Pods of pistols.
What pistols?
Pods of pistols.
Pods, okay.
Pods of pistols. Isn't that what that is down there? There's a lot of pods of pistols.
Yeah, we can roll with that. That works. I'm learning too. Synchronized pistols getting underway. We mentioned previously different ways to go about how you're going to get below parallel depending upon your flexibility and balance.
Yep.
He was talking about anatomy. I'm better off doing a weighted pistol with, say, 4 kilo kettlebell or something similar.
You get a little counterbalance there.
I cannot do a pistol without using some counterbalance.
Yep.
It's weird.
Yep. And you know, for a lot of these athletes, and you can see that they're wearing shoes. A lot of what makes pistols tough is ankle mobility. That's what it comes down to for many athletes. Definitely knees, hips can come into play, but I think for a lot of us, it's that lack of ankle mobility, which is why a lot of athletes tend to wear lifting shoes. Pitch that heel up a little bit. You don't need quite the ankle flexibility that you would need otherwise. So don't forget, the other thing about these pistols is these athletes have to do 10 on one leg, 10 on the other, then advance forward. So versus other times when we have athletes switch every rep, they're getting all 10 on one and then switching legs.
Star Swole Sisters
First
to
one.
the rings very, very quickly. And a very long strategic break. As you mentioned in the previous heat, Annie, the bar muscle up a lot easier to get into and then hold the position while waiting for that ring muscle up.
Yeah. On that bar muscle up, you can see these ladies right here. You can rest your hips on the bar, which means it's not just your triceps and your shoulders that are supporting your weight. Whereas on the rings, without that bar there to help support you, it's all on your shoulders, mainly those triceps, to hold yourself in that extended position. So it's really on the ladies or gentlemen on the bar to get to the top and wait for that athlete to hit the extension on the rings.
Star Strength Amaranth looking very good once they did get to the muscle-ups. The CrossFit Play, one of the local Sydney affiliates, train hard, play harder. It's a motto that Khan Porter lives by.
And then right next to them, that team of TDZ, otherwise known as Timothy, Dylan, and Zach.
Train hard, play harder. Got their sequencing down pretty well. The Star Swole Sisters now moving to the barbell. They're in lane 2, just at the top of the screen. The Star Strength Amaranth, bottom of the screen in the black. Made up a little bit of time with their cleans. Now, where do you hang on and pause and wait for your teammates? At the hang position?
No, at the shoulder, because that is what marks the end of that movement. So that's where everybody's going to stop, take a breath. You can actually relax your grip there for a second if you need to, but that's the finish of the movement, so that's where you got to make sure everybody's in sync. You can see, especially that Star Strength Amaranth, they're doing a great job. They stand up, pause for a second, drop that bar.
Now they've made up a heap of time on TDZ and train hard, play harder.
Yep.
As RFX Athletic in the white shirts, bottom of screen, come to the barbells. So 15 reps, 5 on each. As they progress, choo-choo train style. I'm going to use that.
Hey, little engine that could. There's no more inspiring story for these athletes, right?
That's it. Star Strength Amaranth, your first team back. As Oz Army and Tribe White still trying to get through those muscle-ups.
It's quite an ask for a lot of these athletes. You know, we just saw a lot of elite individuals, gain levels athletes, struggle on 3 sets of 10. Now we're asking these athletes to do 3 sets of 12.
But those same athletes are started their struggle, but now they're going to progress forward and move into elite athletes.
Right. Let's face it, they're all elite athletes out there right now, Jeremy, but yeah.
The journey must start somewhere,
Yep.
and the journey is only going to get better with struggle.
Yep. And figuring out where your limits are, and where, you know, this is R&D for a lot of these athletes, research and development. Did I go out too hard? Where do I need to rest? Where do I break?
And we said to Brooke before, like, does it hurt less? And she goes, no, because we push harder.
Quite the opposite.
But I think that you get tuned into how much it does hurt, so it becomes the new normal.
Well, here's the other thing I think when you get to that level. You understand, you know, where your fatigue points are, and so you can stave them off better. You know what your limits are and when kind of the fatigue is going to take over, and so you're better at keeping that at bay longer. Besides becoming more efficient, besides becoming more fit, besides becoming stronger, you know where those fatigue factors lie and how to keep them at bay better.
The Swole Sisters, Star Strength, the top of the screen. Having a very long break as Tribe White and Oz Army trying to finish off these last set of cleans. Time ticking away, we're over halfway, and again, we don't think we're going to see any teams get through the 3 rounds.
Nope.
I'd love to see the team that does get through the 3 rounds and what they look like at the back end of it.
There was a guy that was just with us that stands the potential to finish the 3 rounds.
Yeah, they go all right. Then you think of the other teams as well.
Did you hear what he said? Their goal is, they think they can go unbroken on all the ring muscle-ups.
Oh. Wow, okay. I like that he said think in there.
They said that's the goal. They think they can do it. Again, you can rotate your athletes, right? So that gives each one of them just one set of unbroken ring muscle-ups at 12. The other 2 sets are going to be bar muscle-ups. You know all 3 of those gentlemen can do that on that Men at Work team.
Yes, I do.
So then it just becomes who does the ring muscle-ups in which round? Who gets that crummy third round?
But if you think about the bar muscle-ups in the previous rounds, they're not really going to be hurting them that much.
Exactly.
We see a lot of glide kicks happening
But
to make the movement easier.
there is an accumulation of fatigue from the hang cleans, from the previous sets. And like we saw from Randy,
2 minutes.
Wasn't long enough to fatigue them?
I don't think so.
Okay, how about 15 hours in a plane?
Yeah, that.
Up?
Okay, you got me on that one. TDZ moving to the second round of the hang cleans. And don't look too bad. Just train hard, play harder. Looking a little bit rougher than they did first round coming to the bar. Star Strength Amaranth, our third team. So this is a really good tight battle between these 3. I'm liking this.
Yep. And Star Strength on that last round, this is where they made up a lot of time, was on this barbell. So they could possibly pull ahead of TDZ and Train Hard, Play Harder if they can do what they did last round. And looks like they are going to try to do exactly that.
Thanks to everyone for tuning in, wherever you're tuning in. I know people from all over the world interested to see what happens down here. Who are going to be the new up-and-comers? Who's going to be representing the Oceania region, the Torian Pro, next year in May sometime?
Without a doubt, there is a huge handful of competitors on this floor that could easily hold that title.
17 spare spots up for grabs now. How many are we going to take? Hopefully all of them.
Yeah, 16 and a half. Yeah.
Can't wait to see how things pan out for the game season. And for those wondering about the CrossFit Open, registration open today. So make sure you get on, support your affiliate, and go and register for the Open.
And nothing fires you up to get ready for the Open more than watching live competition, right? I mean, this is what it's all about. You're watching these guys and gals, you're inspired by them, and you remember that you can do this in your own variation, form, or fashion at your own local gym. If you missed it today, you should go back and watch the adaptive athletes, the intermediate athletes, the masters athletes. They're a great reminder of how this really is truly for anyone.
Tribe Whites and Oz Army. The battle continues on the rings as the girls from CrossFit Conditioning, the Swole Sisters. Round 2 of the cleans coming up. The boys, all 3 teams of them. Star Strength, Amaranth, TDZ, and Train Hard, Play Harder on the third and final set. Only about 90 seconds left, however. So these guys progressively more reps done than the previous heats.
Just about 90 seconds to that time cap. Oh. You can see how fatigue is setting in. Even those bar muscle ups are getting hard for a lot of these ladies. That kind of chicken wing. Star Swole sisters on their third and final round of pistols. Looks like they have great communication between the three of them.
TDZ moving ahead, but only about 30 seconds left now. Amaranth trying to finish strong with another crucial no rep. Oh, urging those last couple of reps. Every rep will count.
Oh.
Oh,
So
it's exhausting watching it.
It is. Great effort from all of those athletes out there. But we saw none of them actually made it to or through that third and final round of 12 muscle-ups, synchro muscle-ups. So it looks like TBC in the heat ahead of them will so far have the event lead. A lot of action and a lot of effort put forth on that floor. You can see it in the carnage that's now being put forth on that floor.
Scrape him off the floor. Let's take him out of there. Yeah, that's all good. A great battle between Train Hard, Play Harder, TDZ, and Star Strength Amaranth.
Yep. And they all have to thank each other. I mean, I think they really pushed each other. They had to keep going. They knew they were neck and neck. That's what all good competitions are made from, right? We saw this kind of pod of pistols going off to start the event. But really, for so much of these athletes, so many of these athletes, it came down to coordinating those muscle-ups and then coordinating the choo-choo train of hang cleans. Those ladies from the Star Swole sisters did a great job of staying coordinated the entire time. But it was a three-way race between Train Hard, Play Harder, TDZ, and Star Strength Amaranth in that second heat of Nasty Girls team style. 2 heats down and plenty to go. 4 more heats to go on this elite team event number 2, Nasty Girls version 3. Heat 3 teeing up right here. Hometown team in lane 2, CrossFit Wollongong. Triple threat, a team that did very well in Randy.
Talking to the girls from Requiem Kirrawee, not really happy with their first outing here in Wynn Stadium for Randy. And the 2 Herring girls want to bounce back and bounce back hard. It is Nasty Girls version 3, event number 2 with one of the original Nasty Girls, Annie Sakamoto.
A little different on this one for the teams though. They have 3 rounds for time, 30 synchro single leg squats, 12 synchro ring muscle ups / bar muscle ups. All athletes must be in the extended position at the top of the muscle up at the same time. And then 15 synchro hang cleans, 5 reps at each bar. 1 goes in, 3 come out the other end. It's been fun to watch this event, a lot going on. A lot of different points where the athletes have to be synced up, which means mentally, this is almost as tough as it is physically. Trying to stay synced up for 14 minutes on this many movements can get really hard. And it means that as you fatigue physically, you've got to stay engaged mentally. Communication has to be on point. And we'll see if any of these teams can finish this in the aggressive 14-minute time cap.
Underway for heat number 2. Nasty Girls version 3, day 1 of the Down Under Championship, live, Wynn Stadium in Wollongong. It is awesome to be back. Jeremy Austin with you, alongside me, Annie Sakamoto, and very apt that you're here considering we're doing Nasty Girls.
Yeah, I think...
Do you get sick of it?
No. No, I mean, I'm honored by it. You know, I think I get a little embarrassed. Maybe, I don't know. It's just tough sometimes, but I'm humbled and honored that it's still such a popular workout.
Greater West in the reddy brown shirts. Greater West, one of the Sydney affiliates. An Unbound Athletic, CrossFit Speed. Next one's in. They're from Brisbane. Rec Jim Kirrawee in the white shirts. Tell you what, Battle of Sydney.
I like this. It's all the ladies teams, well, 2 of the 3 ladies teams that come off those pistols first. But again, I think so much of the crux of this workout is the muscle ups. And this is where it's going to get tough for a lot of these teams.
Now, Annie, we're very, very fortunate to have a lot of HQ staff down here this weekend. Gary Gaines, the GM of Global Affiliates, a lot of the staff coming out, a lot of the competitors coming out. But I think for the first time ever, we've got the CEO of CrossFit, Don Fall, joining us in commentary. Don, thank you so much for coming out, but thank you so much for your time as well.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. It's so exciting to be here.
Don, I just want you to know that when you signed on to be on this broadcast with us, you also signed on to do this event with Jeremy and I. Once
I love it.
I thought I would get you, but you...
What is the scaled version of everything they're doing?
We're going to do it later on. It's okay.
We're going to do cane squats.
I need a few cocktails first.
Walking frame, something. Yeah.
Walker squats.
Perfect.
PVC hang cleans.
I love it.
We'll boost each other up on the ring muscle ups.
I love it.
But we are going to get you a shoey done later on tonight as well.
Absolutely. It's been a long time since
Gary
I've done
said
that.
he's in as well, so we're going to start recruiting for that.
Whose shoe are we using?
Well, you got to use your own shoe.
Oh,
So,
really?
Yeah, okay,
Oh, that's
cool.
the deal?
Yeah, that's it. So coming out
have you done one?
So I played rugby back in the day, and that was part of the very refined culture that is rugby, was drinking beer out of your own shoes after you wear them in a match.
Yeah, it's all good. We've got to embrace this, Annie, and get you in there. So coming out to Australia, not having a chance to go to New Zealand, unfortunately, but getting involved in the community here for the affiliate gathering yesterday, you must have been so happy with the response you've received.
It's been incredible. We had over 200 people here yesterday. Amazing, experienced affiliate owners. It's such a privilege for us to get to spend time with them. We've learned so much that we'll take back, and that'll help inform the work we do.
Watching these athletes on the floor, it's the first time to Wollongong, obviously. There's so much history ingrained, not just in this building, but this region. This is only a sprinkling of what we're expecting over the next couple of days, because they're going to come in hot tomorrow and they're going to be loud. You must be pumped to see some of your athletes here, as well as what we're seeing from the crowd.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the environment today is already fantastic, and I know it's going to be a whole nother level tomorrow. Incredible to see the athletes, feel the environment here with the community. So excited for the rest of the weekend.
So messaging from you as a new CEO coming in a few months ago, where are we headed?
So, look, North Star for us, the most important thing we're focused on is growing the community, exposing more people to this life-changing experience that is CrossFit. And so our job at HQ is making sure that we do a great job of charting that path, bringing the community together to reach more people.
CrossFit Greater West still in the lead in your red and brown shirts left of screen. Unbroken Athletic, CrossFit Speed, second in Brisbane Athletes.
And Triple Threat were some of the first ladies onto that barbell, and we talked about earlier, it really is going to come down to those muscle ups and being able to coordinate that, and especially for the ladies, holding that locked out position. So very impressive from triple threat to already be almost through that first set of hang cleans.
CrossFit Raw Iron on the Gold Coast. Mesomorphic chasing them down, but Rec Jim Kerawee in the white shirts looking smooth on their pistols. They don't seem to be hurting too much just yet.
No, just yet. That's the key word. And we saw it with the individuals. We've seen it with other teams. It really is that round two and how that second round of muscle ups taxes you and really makes that barbell so much harder.
So Don, you've been very busy getting around. You're at Brazil a couple of weeks ago and visiting affiliates down there, getting ingrained in their community. I've got nothing but admiration for that Brazilian community. They're just amazing people down there and what they bring and the energy they bring. How has it been coming from that into this?
A lot of similarities. Different cultural feel, obviously, but one of the things that is so amazing about this community is you can walk into a box anywhere in the world and you feel like you're at home. You hear over the past few days, incredible passion for the community, incredible commitment, a really sense of strong community. Having the affiliate owners together, you can see how much they care about each other, how much they support each other, and how much they want to be a part of growing the overall community.
And you mentioned that earlier, and I think that's important, is the camaraderie amongst affiliates. And I think that for a small moment, there was almost like that, like you're competing. And, CrossFits were popping up everywhere, and it was almost kind of that Groupon mentality,
That's right.
if you will. And I think it's a bummer. We've run a CrossFit affiliate competition in Santa Cruz. I started it in 2009, and the best part about it was to bring all of the affiliates together in a friendly manner, and I think that's been lost a little bit. And so it's great to hear when Jeremy and you were talking earlier, that idea of kind of lifting each other up, of lending a hand towards each other, because in a competitive market, I think that really gets lost.
And it's an understandable and natural reaction when you're working your hardest and you're struggling to build your business. But that sense of community is how we all work together to grow this. I don't think there's anybody who believes that we have fully tapped out the market for CrossFit. We know there are so many more people, and if we work together, we can reach them. And that's why moments like this are so important, because when you sit a group of affiliates down around a table and they get a chance to talk to each other and talk about their challenges, a lot of that competitiveness falls away.
And you realize there's different cultures in every gym, and I always tell, we've had people leave our gym for another gym, and I'll bump into them on the street, and they're awkward, and I'm always like, hey, I don't care where you are, as long as you're happy and you found your tribe, all good. It doesn't offend me. You know what I mean? Like, that's not. There's something for everyone. There's a box for everyone. There's a vibe for everybody. It's just about finding it. Whatever motivates you and whatever keeps you going in, that's what matters most.
That's right.
Greater West, still your leaders. The ladies battling out the triple threat from Raw Iron. Mesomorphics to their right and our left. And these ring muscle-ups and bar muscle-ups proving very difficult. CrossFit speed, crucial no rep, especially loading this heavy and trying to synchronize at the same time. But they are 10 down. Greater West continuing their progression. Still got 5 minutes left on our time cap. We're going to get a little bit closer this round. But anyone who finishes this, hats off, because this is a lot of work and a fairly brutal ending to day one of the Down Under champs.
Yeah, definitely. And we talked about how much their grip must be fatigued from Randy. A lot of shoulder fatigue too. If you think about all that overhead, they were having to walk the bar forward. Now they're having to do the cleans and then specifically hold that locked out position on the muscle ups. It's a tough first day of work, huh?
Oh, hell yeah. Don, how would you go in this?
I would not go far. Is that what you were looking for?
So we're going to stand there together. Cool.
Exactly.
Okay.
Have you done any like small competitions, bigger competitions?
I've done some local competitions at our local box, which has
Awesome.
been super fun.
Yep.
And hey, I compete every day when I show up at the box,
There-
right?
Yes,
We all do.
yes.
With yourself.
I
With
agree.
myself.
It's
Exactly.
a real, it's real different.
And I always lose.
It's all good. You learn more from losing than from winning,
That's right. That's right.
But it definitely is a different experience when it's a competition. Doesn't matter if it's a local box or something like this, or the CrossFit Games. The nerves that happen in a competition. It's even when it matters for nothing.
It's the best. I was talking to an affiliate owner this morning, actually, who has an affiliate in Scotland and one here in Australia. Amazing, because they're right next door. And he's a former rugby player as well. And we were talking about the butterflies you get before competition and how much I miss that. That is such a special feeling.
It really is.
Triple threats continuing their dominance on the floor for the females. Great to have males and females on the floor here at the same time. Something we haven't seen in competition of this level in many places, especially not in Australia. Don, what's next on the agenda as Greater West move through to their last set of muscle-ups?
Next on the agenda for me. So I head home tomorrow. So quick flight back to San Francisco. And then we get to celebrate Thanksgiving next week in the U.S. So I get some time with family. I get some time with my kids, which will be amazing. Got a couple events in Austin, Texas, where I'll be with my family with some local affiliates.
I almost forgot it's Thanksgiving next week. I should probably figure out something to cook, huh?
That's right. DoorDash.
It'll be my first one then. That's good. Triple threat now moving to the barbells, trying to get through that second round before time cap hits. Greater West taking a break for the men in lane number 8. Triple threats, barbell cycling, tick, doing it very easy.
Look how fast those ladies are cycling that barbell.
Ocean Fitness struggling a little with this load in the center of the arena as Mesomorphites. Greater West. Only about a minute 40 left on our time cap of our third heat of 4 and our fourth heats. Going to be fairly loaded up. Time's getting quicker every heat as we progress. Mesomorphic doing well. The ladies cycling and synchronizing.
But it's triple threat right behind them that's moving on to that third and final set of pistols.
They are going to run out of time. Now, what's one takeaway from the Oceania region that you're going to take back to HQ with you?
We need to do a better job of supporting our community outside the U.S. It's too often, and the reason we do these trips is so we can meet firsthand, understand the challenges, understand the opportunities, remind ourselves that we are a global community, not just one in the U.S. And so that's why trips like this are so indispensable for us.
Greater West, done. They're getting to the barbell. Are they going to finish? They've got about 30 seconds. They'll get a good start on these cleans. I'm not sure how deep they're going to go. The meatball moves to the bar.
The meatball.
Look at him. Beautiful bald head. Love it. And about 7 reps for Greater West. Outstanding. And we are getting progressively closer to getting a team finished.
One of only a couple teams that's actually made it back to the third round of that barbell. Very impressive effort from CrossFit Greater West. It's getting chalkier and chalkier down there, isn't it, Jeremy?
An affiliate owner's absolute nightmare. White chalk on black floors. Oh. Well, actually, you know my worst nightmare
What?
as an affiliate owner? people who grab chalk for your hands and write the entire workout and then their rounds on the floor. Because that stuff just doesn't come out.
So when we were here 10 years ago, we went to CrossFit Noosa. And who was it, Danny that owned?
Danny Mellor.
Yeah, he owned it. And this gym was like impeccable. It was so clean. So my husband and I are working out. My son was about 4 at the time. And he was just off doing something. And we were like, where's Izzy? Where is he? We found him behind boxes. Like he had just I was
I don't even think about it.
Did you just sneak out the back door at that
Yeah.
point?
Danny, where's your mop, sir? Great job from these athletes right here. There was a nice little competition between Greater West and Unbound Athletic. And the ladies of Triple Threat, who didn't do too bad in Randy earlier, put on a little show. Definitely one of the only other ladies teams that has made it through both sets, 2 of 3 sets of ring and bar muscle-ups.
Well, Triple Threat, they're going to probably look like they're going to be in the top 5 at the top of the leaderboard at the end of today with those 2 great results.
Definitely. But it was Greater West that put on the heat right towards the end and came away with a heat win, and one of the only other teams that were actually able to make it to the barbell for a 3rd and final time.
Heat list for heat number 4. And I don't think I can go any further than Tori in the pink. The girls from Brisbane, Shania, Christine and Lisa. Christy Bell, police officer by trade. And Shania doing a lot of training with big Royce Dunn. So your preparation couldn't get any better.
We also have Reebok CrossFit Frankston in this event with Toby Crouch, of course, Jay Crouch's brother, and then the Carve OGs right there. 3 rounds for time is what we're looking at. 30 synchro single leg squats, 12 synchro muscle ups. All athletes have to be locked out at the top of that muscle up at the same time. And then 15 hang cleans each. 3 barbells. Each athlete has to get 5 reps at each barbell. So a lot going on, a lot of things to coordinate, and a lot of effort to be put forth in this 14 minutes of work.
Thanks for joining us wherever you are right around the world or the country. Jeremy Austin here with you. Annie Sakamoto, one of the original Nasty Girls, very apt when we are doing Nasty Girls version 3. And CrossFit CEO Don Fall. Don, thank you once again for your time. You're going to hang around for another couple of heats or so?
Why not? Thanks for having me.
Let's do it. The more reps, the better.
We're going to milk him for all he's worth.
That's right.
Hey, you're going tomorrow, so we're going to make the most of it.
That's true.
We need him to be tired for that flight home.
Yeah, exactly.
I like how you said short flight home of 15 hours.
Quick up. Quick up. Super
Puddle
convenient.
jumper.
That's right.
What's the best thing about Australia? Apart from hanging out with us two. See, there's nothing.
Beyond getting a chance to spend time in the community, the beer here is pretty good.
What about the coffee?
I mean, shocking that the beer is good in Australia. Coffee is good as well.
Yeah.
I will say. Well done on that.
So why wouldn't you just move HQ out here then?
Tempting. My wife might have something to say about that.
Yeah.
Actually, she might be in favor of it.
No, you
if she
can bring
doesn't
her.
have to
That's okay
come.
too.
Yeah, exactly.
Bring the kids as well. It's
And
all
the
good.
fact that it's 15 hours to everywhere else in the world.
Underway with our 4th heats. Are we going to see anyone get this finished? We're getting close. Greater West, only about 8 reps short of getting finished in the previous heats. I don't know about you, Don, but pistols are not my friend.
Me neither.
Okay.
My too many years of rugby left my ankles not working very well.
So you've obviously watched that original Nasty Girls video.
Of course.
What were your initial thoughts when you first saw it?
Insane. That 3 human beings could do that workout. It was incredible. I still have the same feeling when I watch it. Nothing has changed.
So you want to hear an incredible story. Do you know about Eva? Do you know she was in a plane crash?
I did not know that.
So Eva T, who's a 2-time Olympic athlete, she recently bought this little single-engine prop plane. And she was doing like some practice landing. She crashed hard. She had a massive TBI. And she was really worse for wear. Like she couldn't even live on her own. Fast forward 2.5 years, she's back squatting 300 pounds. She's shortboarding, And most importantly, she's buying another single-engine plane and ready to fly
Right
again.
back on the horse.
How's that for
God
resiliency?
bless. That's
Yep.
incredible.
And she's 56 years old. Yeah. Super impressive.
Incredible.
She's the one that got me into CrossFit, so I am forever indebted
Wow.
to Eva T.
Well, the whole community is indebted.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Amazing.
You know, my initial thoughts of that video when I watched it, I said, why didn't Annie console Nicole a bit more? I was disappointed. No, I was my empathy factor for Nicole, and the tears came, and I just went, oh, I just want to go and help her. I was like, I'm no good at squats, but the muscle ups, yes, maybe.
Oh my gosh.
Definitely.
Do you know how many views that's got on YouTube?
No idea.
I'm going to look that up in a sec.
Yeah.
How many do you reckon?
Well, I think I told you because there was getting a lot of views right off the bat, and I went home and I told my husband, hey, Lauren and Greg made this video, and it's called Nasty Girls, and I guess it's getting a lot of views. And he goes, Annie, nobody thinks they're getting an exercise video when they look up Nasty Girls.
Excellent point.
He just popped my bubble. I was like, babe, I'm famous. He was like,
Well,
no, not
there
for
was
the
a
right
method.
reason.
There was a method to the madness in naming the video.
Yes, I think so.
Carve OGs in the white and green shirts, our current leaders for the men, as Tori and Pink finish up their muscle ups and head to the bar, trying to chase down Jamit from Create Fit in Melbourne. Frankston, purple shirts, Luke Spencer, back on the competition floor after injury. Cruelly robbed him of a Torian spot a week before the semi-final this year. Lucy Campbell up front. Shania Vicky second.
A lot of these athletes are already on that barbell section of the workout. Very impressive. But it's the Carve OGs that are going to go back to those pistols first.
Nasty Girls video, 552,000 views. There you
That's
go. Oh, what do you mean that's it? What were you expecting?
I have no idea.
Botany on their last barbell left of screen in the white shirts. Carbon Method in the black, one lane in. Great battle with the girls as Jamit get done with their cleans. Christy Bell, the last athlete. Victorian Pink getting done. So great battle going on with the ladies. Try Black, a little bit of trouble with these muscle ups in lane 2.
This is the third of 6 heats, and it feels like we're getting a little closer every heat to somebody finishing this event.
So you would have had some fairly curly questions at the affiliate gathering yesterday. With 200 people in the room and a lot of affiliates that are there with possibly the same sort of issues, some really probably random things that might have come in. What was the most random thing that you got asked, or a curly question that you got asked yesterday at the affiliate gathering?
We had a bunch of excellent questions in and around the work that we will do and the work that they're asking us to do, to affiliates ask us to do to tell the CrossFit story, to help expose more people to it. In terms of curly questions, got some interesting questions around exchange rates.
Okay.
Not something you would anticipate, but something that's a real issue for affiliates.
Yeah.
It was great to get that on our radar.
How do you like your eggs?
I got that question from someone else. I'm not going to mention who.
Some idiot asked you that question.
Seriously.
I don't know who that was. What is this over easy rubbish anyway?
That's right.
I like over easy. I'm not.
With extra
I like
Vegemite.
poached. Oh.
Top end trouble. Sammy Drescher, who probably hates pistols more than anybody, being 6'2". Great to see her back here after giving birth. We see a lot of that these days, Annie.
We do.
And very soon, I actually had a lady at my gym. Her name's Amy.
She came into the gym 2 weeks because she had her 2-week-old baby with her, and she trained. And I said, "You got to take it easy." And she goes, "I'm good." And I went, "Okay."
Yeah.
Not the first child, of course, but
Yeah.
know how the body can respond.
I think I was about 2 weeks after I had my first that I was back. I mean, it was CrossFit Light for sure. And everybody's different, right? And back, when I did it, we didn't know any better. I mean, I just didn't know a lot, and I was really lucky. I had easy pregnancies, easy births. So what's great is I just did a podcast with Adrian and Pat Sherwood about just a lot of the more...
Who calls him Adrian?
Boss. I'm being proper. What do you want me to say?
He's not known as Adrian anymore.
Okay,
It's Boss.
Okay,
Right,
rookie.
Boss.
Okay, rookie. Anyway, just about menopause and post post birth and how to handle all of that. And it's not something that's talked about a lot in our sport. We've seen some high level athletes do it. Some people have gone through different boxes and done it, but it hasn't been talked about a lot. And there are some resources out there. There's, people that are dealing with pelvic floor stuff, hormonal stuff, and it's great. And there's more and more information out there about it, which is awesome.
We talk about inclusivity within CrossFit, and we're getting the adaptive division well and truly ingrained into not just CrossFit, but to the CrossFit sport realm now. So getting people of every walk of life. I've got a 75-year-old PT client that comes in 3 times a week, and she scales a lot of movement, but she gets in there and she's so resilient and so stubborn, and it's so good because she just gives 100%. But that must be pleasing to you to be able to bring more people into a CrossFit affiliate.
Oh gosh, it's pleasing, and it is as inspirational as these elite athletes are. The best moments for me are the time that I've spent with the adaptive athletes, with age group athletes. It is incredible. I was talking to my father, my parents, who I've been trying to get into being more active, and my father is in his mid-70s at this point, and I've been trying to encourage him to just stop by a local. We have an incredible box right near his house in Texas, and he said, I'm 75 years old. Like, there's no way I could do it. I said, Dad, no, truly. I was in Madison. We have competitors who are in their late 60s, early 70s. It's incredible.
Hey, watch this video.
Exactly. Well, 2 days later, he sent me a video. He went, I don't know how he figured out how to get to YouTube, but he did. And he probably had to call someone. But he found this video and sent it to me of someone in their 80s doing it. And he said, holy cow, you were right. And so I'm still working on getting him into the box, but it's incredible.
We have a gent in our gym. He's been there for almost as long as I have, so about 19 years. He just turned 80. He just deadlifted 285?
Insane.
285. 80 years old.
When you say a deadlift of 200 and something, I'm thinking kilos, so I've
Okay.
had a coronary.
No, that's what
okay, but still, almost 300 pounds.
Oof.
He just missed 300. He went for 3 and he missed it, but he hit 285. He does sprints on the Echo bike. I mean, and he's the most unassuming looking guy. He doesn't look like a games athlete.
And what's amazing for folks at that age is you can take what for a lot of folks can be, a last decade or two of life and make it so much richer.
Yep.
It can transform those years for them, for their loved ones, for their family. It's such a big impact.
And what you realize too, it's not even just about the fitness, it's about the community and the people that they're in there and they're chatting with and that there's nothing wrong with playing bingo or whatever it is, but the community that they're surrounding themselves with, they're active, they're doing things, they're even talking about what they're eating and stuff like that, and that's quality of life. It's not just the physical side of stuff, it's the having a community.
Exactly. Jam it moving forward now from Create Fit. There's CrossFit Botany, one of our Sydney affiliates. You know where Botany is, Don?
We dropped into Botany earlier this week.
Right next to the airport.
They do an exceptional job.
Wonderful people.
Great box.
Jaden has a party.
Wonderful.
Wonderful human being. Frankston now, Pat O'Kane, Toby Crouch trying to catch older brother Jay in the fitness department. What a tough gig that is. And Luke Spencer.
Carve
OGs.
Yeah, moving to the final set. And there's 2.5 minutes left.
It's Alex Buckley, Joel Munro, And JT coming to the last set of muscle-ups and have looked pretty good on each of the 2 sets. So good battle going on in lane 7, 8 right now. So purple team, Reebok CrossFit Frankston down in Melbourne.
Ooh, a little misstep on Carvo G's, and that opens the door for CrossFit Frankston right there. Frankston, excuse me, to move ahead of them.
The Carvo G's from the Gold Coast. Affiliate owner Zeke Grove. JT, also one of the affiliate owners, top end. Lauren Carr, Alison Muller, and Sammy Drescher. Sammy at the back there. And I think it is actually, she's 6'2".
Oh.
So pistols are like quite unpleasant.
That's over a foot taller than I am.
Who said that?
Where are you?
Just over 1 minute left. Heat number 4. We've got 6 heats of the elite team competition. And great to have ladies and gentlemen both on the floor at the same time. Torian Pink, Nia Christie and Lucy Campbell doing the hard work on the rings. And we love the Torian Pink, especially Saturday, the second day of the semi-final of the Torian Pro.
Less than 30 seconds left. Nobody's off the rig yet.
So heat number 3 looks like it's going to be Greater West, still with our time to beat.
Oh. Oh.
Hanging is not going to help. Oh, the fatigue. Pat O'Kane just... When you talk about wheels falling off, the brain just exploded then. A tough gig. And again, no teams getting the job done just yet.
Those boys from Carvo G, they did a great job of chipping away at a lot of reps that had to be synced up there.
But Jammet as well, doing great for the girls.
Yep.
Create Fit making a mark down there in Melbourne.
Again, while for a lot of these athletes, the 12-bar muscle-ups isn't a big ask, it's that syncing up the extended position and the toll that actually takes on the triceps and the shoulders, so that when you get into rounds 2 and 3, it's just so much harder to lock out those reps and make sure they're all synced up. Ladies from top end right there, great effort from them.
I want you to stand next to Sammy Drescher. I'm going to introduce you.
So I can,
you might need a
so
chair,
I can look at her belly button?
No,
thanks,
probably
thanks,
your kneecaps.
The funniest thing is, in my mind, I'm like 3 inches shorter than you right now. Maybe 4 inches shorter
That's
than
about
Dawn.
right.
No, without, and then I see a picture and I'm like,
oh,
why am I standing like that?
It's the angle. It's just the angle.
Right?
Now, Don, Game of Thrones fan?
Not really.
Oh, what?
I know.
Like you had me at rugby, had me.
And then I lost it. It's all gone, huh? On the fence.
Why? Why no Game of Thrones?
You know what? I read the books, and then I never really got into the series. So
I bought the
fan.
book. I bought all the books.
Put them on the shelf.
Never read them and watched the series. Loved it.
There you go. I did the opposite. So.
Yeah. Kindle reader or like a hard Kindle?
Yeah, big Kindle reader.
Yeah.
Where were you going with the Game of Thrones thing? Or was that just a random question that popped in your head?
Annie met the mountain, so we're talking about
oh my gosh.
extremes here.
Oh,
Was he amazing?
I was at Rogue.
Yeah. Yeah, there's those Carvo G's right there, putting forth a great effort. Torian Pink, pretty in pink, but unable to get through that final round of ring muscle-ups. Great competition put on between Carvo G's and CrossFit Frankston, but nobody able to finish that third and final round yet. We have 2 heats to go. Can somebody finish this team Nasty Girls? Considering all the work that has to be done in the 14 minutes.
Tough gig. I want to know who tested this.
Was it tested?
Oh, you know Rob Forte. This would have been tested.
I love it. Maybe it's not meant to be finished. You know, there's been events at the games and different things that aren't necessarily meant to be finished. So you can circle back around, see somebody finish it in a year or two, and just prove how much the community is progressing.
Heat number 5, seconds away from commencing. A lot of experience on this competition floor. Our side, Holly Heine and also Laura Clifton hitting the floor. Alexandra Bullock as well. Making up our side, Lion Mode. Keep your eyes on them. And there they are. Abby Ashton, Laken Watts, and the third, Amy Alessi, with that massive blonde ponytail that we're used to seeing here on the competition floor at Wollongong.
Here we go.
Nasty Girls,
Penultimate
version 3.
heat here. We got 3 rounds of 30 synchro pistols, otherwise known as single leg squats, and then 12 synchro muscle ups. And I think that's the meat of this event. It's making sure all athletes are in that locked out position at the top of the muscle up, be it on the rings or on the bar. And then 15 hang cleans at 115 pounds for the ladies, or 52.5 kilos, and 175 pounds for the gents, otherwise known as 80 kilos.
That's a mouthful.
That was a lot.
It's the benefits of being in Australia broadcasting events like this, because you've got to do conversions from pounds to kilos all the time.
It's good.
It is good. Makes you learn. It's like Fahrenheit and Celsius.
Yeah. You know,
We're still working that out.
I did a couple of Olympic weightlifting events way back in the day, and it was good because I worked on kilos, and it was kind of one of those moments you're like, I wish we would just switch over to the metric. Life would be so much easier.
All right, there's a question for you. When are we moving to metric?
In society in general or across
Just in the US?
There you go. Blame it on not us.
That's right. Not my problem. It's been many centuries.
He just inherited this
Never to
thing.
change. Athletes moving very quickly this time.
Look at that rig. 24, well, minus one group of 8.
Yeah.
So 21 athletes all on the rig at one time.
Laura Clifton, Games competitor last year. Went team this year with the team she's currently in, our side, and they fell agonizingly short. EXF getting that last spot to the Games, and it did come down to the final event of the Torian Pro. But 6-4. Still looking good on the rig as the superstars move back. The flowing locks of Louis Foster and that beautiful mullet. Now the underway full senders. Jack Clark with the barbell in hand, bottom of screen. They nearly didn't make the first event, Annie. We were waiting, and there was this big gap in the start list, and then 10, or not even 10 seconds. It would have been 5.
Oh, yeah,
they
maybe
turned up,
3.
ripped their shirts off, and went. Jack, great competitors in the Oceania region. Lucas O'Brien in second, and Benny Newland, who's almost doing a muscle clean because he can. Boys from 6'4", just to the right. The guys from underway heading down the floor. The barbells will be rolled back towards the rig.
Kind of counterintuitive to what we see most competitions. So we've seen a lot of athletes forget that they need to roll that bar back. You can see it right there. Round 2 is moved back.
Line mode, Alessi done. Abby Ashton and also Laken Watt to come, and putting a little bit of a lead on the other ladies as the superstars. Ariti, the newcomers to the Torian Pro semi-final this year, obviously drawing from that experience. But underway, full senders, bottom of screen now. They're making their way back and start round number 2.
Superstars already on their first set of pistols, but like you said, Jeremy, the full senders hot on their tail. I think it's going to come down to this second round of muscle-ups and who can get through them the quickest.
So your first week on the job, let's just ease into things and we're just going to go to the CrossFit Games.
That's right. That's right. Meet 10,000 people in 3 days.
Easy. And you remember them all.
Exactly. Every name. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Was it like being a celebrity because everyone wants a piece of meat. Everyone wants their 5 seconds. They want to meet the boss. They want to make that connection.
It was such an amazing chance to meet and get immersed in the community, in such a short period of time. You have people from all over the world showing up, getting a chance to meet members, affiliate owners, athletes, partners, etc. So it was exhausting, but it was worth every second of it.
And I'm guessing that was your first time at the CrossFit Games?
It was, actually.
That's great.
What did you think of Madison?
It was great. Loved it for the
love
games.
Madison.
Loved it. Loved it. Incredibly welcoming community. Had a nice size and feel so that folks could participate in the games, but also be together out in the community. Went for a swim in the lake, which turns out has a lot of bacteria. That's why I encourage you not swimming in the lake.
I wasn't going to go there, but okay.
So, won't do that again.
No wonder that third eyeball is kind of
Exactly. That's why I'm scratching, itching.
No, it really is fun to see how Madison has embraced CrossFit and the games, and just how every restaurant has a CrossFit Games item on there that you can order. And,
It's great.
Even the airport as you rock in, it's sitting all there and everything. And what do you think about the changes moving down to Birmingham the following year?
Well, we actually have not announced following year.
Okay.
So we're going back to Madison this year, and stay tuned
cool.
for announcements.
All right. So don't believe everything you read.
Turns you. What do you know? Don't believe everything you read.
Don't believe everything you see either. Except what you're seeing on the screen right now, which is lion mode, ripping through these muscle-ups as expected. Superstars from Ariti walking down the floor.
full senders, hot on their tail though.
Jack Clark bolting down the floor. He was fanging it down the floor, Annie. Have you heard that phrase, fanging it?
No, but I like it. Tell me more.
You're going fast. You're getting point A to point B. We're fanging it to get there.
Well, no one will ever use that about me. So what's the opposite of that?
We'll be fanging it from here to get back to have our shoey later on.
Okay, I like that. Cool. I can make that happen.
Cool. We're good.
I'll be fanging my shoey. Does that work?
There we go.
Does that work?
That works.
Fanging my shoey.
I'm going to trademark that.
Okay. Underway, full senders, boys from Melbourne. Changing positions this time. Benny Newland jumping into second, giving Lucas O'Brien at the back just a little bit more rest. Batman, Robin and JJ, lane 8s from CrossFit CQ. Underway, boys, continuing on, synchronizing barbell at the top of the movement. Oh, the flowing locks of Louis Foster. Look at them go. Ever grown a mullet, Don?
I've not.
Do you want to start?
We'll see where the night takes us.
Depends on how many shoeys he has.
That's right. That's right.
Laken Watts taking the reins. End of round 2. Just over halfway. This is looking a lot quicker.
Only 8 minutes in, and the superstars are on their final set of pistols. And Lion Mode, is on their second round of barbell. Great work. Lion Mode with one lady, one member through, and only 10 more cleans to go.
Amy Alessi. She's pretty much part of the furniture down here. She's competed at almost every regional there has been. Every competition on this floor, she has been here in some capacity. And now, Abby Ashton to finish things off for line mode as Ariti. They are doing exceptionally well in this event, and the bottom of screen just then with Batman Robin and JJ. Brad Spreadborough just getting bitten by the barbell.
See the top of the screen right there. Superstars are starting that final set of muscle ups, while full senders right here put the finishing touches on their final round of pistols. But it's the superstars that are already about 4 reps into those muscle ups.
Long way to come for you. When's the next trip and how long are you staying?
I don't know yet. I'm going to stay longer next time, and we'll hopefully bring my family next time. We've been talking about doing a trip here as a family, so maybe next summer.
Cool. So you're coming to the Gold Coast, yes?
Yes.
Do you know where that is?
Vaguely.
Okay. You know the eastern points, the furthest eastern point of Australia, Byron Bay.
Okay, yes.
We're about an hour north of that.
Got it.
Best place in the world.
Love it.
So you'll have to come and visit. So what's your balance like? Work-life balance? Make it difficult coming
busy.
into a new job as big as this?
It is, you know, I've been really fortunate to, I have an amazing wife, first of all. Like, the balance would not work without her. We've got 3 little girls at home, and she's been incredible in supporting me as I've gotten up to speed. I learned, for me, probably 5-10 years ago, that I was going to make the things outside of work a priority because it made me better at work. And, we're fortunate to work in a place now where getting to the gym every day and getting a workout is part of the job. So I'm a big believer in this is a, cliche, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And so you got to invest in the totality of your life if you're going to show up and be great.
Happy wife, happy life. There we go. But
That's right.
We need a happy company and happy people within that.
Darn straight.
That's right.
That's superstars. Ariti.
2.5 minutes. I think they're going to be our first
they are
team
going
to
to do it
finish
with change. No rep, crucial no rep. They are doing exceptional. Another no rep. The grip just failing. The boys from underway.
This opens,
Can they make up some time?
Yeah. Opens the door for the full senders right here. We have all 3 athletes on the barbell, which means closing in. 15 total reps to go.
Riti.
Oh!
Communication.
Wow.
Wowza.
That's some grit.
Oh, this is going to be tight. Last couple of reps. Lucas O'Brien reaching for some chalk, trying everything to get this done. They've got time, and they just need to be patient. Oh, Ariti with a struggle on the left of screen, but only 5 reps to go. Ariti, the superstars. The first team, 5 heats in, and they will be finishing. Benny Newland, can he catch up here? He can cycle this barbell like there's no tomorrow. Yes, Benny Newland.
Wow.
Can he go all 5? No, he can't. Ariti will take the win, and our time to beat of around 12:56.
Look at this, full senders. And now 64 Army Phantom coming in to possibly finish as well. They got about 45 seconds. 15 reps left.
Kendall, Stephen, Louis. Now what better way to finish an event but with a power mullet at the back? The girls, lion mode, coming to the barbell. They're going to run out of time. Amy, cycle rate exceptional. And that is all she wrote. And finally,
What a
5 heats in,
heat.
we get a finisher.
2 finishers. And to see a female team actually make it to that third and final set of barbell was awesome
This
as
last
well.
heat's going to be absolutely epic.
Yep. Yeah, going into this heat, I really didn't know if it could be done.
There you go. It was
Not once, but twice. Very impressive from superstars and the full senders. Quick little transition before we get into that final heat right here.
wow. Imagine being Rob Forte's tester for that event. Oh, 13 minutes, so we didn't finish. Oh, 13 up. No, 14. Yeah, 14's good. Oh, no thank you. So, Don, we talk CrossFit Games. Boz, not Adrian, but Boz takes the reins. You've seen the programming over the previous couple of years. Dave's influence on not just regional or semi-final or games. Now Boz comes in with this sort of different mold. He's got this bit of plasticine. You guys have plasticine in the States?
Plasta, huh?
Yeah.
It's probably another stupid Australian thing anyway. Where you can mold, it's like a weird sort of clay type thing where you can mold stuff. Anyway.
Like Play-Doh?
Play-Doh, yes, like Play-Doh. We call it plasticine for some reason down here. We're weird. Anyway, but moulding his CrossFit Games vision the way he wanted to. What were your thoughts on his vision?
Oh, I thought he did an awesome job. And look, like, you know, obviously hats off to Dave for the role that he played in creating so much of this. And, you know, Boz has been, you know, a part of the games for a very long time. And so it was really cool to see Boz build on what Dave has created, Dave's legacy, but come with staying true to so many of the principles and yet having his own style and flair. I thought he did an amazing job.
Definitely.
I bet you he's breathing a sigh of relief. I caught him a couple of times throughout the week, and I just see him and said, "How you going?" You go, "I'm still good. My things are still okay." And then the lightning hits, and then it's changes things. But he didn't miss a beat, and I thought some of the skills testing, I thought was exceptional.
Totally agree.
Heat 6, the final heat.
Here we go.
This is it.
Is this the heat where we're competing?
That's heat
'Cause
seven. After everyone leaves and no one can see us.
I need to get a quick stretch in.
Quick touch your toes a few times.
That's right.
That'll be it.
All-star heat right
warm up?
here.
What's a warm up anyway? Our heat
Oh,
list.
once you're over 40, you don't need to warm up anymore.
Exactly. It's all broken.
You
I've
didn't know
been done
that?
that for 20 years.
Yeah. It's what makes you feel so good.
It's the first few reps.
Can't wait to see what happens, what evolves in this one. Chandler with a bit of smack talk the last couple of days against Ricky Garrard. And yes, they are kidding. For those of you who thought it was serious, no, it's not. But that didn't stop Chandler post-interview.
Well, Chandler's coming off of a great Rogue Invitational. I mean,
amazing.
That was the first thing he said to me. Can we talk about Rogue?
Yeah, especially considering the season he had, you know, missing out on the games
that's
this
right.
year. So to see him get some redemption at Rogue was just awesome.
Event 2, Nasty Girls version 3.
We didn't think it could be done, but we were wrong.
It's done.
It's done.
Jeremy
Matt
Austin
DeLugo's
with
right
you.
there.
Annie Sakamoto joining me, and CEO of CrossFit, Don Fall, joining us before he jets off tomorrow. So welcome to Wollongong for the first time, and hopefully not the last time.
That's right. I will be back.
To train or just to watch again?
Well, we'll see.
We'll see how we go. Men at work, shirts off, all business. They are moving really quick.
Yeah, really fast.
Right off the bat.
Wow.
Oh, stop it. What jet lag?
Turns out they're pretty good at this.
Well, and again, Noah and Chandler have competed together at Wadapalooza. it was kind of, adding Saxon, and obviously he's very fit, but it's always different when you are part of a team. And just, again, the communication and knowing each other, fatigue points, and, seems to be no trouble for these three.
We talk tip of the spear in CrossFit, in sport specifically. We've got three of the best competing together.
Yeah.
Expectations have got to be high anyway. To do that, Randy, in 236 it was.
Yep.
Which is, 15 seconds slower than Brooke Wells' time in 2015.
Yep.
Like, outstanding.
It was faster than Noah Olsen's time as an individual in 15, and he didn't have to walk the bar forward overhead, so.
So Chandler taking the reins, literally the first athlete to take on the ring muscle up while the others get into the synchronized bar muscle ups. And they look like they are doing it easy. And this is what the crowd here at Wynn Stadium have come to see. Saxon.
Down underdogs, not far behind him, though.
Not too far either. And I know they were joking with a little bit of smack talk, but Ricky Garrard does not want to be beaten in his own backyard.
No.
He lives 400 meters from here.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he just walks down here. It's easy. Pacing, very good. Matt Talugas, probably one of the tallest athletes. Who else is in the tall? Archer Barto's up there. Easy Muhammad's up there. Hey, go back to Mo Kelsey. How about that one?
Yeah.
There's your CrossFit history.
Fikowski's not a small human.
No, he's not. Big shout out. He's an honorary Aussie. Did you know that?
No.
He lived out here for a couple of years.
Oh, was he playing volleyball then?
No, he started CrossFit on the Gold Coast.
But wasn't he out here to play volleyball? No.
I don't know.
Because
But
he played collegiate volleyball, I believe.
he did pretty well CrossFit after that, though.
Yeah.
Still doing well. Men at work. Getting done. Jade Williams dumping the barbell.
And the Star Strength gals already on their last 15 reps of that first round of barbell. Sub 4 minutes, very impressive.
Now keep in mind, you've got three athletes of relatively the same height with Men at Work. And then you go to DeLugas, Garrard, and Porter. And like Matt's having to start 5 seconds before them to get down the bottom.
I actually think he's doing a great job of keeping up with those guys. I mean, I think it's not the same tempo maybe as Men at Work, but he looks smooth to me.
Well, Matt's nearly an honorary Aussie as well after what happened at Wodapalooza this year as well. Oh, it's KD Gold on screen. Emily DeRoy, excited to see what happens with her in the next couple of years. Amy Tarfai coming through as well for Project Bayside. The boys getting through pistols fast again. This is going to be an electric time.
I like the men at Work, the way they're doing it. If you notice, they're squatting in formation of how they're going to move into their muscle ups.
That's called experience.
That or dance troupe.
So we've got a bit of a party happening here on Sunday evening. Normally, every party on a Sunday after an event here at Wynn Stadium is pretty big. Rob Forte gets on the microphone for karaoke and you can't get it off him. What's your karaoke song?
Ooh. I've got two go-tos. One, The Gambler by Kenny Rogers.
Like it.
And then two, it's a little bit cliched, but Sweet Caroline, Neil Diamond.
That's definitely going to get a run this weekend.
Oh, then I'll put an honorary third because he's my all-time favorite. Probably Thunder Road by Bruce Springsteen.
Oh,
The Boss.
Nice, The Boss.
The Boss.
Noah through 5. Oh, Chandler, that pop. It's easy.
Puminant. We learned that word from Noah. Puminant.
Puminant.
When you bounce the bar like that,
Boom.
boom. That's exactly. They're puminant.
And you got to think range of movement for Matt as well. Noah finishing up. Chandler. Saxon to finish.
And they've got a great method, the men at work. So whoever does the ring muscle ups feeds into that line of barbell last. They get a little extra rest. Super smart on men at work.
Star Strength girls back at the rig. Samantha Jones, Lauren Lovick, and Jade Williams. Moving pretty well. Khan, wide catch. Ricky to step things up. And another one of Justin Kotler's stable over there in Vegas.
Here comes Royce on that barbell.
Royce hates a barbell.
Yeah, I can tell.
So James Newbury joining team Hustle Made with Jack Jeffrey. Brandon Swan not able to be here, which was disappointing. So big shout out to Swanee if you're listening. LSKD Gold. Bryony Chalice and Chrissy Hollard from the EXF team from the CrossFit Games. Ami Tafai, Nyamori.
Men at work chasing
Taylor
down
Deflin.
that 12:57 that Superstars put up in the last heat. 7.5 minutes in. You think they can do it?
Oh, you think? 2.5 minutes. Definitely a sub 10. They have done this very easily. And I don't think any of them have spoken for the last 7.5 minutes to each other.
Nope.
It's incredible.
Which is very impressive for three guys who don't always train together. Noah and Chandler have a relationship, but Saxon being kind of the unknown.
When I get home on Monday after a week down here, I'll get the same sort of look and I'll know exactly what that means too. It won't be a good look.
No.
You'll get the same look when you fly home.
That's right.
That you're sleeping on the
You
couch.
just know what that
Exactly.
look is, don't you? Yeah, it's easy.
Here are your 3 children. Goodbye.
Your children, not
That's
ours.
right. That's right.
Here's your daughters.
Chandler starting things off.
Oh. Noah having a little fun on the floor right behind him.
So good.
Yeah.
Rogue Invitational. Redemption for him. Not well at the Granite Games. Misses out on the CrossFit Games. But he has bounced back well. Last 5 for Chandler.
Almost 0 rack position there, but he's just so darn strong.
So strong.
It doesn't
I'm just
even
gonna
matter.
hold it here, okay?
They could go sub 10 minutes.
Oh, easily.
We got about 30 seconds right now. 5 reps to go.
Yes. True Noah fashion, and he deserves it too. It's great to see him out here. It is a long way to come.
And even though it is, he has all the energy, all the pizzazz that Noah Osland always does.
And men at work for the second time today.
Sub 10 minutes.
An event win. And the boys proving exactly how good they are.
Look at the ladies of LSKD Gold, though. I mean, they're in that 3rd and final round of pistols. They still have just under 4 minutes. They could come close to finishing this. Definitely the closest of all the ladies we've seen so far.
The Star Strength gals heading to the rings for their final muscle ups. Down Under dogs having to work a little bit harder. A few blokes rolling their bar back. Great to see Matt Riley back on the competition floor in the black shirt in the background. And the brakes are on for the Down Under dogs. Star Strength gals. Lauren Lovick at the back, about to jump onto the rings. Khan Porter.
15 reps to go for the Down Under dogs. You saw him get a no rep. That bar came down before it. Both athletes had it on their shoulders.
Hustle Mate coming now. Royce making light work of this bar. And no doubt they're going to put James Newbury last. He hasn't been doing a lot of strength training. Young Jack Jeffrey, second up. Khan struggling through those last 5. Jade Williams and Samantha Jones. This side, Lauren Lovick on the other side. The Lugas trying to get finished. And they're breaking again. Can Hustle Made?
Yeah, Hustle Made can make a move right here.
Ricky is going to smash these last 5.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Great work. Ricky Garrard so fast on those final 5. Now Jack Jeffrey and James Newberry finishing up.
Bit over 1 minute left remaining. James Newberry stepping to the bar. Hustle Mate are going to be our next team finished. The Star Strength gals in the center of the arena.
James still looking pretty strong for not doing a lot of weightlifting and a whole lot of Ironmanning.
Started his CrossFit journey here 10 years ago and still competing on the competition floor. Absolute legend here in Wollongong. Jade Williams, Star Strength gals over the line. Sam Jones and Lauren Lovick in the whites. And LSKD Gold are trying their hardest to get there.
They may not finish, there's less than 30 seconds, but without a doubt, the best finish from any of the ladies so far.
Sam Jones getting done, Lauren Lovick. Oh, it's going to be tight. 10 seconds, Lauren Lovick, can she sprint down the floor? Go, you good thing! The Star Strength gals. Boom! Yeah!
Finish it!
Well done.
Well, that's what we want.
Wow. What did you say? Go, you gal?
Go, you good thing.
Go, you good thing.
Boom.
Go, you good thing.
Oh, the men at work are ripping this programming to shreds.
Unbelievable. Sub 10 minutes. So good to see a female elite team finish as well. I mean, that was in right at the nick of time. Absolutely awesome. And of course, Ricky just smashing that final barbell. I'm sure he's loving being here with the home crowd. Family, his brother's here. That heat did not disappoint. Numerous teams finishing in under the 14-minute time cap.
Wow, well, we didn't think it was going to get done, and it's been destroyed.
Absolutely. 4 minutes to spare, those gentlemen had. So fun. They had definitely worked out a method. We had talked to him. I talked to Noah earlier, and he said they had an idea of how they wanted to tackle this workout. He didn't know if they could do it, if they could stay on pace. Obviously, it was easily done. And Noah the fun guy that he is, just eating up every moment of it.
That was impressive. They were in lockstep every moment of that.
LSKD Gold was very impressive, making it through all of their muscle-ups and almost all the way through the barbell. But it was those Star Strength gals that finished right in the nick of time. Both Team Hustle Made and Down Under Dogs were able to finish as well. Like Jeremy was saying, super fun to see James Newberry out there. He started his journey here. Even after doing half an Ironman just 2 weeks ago, he was able to finish this. Yeah, he was able to finish.
Impressive.
But again, it was the Star Strength gals just at the buzzer. Such an impressive finish from those ladies, proving it can be done, men and women. And we are going to toss shortly to Jeremy Austin, who should be with the winners not only of that 6th and final heat, but with the winners of the event, both events today, Men at Work, the team of Chandler Smith, Saxon Panchik, and Noah Olson. 3 fairly fit dudes having no trouble finishing that event. Don, thank you so much for joining us at the desk. What do you think? Broadcasting next?
We'll see. We'll see.
I like it.
Well, thanks so much for having me. This was a blast. Again, it's amazing to be here and just feel the energy of the community here and see this incredible competition. So thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Don. I hope you have safe travels back, and
you
I
as
can't
well.
wait to watch you
I'll see
do
you
the
in Santa
shoey
Cruz.
tonight. I would love it. No, we're in Santa. Yeah, anytime you're there, come by the box for a workout or just a shoey.
Will do. I love it. We are bringing the shoey to Santa Cruz.
You are.
Okay, perfect.
I'm going to root you on. All right, we're going to throw down to Jeremy Austin, who's with, like I said, not just the event, but, not just the heat, but the event winners. Jeremy?
Thanks to CrossFit CEO Don Fall for joining us in the broadcast for the last couple of heats. Got a couple of dead set legends down here with me and an honorary Aussie as well. Matt, we'll start with you. How was the trip out and how does it feel to be an honorary Aussie?
Oh, I feel amazing. I don't know if you could tell, but I'm feeling like I'm on my best leg out here. But it's amazing just to be out here. This country is beautiful and these guys are really awesome, so it's a lot of fun.
So I met you this year earlier on at Waterpalooza and you jumped in with Khan and James Newberry. How was that experience compared to this one?
Oh, it was still such a vibe. I mean, these guys are amazing. So I literally have nothing but the best to say about Australians. So yeah, thank you guys.
Ricky, we're in your hometown. You've gone away from individual competition, joining up with these two larrikins. And I said to you yesterday that you were the sensible one. Has that continued on?
Yeah, you could say I'm the sensible one. But I do have a rubber arm, so you can't talk me into doing anything. But so far, so good, day one.
And how did that event compare to any other than Nasty Girls versions that you have done before?
I think that's the first time I've done Nasty Girls like that. It was actually a lot nicer doing it with the team. But it was fun. Muscle ups are tough. Like these boys, it's not their forte, so we just had to do the best we could and stick to the game plan and make sure we come second.
And Khan, great to be back on the competition floor as an individual here in Wollongong. One of the last...
I'm on a team.
No, as an individual, I'm saying going back to individual competition.
Yeah.
The Khan Porter-U legend comment when you got through to the CrossFit Games and the crowd erupting as you ran down the floor. You must be happy to be back here on the competition floor once again.
Yeah, it's cool to be back here, cool to be back on home soil, competing with the boys on the team. A lot of good memories in this place. We're going to make a lot of good memories here this weekend with everyone, but it's just good to be home. Good to be home, back in front of a home audience.
Speaking of good memories, are we going to make some good memories on Sunday night at the after party?
I'm on my best behaviour. I've got Dubai coming up. I'm a changed man. Austin changed me, but I've also got a rubber arm, Rook. You know this.
True story. I don't believe it for a second. Thanks, guys. Great event for you guys as well. Another tough one in the books. Go rest up, recover. We'll see you tomorrow. All of our action coming to you live tomorrow. Day 2 of the Down Under Championship. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll see you then.